but I do not see any CV or information here.
Biography. Inside.
But I do not see any CV or information here. But I do not see any CV or information here. So, Görkem, I see you work in Germany. Do you speak German also?
No, actually, I am geographically not in Germany currently. I am participating from Turkey, but I work for a German company, but responsible for the international markets.
Ah, very good. Okay, so where in Turkey are you now?
I'm originally from Izmir, but currently for my wife's duty, we are in the Black Sea region, the city called Giresun. But originally, I am from Izmir in the western coast.
Yeah, a very nice city, of course, and very good place to have vacation. I can't imagine to work there, but some people have to.
Exactly.
So I guess the weather is warm still also in Turkey.
Yeah, it's not that winter yet, but yeah, it's warmer than the northern part, I guess.
You can see how it is in Austria.
Oh, okay. Yes, we don't have snow yet.
Yeah, very good. So maybe we can use actually the time a little bit to talk about you and your biography. You work for a German company, you said. What is your background?
Actually, I just wrote you in a chat. I'm a mechanical engineer in the bachelor's. Then I had my master degree in energy technology, focusing on wind power project management from Uppsala University in Sweden. So actually, I spent my 4 years in Sweden together with my master degree and partially a PhD studies. So I got my renewable energy expertise from Uppsala, from Sweden. So I have participated in several international projects on the renewable, specifically for the wind energy. And since 2014, I am working in the industry for Enercast and consulting the energy players in the markets to help them to use the best, or I mean, how they can use the power forecast for their operations.
And you mainly work from home, so you are employed by a German company, but you can stay in Turkey, yeah?
Yes, actually, I mean, the initial position was also the market entry for the Turkish market. So I was mostly responsible for the Turkish market, but between 2014 and 18, but after 2018, I was also responsible for the international market. I am not responsible for the DACH region since we have some German-speaking colleagues, but for the rest of the European markets, I am also responsible for the sales and the business development activities. Of course, I mean, before the pandemic, I was also partially in Germany or in some trade fairs, but since last 2 years, I mean, as we all do, we all work from home.
Yeah, but I think it's very good that internet allows us to do these things nowadays, and that really the world became quite small somehow.
That's right. That's right.
Even without producing too much CO2, we can really work together. That's a big advantage, of course, of our times. So it's probably also an important point for your forecasting. How long is this forecasting actually? This is short time, or does your company also work on longer time scales? What is the longest time scale actually you have seen the company?
I mean, we have the longest time for up to 1 month, so up to 30 days. But of course, I mean, like our core business and the like common market practice is for the short term, like intraday and the day ahead power markets. But I mean, we have the capabilities to forecast up to 30 days. But of course, there are some new strategies, and I think in the near future, we will be also looking for some seasonal or even a fiscal year forecast. But currently, our focus is on the short-term market, specifically for the relevant power markets like intraday or the day-ahead markets.
Very good.
Professor Dieter, I think there is time to start.
Very good. Thank you very much. So good morning to everybody who joined. Meanwhile, we have a very interesting keynote lecture to start with. This will be a lecture by Görkem Teneler, who is working in Turkey for a German company, as we just discussed already in a preliminary introduction. Görkem is since 10 years in renewable energy already, and works on energy forecasting, and will tell us about best practices for accurate renewable energy forecasting. So I think we right away start. Görkem, thank you very much for doing this. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Mr. Meissner, for the nice introduction. And hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you are attending this session. Nowadays, as we just discussed with Mr. Meissner, I mean, all this digital infrastructure allow us to participate all the activities, like whatever the time zone or the like the event is happening. So and thank you again for all the organizer and the like IRSEC 2021 committee for inviting us to share our experience and the knowledge on the energy forecasting topic. So maybe shortly about our company and the activities. We are based in Germany, Kassel, and a technology company, and since 2011 actually, so we have the 10th years anniversary this year. So currently we are delivering our power forecast to over 20 countries, mostly the European countries, but also we have the activities in Asia Pacific and North America. And currently we have the forecasting portfolio of 180 gigawatt installed, which is half wind, half PV, especially in India, Germany, and the UK. We have a significant PV solar forecast activity and the experiences. So why we are talking about the power forecasting? So the power forecasts have become a key economic factor for the renewable energy producers and the market actors, of course, in both for the investing, trading, penalty schemes. Even now it's the popular like business model like PPAs, which all require some smart decision about the future that have a significant impact on the operational excellence. Then, of course, the accurate forecast of to be expected power output is the crucial in order to keep the balance between the supply and the demand. And of course, like there are some key factors to achieve consistent and high quality and high accuracy results. So I will touch upon some state-of-the-art forecasting methods. What are the high quality input data that can be used in such modeling, and the robust infrastructure and integrated system in order to achieve the desired results. So I would like to start with these nice colors. Most of you may familiar with this graph, or maybe on your daily operations. This is actually an power generation daily breakdown from Germany in 2018. I mean, it's a bit old nowadays. I mean, we have seen more dramatical and major part of the wind and solar. But as you can see in the graph, that I mean, when a market has a significant or high share of wind and solar in the total generation, then on a daily basis you see this the share of wind and PV in the total electricity generation, where actually it brings some question, challenge, and optimization problem to optimize and really like estimate and predict this like variance. For example, as you can see on the 15th of June, almost there is no wind, but like luckily we have sun. And in some days like this 21st of June, I mean, the wind and the plus, it's actually more than half of the total generation. So this actually become a business model and optimization to make some optimization on that. So how to approach forecasting? Of course, there are several business applications in order to use such reliable input data. And of course, you need to make some like configuration according to your business requirements or whatever the market that you are like making the operations. So it is good to mention that, I mean, it is not a pure weather forecast like modeling, because as you know, weather, it doesn't mean the power. So maybe, I mean, you have a significant or a good weather forecast specifically on a specific atmospherical parameter, but it doesn't mean that such good accuracy in the weather forecast itself will result a good power forecast. So there are several aspects and additional methods that should be like considered. So as I mentioned, these are the common business applications where you need and efficiently can use this like forecasting data. So most common way is of course most of the markets who has the this renewable share, they had auctions happening in hourly resolution. So this is the most common usage of the power forecast, so that you actually forecast the next day of wind on solar generation, either in a site specific or even any aggregated regional or national level. Then you actually the power forecast, it's a main input for your day ahead auctions. And if we are going to more and more shorter markets like intraday, I mean, again, there's a breakdown of 16 minutes up to 15 minutes. For example, I can give you an example of an Indian intraday market, which runs every 15 minutes with a 15 minutes resolution. And we all know that, I mean, in the near future, we will see much more higher resolution like requirement. For example, in Danish market, we are already talking about some 5 minutes resolution. So these are the business applications that you should be looking for. And of course, it's not only about the power markets, the grid regulations and the power purchase agreements and even the feed-in tariff schemes for the renewables, they all have some subject to an optimization question where the power forecast actually become a crucial and valuable input for such applications. As I mentioned, this technology or the backgrounds should be updated to specific business needs or the market requirements, so that, I mean, you need to have a good understanding and base, I mean, to make a good configuration for your forecast. I mean, the update timing, update frequency, start of the forecast, length of the forecast, and really define what is your focus to make some accurate forecast. I mean, as you see on the left side, this is a single day ahead update. The most common way, it's, I mean, every 9 o'clock in the morning, you have a forecast for the next day, only for the window of one day. you can actually have several updates for the day ahead. So you can have one update at 9 o'clock, one update in the like afternoon based on your correction and the other participants. And if we are talking about an hourly intraday, I mean, this will be the forecast configuration. So every hour you should be generating a forecast for the next 1 or few hours. And again, regulation specific scheduling, I mean, you can make some specific configuration for your business needs. Then I would like to touch the main components of the power forecast. So the figures that you see on this presentation, it's the 5 main inputs we use to generate an accurate power forecast. So on one hand, we have the weather prediction models. I mean, there are several like global models running like every like few hours, frequency and the updates. So this can actually be used for the like main input. Then of course we need the location and the technical specification of the assets in order to make such like geographical and the site specific algorithm. And if we are talking, I mean, these are actually enough to generate some physical model, but the state of the art like power forecasting is actually getting with the statistical model, where you can actually use the historical information to make some machine learning algorithm to achieve the best results. So in that case, the meter data and the availability data of the assets, it's crucial. I will touch on that in my next slide. So if we are starting with the static data, then of course like we need to have the right information, the physical location of the turbines or the panels. So the power curves, I mean, if we are like talking about the new commission wind turbine, there is no historical data, so we really need to get a reliable and good information for all these wind turbines. And of course like for the PV solar systems, the panel tilt and the azimuth information, it's important. And if there's any track system, we can also use such information for the initial setup. And then, of course, all this electrical output and the commission of dates, they are making the static data in a good quality level. And of course, I mean, since, I mean, we have experience in the global scale, I mean, every market has different like parameters and the units, even they work with different geographical and coordinate system. So it will be really good to make some like checking and the validation of your static data. For example, I mean, this is a common mistake that, I mean, we have faced it. So, I mean, most of the case, I mean, some of the coordinate like system may be entered wrong and so on. So for example, this is an example of a wrong location of a PV asset. So as you see, it's in the like is in the sea. So I mean, it can be possible now with the like floating PV systems, but I mean, it is not the case in that one. So we should be careful to get the right and the correct data for the initial setup. And of course, then we have this like dynamic data, let's say, I mean, where we have all this historical meter and the availability data, and all of them has, of course, has some like different level. So if we are talking about the historical data, production data, it's one of it, but if you can combine it with the availability, then it gives you the clearer and the better picture for your applications. And then the second category is the granularity. As I mentioned, I mean, most of the common day-ahead markets works on the 60-minute resolution, but we have more like shorter markets, or if you have the ability to get this higher resolution data like 15 minutes, then we are able to get more information and more learning capabilities of the model. Then, of course, this historical like information, it also depends how much data that you have in the historical time span. I mean, you may have none, but I mean, the ideal and the best practice actually to have at least 2 years data covering actually like two 4 seasons over the last year, where you have actually a good understanding of the behavior of the assets in the historical weather conditions. Then, of course, the meter level, I mean, you can actually work on the park level aggregated, or, I mean, if you have the capability and the infrastructure, you can also work on the plant level, individual turbines or any metering point that you have. Then finally, you have some like monthly feed to calibrate or tune your model, or there can be some real-time meter data feeds like from SCADA or any source that you can work on. So then let me try to explain the basic methodology. I mean, how the statistical model works to generate an accurate forecast. So this is an example of a wind park. So on one hand, as I mentioned, we require, or we use actually up to 2 years of historical data, either the meter data or the if available data, in order to make some data cleansing on the historical data, and we have a good quality of input data for the model. And then we run all the available numerical weather prediction models on the same historical time span, and let the machine learn in what weather condition, what is the production behavior of the assets. So, and based on this correlation, actually, we do not choose the best correlated weather model. I mean, as I mentioned, like we work up to 10 different weather models. I mean, if we are talking about the European asset, we run 5 or 6 weather models on the same location and asset. And based on the historical learning, we actually give different weightings to the model. So we actually use an ensemble modeling. So based on all this like learning method, we have the site-specific algorithm, let's say DNA of the asset regarding the forecastability. And with this formula, with the next day or the next hour weather forecast input, we are able to generate an accurate power forecast. And this is an graph to show how we can decrease the error with the amount of historical data. So if there is no historical data, if it's a new asset, then I mean we already have the assumption and the acceptance of high error. I mean, and this like root mean square error is the common metric. But I mean, the more that you have collected some historical data, and the more that you reduce the possible error and higher the forecasting quality. So like this is actually the best practice. As I mentioned, I mean, up to 2-3 years of historical data, it is the best. I mean, the more actually we don't prefer, because I mean, if you use, for example, last 10 years, I mean, this also may not result in recent behavior of the weather. So the last 2-3 years actually is the best practice to use. And these are all the like weather numerical weather prediction model base, but there are some additional forecasting techniques to improve this forecast accuracy even better. So as I mentioned, I mean, the weather models has this specific or like static updates per day, for example, every 2 hours, 3 hours. But actually, you are missing a possible update in this 2 hours where there is no update from the weather model. Then you can actually use the live meter data from this SCADA, or you can use some satellite feeds or the cloud motion vectoring, as it was presented the last like Wednesday from our like other partners, and the correction for the specific weather condition. And as you see, in the short term, these additional methods actually may result even better forecasting at the end. So again, it's a challenging and optimization a question. And as the service provider of like power forecast service provider, at the end, we need to adapt every business model and every country regulation. So we can get any data from any source in any format, and we can make the delivering for any specific operational leads like trading, scheduling, and O&M. And it's a continuous quality cycle together with the end user. And although, I mean, we have all the capabilities and the technology, without the reliable and good input data, as I mentioned in my previous slide, there is nothing to improve the forecast. So actually, it's a really teamwork. So all the end user and the service provider should work in a smooth and in an efficient way to achieve the best result. So let me sum up with some like highlights of the all like power forecasting techniques. So at the end, I mean, as you may see, I mean, having the best algorithm or I mean some machine learning tools, it's not enough, because you also need to like check the like input data quality, and also need some strong and robust infrastructure to get all this data, and also able to deliver the data on the right time to the right targets. Because if you may be like achieve some good accuracy forecast, but if you are not able to send the forecast data on the right time to the right operator, then actually there is no meaning. So that's why actually it's all about a good process that's like combining and making some scalable business out of it. And of course, we are all happy that, I mean, in this digital transformation and in this digital world that we are in, I think all the like business like divisions are like really focused on this like big data, IoT systems, and they really aware of the quality of input data. So I again would like to highlight that, I mean, this is not only like getting the best algorithm or best statistical model, you should be actually making a good management of all the participants in this part. So end user, the incoming data, what you have like model on that, and how you can deliver the data on the operational part. So I think it's all I want to share for now. Of course, it's a brief and a quick like information about the best practices, but I will be happy to answer your questions, and maybe we can also arrange some one-to-one meeting if anyone interested further. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Görkem. Very nice overview about what you are doing and what the purpose is. We have a few questions actually in the Q&A session. One, I think you answered already in your talk. This is about the time scale of predictions. The question was whether you can predict more than one day actually, or whether this is the maximum. Maybe you just briefly answer this.
Yeah, I mean, actually, I mean, like one day, I mean, it's the common use of the like power forecast for the day ahead market. But I mean, our like we have the capability to forecast up to 1 month, so up to 30 days. But of course, I mean, the longer the horizon, the lower the like accuracy. Of course, I mean, if you are forecasting the next hours, then I mean, you possibly having some accurate forecast, and for the next day it's slightly lower, and it's like lower and lower. But I mean, in total, the maximum ability to forecast currently for our technologies, it's up to one month.
Thank you very much. And another question I don't really understand, but maybe you do, because it seems to come from an expert. I just read it to you. As you well know, ANN is a stochastic machine learner model. So for which reasons could we say that the provided forecasts are better?
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I am also not an like ANN expert. I am more like in the like renewable part of it. So I'm sure that, I mean, I will not answer your like detailed question in like as you desire, but I will be happy to get our IT and the machine learning specialist. But what I can tell you that, I mean, of course, the ANN, it's one part of it, and it's actually like when you model it, it's also up to you what weather parameters that you should you can include. But what I can tell you here is that, I mean, whatever the ANN or the like machine learning algorithm is, I think the key here is to what forecast configuration that you would like to model, and on what KPI that you would like to make a better accuracy. For example, I mean, most of the case, I mean, there are some common market KPIs like normalized root mean squared error or mean absolute error, but it's really depend on you or the end user what KPI that they are like trying to reduce the error. So in that case, I mean, I'm not sure if it's really an answer to your question, but ANN also should be adapted to specific business requirements.
Thank you very much. Maybe we leave it with these questions for now. We will have time after the last short presentation to discuss more. So if you agree, Professor Sass, we proceed to the following short talks.
We can continue the questions before going to 5 minutes presentations.
Well, in the moment, as I see, there's just one more question in the Q&A section. Maybe other people put their questions there also. I just read you the remaining question. The forecasting is based only on historical data, past, or you do combine with some current and future data from installed weather stations and from national meteo body forecasts? Question mark.
Yes, actually, I mean, as I mentioned in one slide, there are some additional methods to improve the forecast, which is basically based on the historical learning. So actually, there is a use case of use the real time or some additional data to improve the forecast. As I mentioned, I mean, we can actually use the live meteor data from the asset itself. I mean, mainly, I mean, our model use the every 15 minutes updates of the meter data. Then actually we are able to make some second level optimization or correction on the weather model based forecast. And there are some also other techniques presented on last Wednesday. I mean, this satellite feeds or even the sky image methods. I mean, where all this data coming live from the relevant measurements station from the assets. So I think all the data, even in the operation and live, it has some value, but I mean, you need to make some good base with the historical learning, and you can use this on-site measurements to improve your very short-term forecasting with some additional techniques.
Thank you. Another question is also concerning the modeling, maybe. In addition, as can be assumed from the existing machine learner models, the main common weakness between these models is that we should have data measures for getting data predictions. Yes. Without data, we cannot apply these models to other location sites. So could you share with us an explanation of that? Thank you. Very interesting presentation.
I also thank you for the nice question. I mean, as I mentioned, of course, the best practice, it's where you have the historical data. But if there is no data, I mean, there are also some solutions which already like result some uncertainty, but also like if you have a new asset, new commissioned asset, I mean, it is also not possible to get any historical data at all. So, I mean, there are some physical models that I have mentioned. I mean, only with the location and the coordinates, I mean, you can actually run some physical models. So based on the pure and raw weather forecast information, you can actually run some like regular energy calculation. So the technology and the input weather forecast actually allow you to make some power forecast even without an historical data. But of course, I mean, it is like matter of the optimization. So the more data, even in the historical or the static data, and the good reliable input data makes makes you to achieve high accuracy. So there is a physical model without meter data, but also, I mean, the best practice is to, of course, if possible, you can use the historical data for the statistical models.
Excuse me, may I have question, please?
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
First of all, let me thank you for this amazing presentation. Just you talk about the historical data if we have, or maybe we don't have. What about a lack of information? Sometimes you know that we don't have a lot of information to train our models for prediction or for past forecasting. For example, just we have a 1 year of information. The second one, the second question is how we can fix the trends of the data, and also how we can use the hyperparameters of the models, of the suitable models. Thank you.
Yeah. So then, like, let me share my previous slide. I mean, I was talking about the best practice. Of course, I mean, like you need to know that, I mean, if you have a less amount of historical data, I mean, like, although like you have the technology and the experience, I mean, it will not like result with you, I mean, the achievable amounts here. So it is really, I mean, about how many like or how much amount of historical data that you have. I mean, the more data, I mean, as you see in the graph, you most likely to reduce the error metric. So I mean, this is the like state-of-the-art business. So I mean, like this is one fact, and of course there is also one part that's like should be mentioned to data cleansing. I mean, as I mentioned, I mean, as you see, like this, like black figures, a dirty data. I mean, not all the input data are correct or in good quality. So you should also make some filtering or data cleansing application in order to like make your model learn better. So, for example, you might have some 2 years of historical data, but it doesn't mean that you use all the data for your model input, because sometimes, I mean, especially when we have the meter data and availability, I mean, if you have a high unavailability data, I mean, most of the time, actually, you need to like remove this time series from your model, not to give a machine to have some wrong learning. So that's why I think you should also make some good data cleansing model, so that, I mean, you maybe end up with a less amount of historical data, but it will result a good quality learning at the end. So again, I mean, these are all the factors effects. So the higher the quality, the higher the amount, you always have a chance to improve your quality. Of course, there is no data. I mean, you need to accept and assume that, I mean, you most likely start with some higher error, but the more to collect your meter data, and then like in the near future, you will likely to reduce your error metrics here.
I have another question in the Q&A, which I would like to postpone to the discussion after the talks, but I have a raised hand actually by Abdelaziz. Please ask your question.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for this beautiful presentation. I see that in your talk, you talk about the machine learning for forecasting.
Yeah.
Which kind of machine learning gives more accuracy? And this accuracy, it depends on the nature of data or something else. This is my first question. And the second question is for the solar panel power forecasting. Do you take in account the quantity of dust accumulation in your model?
So let me start with the first one. I mean, unfortunately, I don't have all this like machine learning like details or the categorization. I am not an expert on that. I am the renewable energy like expert. So, but I mean, I am sure that all the like service provider or some like research institutes, like work continuously to improve their machine learning algorithms, like using some like other methods or the like ANN like technologies. But what I can tell it, I cannot really answer what ANN model that we use or we like develop in the 10 years. But again, whatever the ANN model it's like you are using, it's all about to focus and tune your model on the business requirements. What horizon, what KPI metrics, and what atmospherical model that you use. So like this is only the answer I can like highlight now. And regarding the dust as an input like for the solar, normally it's not any input for our like initial cell setup, because there is no numerical weather prediction models forecast the dust. So actually this can only be used as an additional technique, as I mentioned, with this additional methods, and it was also like presented last Wednesday from the other market expert that such like on-site measurements, citations, satellite data, or the sky images methods actually can have able to get such like dust like occurrence on the asset. So this can be modeled if you are able to make such analytical like conversion of the dust, then it can be using as an additional technique to improve the short-term forecast. But based on the numerical weather prediction models, there is no dust information available. But maybe I can slightly add, when you are using the historical meter data, of course the meter data itself includes all the like relevant effects from dust, from clouds, and so on. So if your ANN model able to solve or resolve such like implication, actually your statistical model should already be including the dust effect as well. But again, it is not a specific inputs or like setup in your modeling.
I see that our boss is already pressing a little bit, but I still have a raised hand by Abdul Wahad. Maybe a short question and a short answer.
Yes, okay.
Thank you for your patience. But it is a chance to meet somebody expert in this field. So we have a lot of questions. Just one more question. How we can deal with outliers of the historical data, and there is a statistical methods or best practice to solve this problem. In your opinion, how we can fix this problem?
Again, the historical like meter data, like it's always a challenge. Like there are some public information or a customer provided information, and again, the filtering or the analysis of the historical data, it's kind of your experience, and again, the what format and the quality, it's the like input data. So it's the like it is actually, I mean, there is no specific power forecasting data analysis or the filtering. It is a regular like renewable energy data cleansing like method actually. So, but again, I mean, it's really like there's no international standard. It's really about what format and the quality information that you have.
Thank you very much, Görkem. A very nice session also on Q&A. I understand that you will remain with us also for the final discussion.
Yes.
So maybe at this point we proceed to the short presentations. The first one actually will look at this forecasting from the other side. So it's about analyzing land use change and climate data to forecast energy demand for a smart environment. So I hope the presentation will run on itself. Let's go ahead. The floor is open for Ahana Prasad to present this 5 minutes.
State of New Jersey is aiming to reach a goal of...
The sound is very low. Can you try to improve this maybe?
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the topic Analyzing Land Use Change and Climate Data to Forecast Energy Demand for a Smart Environment. State of New Jersey is aiming to reach a goal of total clean energy in the state by 2050, and federal agencies are aiming to dramatically reduce greenhouse gas emissions within the decade. It is important to understand how energy demand can alter so that planets can ensure a smooth transition to cleaner energy production. To effectively control greenhouse gas emissions and ensure the sustainability of economic development, it is important to understand the links between greenhouse gas emissions, energy consumptions, and economic growth. Climate models, also known as General Circulation Models or GCMs, use mathematical equations to characterize how energy and matter interact in different parts of the planet. The residential sector is the largest consumer of energy. In this work, we aim to assess how energy demand might change as a function of climate change and land use transformations through machine learning models like artificial neural networks and support vector machines for the residential sector in New Jersey. We choose 3 climate models for data analysis. ANN algorithms have been found to be useful techniques for demand forecasting due to their ability to accommodate non-linear data to capture the subtle functional relationships among empirical data. ANN can provide ideal methods of demand forecasting because they can take several relevant dynamic variables into account to produce output. Prior to doing ANN analysis, data is pre-processed as monthly time series. Vika software has been used to deploy ANN. For SVM model, data has been pre-processed by converting nominal to numerical variables, and land use is not incorporated in this model. Vika default configuration for SVM technique achieves an accuracy of 98% as shown in Table 2. Figure 1 shows a projected decrease occurs in energy demand over time in a stepwise manner, demand decreasing by around 100 trillion British thermal units in each step. Energy clearly oscillates yearly with more demand in the winter months caused by increase in natural gas heating. Figure 2 model forecasts a downward trend in energy demand starting around 2100 trillion BTUs and ending little less than 2000 trillion BTU in 2021. Figure 3 ranked 27 out of 30 in normalized score shows a downward trend in energy demand as per the same forecasting results quite similar to those of Figure 2 model. While SVM instances are individually created for each scenario, the results are nearly identical between the 2 scenarios for this climate model. In all SVM models, demand decreases from 2100 to 2200 trillion BTU to approximately 1900 trillion BTU within the 10-year span of 2021 to 2031. Overall, SVM in our work can be used to forecast the demand to start around 2100 trillion BTU and peak close to 2200 trillion BTU, before cutting off around 1900 trillion BTU in 2021. Although we initially hypothesized that demand would increase as a function of population growth and climate in New Jersey, as a SVM results consistently show a decrease in demand. This is perhaps due to change in energy source as the state of New Jersey, in conjunction with the federal government, aims to transition to cleaner energy. We choose tenfold cross-validation for ANN model. We constitute the output to be reliable as observed in the correlation coefficient of 0.99 and the relative absolute error of about 8.3% as shown in Table 3. Figure 4 depicts that the total energy demand increases steadily from 2021 to 2031. Here we listed some of the research work that was studied related to energy demand. To summarize, we find that as energy reliance on fossil fuels and other non-renewable sources decreases, so does energy demand. However, for more accurate understanding of the energy demand, we recommend incorporating electricity use. Additionally, vegetation change at the local level could also be impactful on energy demand. Studies have shown that the trees and other vegetation can provide significant relief from heat during the summer, but also increasing need for heating in the winter. All in all, our research contributes towards achieving greener and cleaner energy management, thereby positively impacting smart environment and sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We leave the discussion for the final session. So I think we can just proceed to the next talk, which, yeah, just start it, please.
Hello everyone, my name is Oussama Al-Hamdi from University of Furs in Morocco, and I will give you a brief presentation of our work entitled Effect of Convection on Latent Heat Storage in a Tube and Shell Exchanger. For this, here is the plan. We have first an introduction, then problem configuration and models, after that results and discussion, and finally conclusion. Thermal energy storage systems have become a necessity to overcome the mismatch between energy supply and demand. Thermal energy storage can be used to store thermochemical, sensible, or latent heat, or a combination of these. Among the three forms, latent heat thermal energy storage has grown considerably in importance over recent years as a promising alternative to traditional systems. In this work, we will evaluate the effects on convection on the performance of a tube and shell exchanger. We have the problem configuration described in Figure 1. Heat transfer fluid HTF flows through the inner tube from the top to the bottom, and the outer tube is filled with a phase change material PCM. During the charging process, hot fluid at constant temperature circulates through the inner tube, while cold fluid at constant temperature circulates through the inner tube during the discharge process. Here we have the mathematical model. So we use the enthalpy model. We have a conservation of mass, conservation of momentum, and conservation of energy. After that, we have the numerical model, which is an axisymmetrical lattice-Boltzmann model. We have distribution functions, equilibrium distribution functions, and the source term. For resource and discussion, in this section, we will evaluate the effects of natural convection on latent heat storage. Figure 2 shows the evolution of the PCM liquid fraction for Rayleigh number equals 0 without natural convection, and Rayleigh number equals 2.5 times 10 to 5 with natural convection. The melting process in the system begins with the formation of a thin film of liquid around HCF tube. The layer increases in size until the time corresponding of the Fourier number FO equals 0.07. During this phase, the evolution of liquid fraction is the same in both cases, with and without natural convection. This is due to the fact that the fluid zone is thin with the dominance of the conductive regime. However, as the thickness of the liquid zone gains space, the effect of natural convection becomes significant, resulting in an intensification of heat transfer to the PCM and a greater amount of liquid fraction for the case with natural convection. Also, the effect of natural convection can be illustrated by the behavior of the temperature at the outlet of the channel in figure 3. Indeed, for a Rayleigh number equals 2.5 times 10 to 5, the thermal transfer of the fluid to the exchanger is greater, which causes a thermal gradient between the inlet and the outlet of the channel. In order to understand the transfer mechanism involved during the phase change process, we have drawn isothermal lines and streamlines for different instants as shown in figure 5. For Rayleigh number equals 0, the isotherms remain parallel to the wall during the melting process. The transfer mechanism is thermal conduction, which takes place mainly in the radial direction. Initially, the melting front progresses rapidly and the heat flow transmitted is then significant. As the interface progresses, the thermal resistance between the hot zone on the HCF side and the cold zone becomes important, and the Nusselt number decreases with slower progression of the interface. For the case of Rayleigh number equals 2.5 times 10 to 5, the isotherms are almost parallel to the wall at the beginning of melting due to the dominance of conduction. As the melting front progresses, the fluid zone becomes larger and larger, which promotes the appearance of flow cells in fluid zone. This causes curvature in the upper side of the interface. On the other hand, the flow cell accelerates the heat transfer to the solid zone, which results in the rapid melting of upper part of the PCM. To conclude this work, we can say that the convection accelerates the melting process and thus reduces the melting time. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. And we have a second presentation from the CSP field. Please go ahead.
Hello, I'm Hamza Shater, PhD student at University Mohammed V of Rabat. In this presentation, I will discuss towards the utilization of concentrating solar power as a source of heat for hydrothermal carbonization process. First of all, what is hydrothermal carbonization? Hydrothermal carbonization is one of the most promising thermochemical processes. It's a process that decreases the oxygen and hydrogen contents in the raw material, basically through dehydration and decarboxylation reactions. During this process, a mixture of biomass and distilled water was fed into a reactor with a working temperature of 118 to 216 degrees Celsius, as well as a reaction time of 5 minutes to 4 hours under a pressure ranging from 2 to 6 megapascals. So far, most of the experimental tests on the HTC process have been conducted using an electrical energy source. As it is known, electricity is usually produced from fossil resources. These resources have harmful effects on the environment. For this reason, we propose to use solar energy as a clean source. The dried biomass was selected for use in the HTC test loop. The used olive pomas was obtained from a three-phase centrifugal extraction of olive oil. In this study, the biomass is dried in an oven at a temperature of 80 degrees Celsius during 24 hours. The study HTC test loop is located at the Green Energy Park test platform in Bangalore City. This experimental device consists of three main components: parabolical trough collector, helical coil heat exchanger that surrounds the external wall of a cylindrical batch reactor. The parabolic trough concentrates the direct normal irradiation into a receiver tube wall where the circulating thermal oil is heated by the solar energy. The reactor is partially filled with a mixture of water and dried raw olive pomas in appropriate portion, and it is heated by the helical coil connected with the receiver tube. Three temperature profiles are shown in this figure: temperature inside the batch reactor, temperature at the heat exchanger entrance, and at the serpentine exit. All these temperatures rays slowly since the sun's rays were not direct in this particular day. The curves have the classical shape illustrating the charging and discharging period. After about 6 hours, these drops are due to the cooling of the system. Initially, Tm takes the value of around 65 degrees Celsius because of mixture preheating, and its maximum value does not exceed 120 degrees Celsius. Regarding the autogenous pressure, it reaches about 2 bars. These results are not encouraging because it does not allow to obtain hydrothermal carbonization process conditions. 3 thermal powers are shown in this figure. The useful power, thermal power released by transfer fluid, thermal power loss, and heat efficiency. The two first heat flux, PHTF and PLOS, increase with respect to time, whereas the useful power, P-useful, and the thermal efficiency decrease. The difference between the power generated by the heat exchanger, PHTF, and that used to heat the mixture, P-useful, is very large because of important thermal losses take place at different system walls. Therefore, temperatures required by the hydrothermal carbonization process have not been reached, and thermal efficiency, which reflects the performance of the system, does not exceed 15%. The pilot system undergoes important thermal losses. These losses are generally due to the temperature differences between the mixture and the surrounding environment, as well as those take place between helical coil and its ambient medium. The obtained results are not encouraging because it does not allow to obtain hydrothermal carbonization process conditions. Therefore, thermal insulation of the system or even improvement of the design of the system is recommended. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you. And in the last talk of these short presentations, we will come back to forecasting. Wind power now is the topic of the last presentation. Please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sambala Job. I am PhD student from Polytechnic High School of Dakar. So today, we will talk about wind power forecasting using machine learning algorithms. This work is realized under the supervision of Mamadou Laminga and Papa Sili Traoré. This presentation will be conducted as follows. I will first start by describing the scientific background. Then the used methodology is also presented. Result and discussion will be given. Afterwards, we will finish by a conclusion and outlook. Nowadays, with the environmental policies imposed on our state test to reduce the carbon dioxide realized into our atmosphere and their commitment to increase the energy mix, it has become an obligation to use renewable energies, but given their intermittent nature in terms of prediction become an essential tool to facilitate their regulation. In the electric requires the use of massive data. In our study, we are confronted with data problems. Most of study in the literature using several parameters to train their model. For example, in the United States, the prediction of energy production is made by 6 parameters. In Saudi Arabia, the use of artificial intelligence with 7 parameters. The main goal of our study is to reduce the number of parameters by doing the learning only using prediction data. To overcome this lack data, a good methodology is necessary. On the other hand, the solution to our problem consists of slicing the data in a no-random way. For which 80% dedicated to calibrate the model and 20% for testing by using the decision tree and random forest model. Now we will use the root mean square error, which disfavors the highest deviation between prediction and observation. The absolution error is applicable for linear cost function with a certain proportionality of the prediction error and the coefficient of determination to evaluate our models. However, to see the quality of our prediction, we display the observed and predicted data. These are the actual and predicted wind power prediction in the house horizon. They show the prediction in blue matches the observed values for January in red for the decision tree and random forest models so early. We sometimes observe with much highest predicted prediction and sometimes low or borderline actual prediction for both models. These performance parameters can be seen in the table below. Compare to the study that have been conducted in the literature using several parameters, as is the case of the last three studies using 6 and 7 parameters. We have seen that the mean absolute error and the root mean square error that we have as result are very close and sometimes even better. This allows us to confirm that the methodology used for our algorithm was good. In summary, we have presented in this paper two methods of machine learning in order to predict the output power of the wind power plant. The used methods are the decision tree and random forest. In the presented work, the learning is done only using the parameter of prediction in duration of 1 year. In order to improve our result, methodology data will be added during learning. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. And I think we come to the final discussion. I see we have a lot of participants in the discussion round.
The last presentation.
There's a last presentation.
Yeah.
Okay. I haven't seen this in the program, sorry. So please go ahead.
Hello everyone, I'm Hisham Al-Madioun, master's student at Materials Science, Energy and Nanoengineering Department at Mohammed VI Polytechnic University. I'm delighted to present to you today my work entitled Technico-Economic Investigation of Novel Hybrid CSP PV Plant Configuration. For my presentation, I choose to start with general context where I'll introduce the technologies used, Then I'll move to the proposed concept of PV-CSP hybridization. After that, we will discuss the cost-effectiveness investigation of the new hybrid configuration, taking the case of Middle City. Then I'll finish with a short conclusion. Climate changes, resources depletion, these are the main topics when thinking about energy-related issues, and these are the main concerns scientists have to face when designing and analyzing new energy systems. The Moroccan government has built its strategy according to these details, so by 2030, 52% of electricity will be provided by renewable energy. When we talk about renewable solar energy, it presents the most abundant source of renewable energy. Currently, there are two main ways for converting solar energy to electricity, either by PV or CSP. PV technology converts directly solar energy to electricity via photovoltaic effects of its semiconductor used. Crystalline modules of PV are the most used, and it presents 85% of the photovoltaic market. This dominance is due to the maturity of the technology. The cost of electricity produced by PV technology can be estimated to 6 cents per kilowatt hour. The second technology, CSP, which can be divided in three parts. Solar field, responsible for concentrating the solar beam into a receiver to heat up a heat transfer fluid. The second part, which store the excess of thermal energy during a low demand. And finally, the power block, mainly composed with a turbine connected to a generator of electricity. What makes the CSP a very interesting choice is the low cost of its thermal energy storage. This system can mitigate intermittence of solar energy and deliver more electricity in case of the peak demand. The TAS was optional on the first plant, but it becomes mandatory since it increases the capacity factor from 30% to 75%. With all these advantages, the CSP is still way behind PV installed capacity. This gap is due to the complexity of the installation. CSP required specific geometry, it can't be installed everywhere, and a high investment because of the high cost of the equipment. CSP and PV were seen as competitors, but recently many research proved that these two technologies could become complementary. The hybridization of these two could profit from the low cost of PV to reduce the LCO, and on the other hand, TS of CSP can increase the CF to 85%. The objective of this work is to assess the cost effectiveness of a new hybrid configuration plant where the CSP plant is used to increase the temperature of the heat transfer fluid to 400 degrees C. After that, we will use PV to run an electrical heater to heat up the molten salt into 565 degrees C. For that, Middle City has been selected to perform this study, and System Advisor model SAM software was used to simulate the PV and CSP behavior. SAM enables for the greatest performance of CSP and PV plants by optimizing the D&E design point and tilting angle. In the case of Middle City, it benefits from a high level of sunshine estimated at an annual irradiation rate of over 2096 kWh per square meter per year for the global horizontal irradiation and 2359 kWh per square meter per year for the direct normal irradiation. On the other hand, this city is characterized by a semi-arid climate with temperatures ranging from 6.2 degrees C in January to 24.7 degrees C in July. The D&I design point is a very important parameter for the CSP technology. It allows finding the optimum size of the system. The optimum D&I design point is around 400 watts per square meter, which has the lowest LCOE and the highest capacity factor CF of almost 29.5%. The annual thermal energy production from a solar field simulation using SAM is estimated to be around 11.1 gigawatt hour thermic. This energy was computed using a solar multiple of
1325
and 400 watts per square meter D&I design point. The plant's capacity factor is predicted to be 29.6% with a levelized cost of heating of around 0.012 euro per kilowatt hour thermic. A simulation of a PV power plant of 2070 kilowatts AC predicts a first year output of 3,802 megawatt hour, and after 25 years of operation, a slight drop to 3,371 megawatt hour has been predicted. In addition, the first year's capacity factor is expected to be 20.9%, otherwise the plant would run for 1,833 hours a year. So, during this study, a novel configuration of hybridization between CSP and PV is proposed and its cost effectiveness is examined. And also, a hybrid plant's modeling and optimization has been investigated. And we proved that the use of PV to upgrade the heat enables significant cost saving. And finally, we found out that metals is a suitable city for hybrid plants coupled to a TES implementation. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. And I think we start with the general discussion, Professor Sass.
Yes, yes.
Okay. So I see that we have a large number of participants in the board. I already have one raised hand there. Please, the others also, if you have questions or topics to be discussed or important statements, please raise your hand. We also have a few questions in the Q&A session. Other people can put more into it. Maybe at this point we start with the panel. I see the raised hand has been lowered again. So we have nobody in the panel actually asking question or wanting to ask question. Anybody who wants to start with a statement actually? If this is not the case, we directly start with the questions. Maybe they are mostly directed towards Görkem Tenela, of course, who gave the invited talk this morning. Very nice overview. Let me maybe summarize a few of these questions which were concerned with new technologies and different technologies. Of course, if you think about, mainly if you think about PV, there are new modules coming for which very little experience may exist and so on. Does this actually cause an additional problem for you, or in general, can you just work with the information you get from the producers of these modules?
Actually, yeah, I think it is good to mention that also the power forecasting like techniques, I mean, it's not that old. I mean, like we are actually like talking about the power forecasting with all the like computer science, engineering and the like capabilities, I mean, maybe like maximum 10 years back. So actually, I mean, also the need of such forecasting in the operating market. So I think we have a long way to go, and maybe, I mean, share all these like experts and the research like contribution in the area. So, I mean, as I've tried to explain the best practice, I mean, the more the data and the digitalization infrastructure allow, then you have more actually like insights, experience, and some like new input or parameter to your model. And it is not actually on from one perspective. Again, I mean, we are also, for example, as an IRCAS, we do not have our own weather model, but we work with all the well-known and the global methodological institutes like ECMWF, UK Met, and even like every country has their own national weather models. So actually, it's really a combination of teamwork with all the like data providers, service provider, and the end users. So that, I mean, all the relevant data, validation, specific data, like needs to be ready, accessible, and in good quality. So again, I mean, it's all about the teamwork with all the industry, research, and the operators. And I think the power forecasting business, I mean, it's maybe not as a state-of-art methods, but I mean, it's 10 years old, let's say. So I think we have long years to develop this technology. But maybe, I mean, Mr. Raymond also like raise hands. I think like we all experts have such like contribution in the area.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Jan Raymond, to join me with asking questions and managing this. The floor is yours.
Yeah, just trying to give an answer additional to Görkem's. Yes, new models enhance the uncertainty. This is for sure. But first, the uncertainty of the cloud position is much higher than the uncertainty of the technique. So this is a lower uncertainty compared to other uncertainties we have in the forecast. In the IEA PVPS task 16, we are trying to model or to update our models for new technology. We try to include spectral models to match the reality of the PV modules, and also we try to model bifacial models in an enhanced way. So also science is ongoing in these kind of technologies.
Yeah.
And if you have ground measurements from the PV plants, this kind of errors are leveled out anyway already in the beginning. Yes. So the importance of good data, I would stress as well, like Görkem.
Maybe also a general question from my side. I think predictions concerning PV, solar thermal plants, and wind are really specific and special. My assumption would be that PV predictions are easier than wind predictions, wind power plant output predictions, let me say. Is this true, or is it about the same problem? And as Jan pointed out, the main problem actually is the weather forecasting and the cloud prediction. How do you see the situation?
Both is difficult for sure. Both is possible at the moment with a good accuracy if you're going to a bigger area anyway. There are different hard points to cover. For wind, it's the cubic dependency of the energy of the wind. So a little bit of more wind, it gives a lot of more energy. That's the main issue there. And of course also the high variability of the wind, the spatial variability. For solar energy, it's more that you never can be sure where the cloud is tomorrow at 12 o'clock. This is impossible to forecast, and that's the main point in solar energy forecasting.
Yeah, I can also make some a contribution here. I mean, actually, on last Wednesday, as also Jan and the other experts as presented, I mean, there are some specific challenges for both technologies. For example, like for the PV, this like ramping, I mean, makes some challenge and makes like hard to forecast. And like even for the like wind turbines, I mean, it's really, I mean, the size like can be very varied. I mean, we are like on one hand, maybe we are only like talking about a 1 megawatt individual turbine, but on the other hand, the same technology, it's trying to resolve the like 750 megawatt offshore wind. So there are actually, I mean, the technology seems to be the same, but it's really like different like cases that we are working on. And I would like to highlight is that it's really, really site specific. I mean, I can easily tell you from our experience that even the same identical wind turbine or wind park in different locations, I mean, they have not have the same forecastability, or in the same specific or in the same coordinate, the two different like manufactured wind turbine with the same like installed capacity, I mean, is not has the same forecastability metrics. So it's really like depends on a really site basis. What is the behavior of the assets and what are the capabilities of the weather models or other additional like methods like sky images, cloud motions, I mean, gives you more insight on the specific location in the world. So I would say it's like every case has some like its own challenges, but I mean, with all the available input and the digitalization, we are trying to achieve the best result.
Thank you. Are there other questions from the panel? In the Q&A session, actually, I don't see new questions coming up. So whoever is listening, please use the Q&A to ask questions. Otherwise, I would like to ask a general question again, maybe to all of the members of the panel. What can we actually expect from the future? Will this forecasting business become more important, or with more and more power plants, solar power plants, of course, you will also get, for the grid, for example, you will get averaging and so on. So maybe this trading business becomes less important, or will it become more important actually in the future? How do you see this?
Yeah, go on.
There are two trends. I would say at the moment it will get more important. With higher accuracy, you can get lower balancing energy, and this gives cost reductions. So it gets more and more important. On the other hand, we will reach some point where the renewable energy will be higher than the load, and then the curtailment phase will start of the energy transition. And then if you have anyway too much energy at noon for solar energy, you don't need to forecast it very accurately because you have to curtail anyway a lot of it. And the curtailment will be cheaper than storing. Storage is of course important and will be important, but not everything will be stored like this. There will be some mixed reaction, but I would say for the whole grid integration with massive parts of renewables, it will be important nevertheless, and very important for a whole management of grids and transmission grids.
Exactly. I mean, I also would like to highlight that like last year in 2020, we had a record renewables added in the global electricity capacity. Is 260 gigawatt renewables, and 91% is actually coming from wind and solar. I think we will see much more like installation of renewables in the into the existing electricity capacity, which actually makes the like power forecasting more crucial. And of course, the other challenge, when you have this high share of wind and solar in the market, then actually the market itself and the operator and regulator try to make even a short-term markets or like this balancing market in order to reduce the effect of such weather dependent assets. I mean, as we know, I mean, in some of the days of the year, like Denmark has like get all the electricity generation from wind and solar. I mean, like mainly wind. So that's why, I mean, they are actually trying to, or I think in the next years, we will see a 5-minute resolution power market, which all the service provider and the weather models try to, I mean, increase their capability of like predicting even higher resolution of the time span. And I think in the future, yeah, again, we have more technology and the infrastructure will be ready, but also the markets will be shorter and shorter. So I think we will be talking much more about the real-time forecast instead of day ahead and even the intraday.
Thank you very much. The number of people in the panel actually increases, but nobody is asking questions. Maybe we answered all the unknown things and we can close the session. Professor Sass, what's your plan?
I will just add a comment, please.
I didn't understand, sorry.
Yes. I will just add a comment about what you are said now. Just to say that the problem of energy is the storage. If we produce more than that we need, the exceeded energy, if we can't store it, it is lost. We can store, for example, some megas, but not gigawatts. If we do not have material for the batteries for store this energy. So the forecasting is to balance between supply and demand, and we give more priority for renewable energy. If we can have for example, our prediction for the consumptions in the future, we can, and we have also accurate model for power production coming from intermittent energy like renewable energies. We can conserve the fossil energy because the fossil energy throughout the time it becomes more and more expensive. So to preserve this energy, if we have a good model for renewable energy, for predicting the renewable energy, we can maybe increase the life cycle of this energy. Thank you.
Maybe just a small comment from my side. As I see the further future, if you look at the learning curves of different technologies, I think PV already is the cheapest energy source, and all predictions and all technological developments seem to indicate that the prices will further drop. So whether storage is really an important issue or not, of course, is a cost question finally. And as Jan already indicated, if PV is much cheaper than a battery, then of course you just install more PV and just waste peak energy and save the money for storage. So I do not think that the role of storage actually for grid electricity will become more important, but in my opinion, rather less important. If this is provocative, please correct me. This is just the opinion of a PV person.
Oh, no, I agree to it. Storage will be needed for sure for the day-night cycles, but not. We say it's wasting energy if we curtail it, but this is an old thinking when PV was expensive. But if you have for 1 or 2 cents per kilowatt hour, you also the thermal systems you don't run all the time, so it's just you will just curtail it and look how the load is. So that's a natural behavior if it gets the standard way of producing energy with wind and solar.
Yeah. Any other statements, comments, Professor Sass?
Thank you very much, Professor Professor Dieter, for sharing this session voluntarily. Thank you very much for Mr. Gorkim Teneler. Your talk is very interesting, and so far we have 237 followers in this session. Even if it is organized in such a day that bring interest of many participants. Thank you very much for Professor John Raymond for joining us in this session. Thanks for all presenters and all attendees for in this morning session of advances in renewable resources forecasting and their economic prospects. Professor Dieter, the floor is yours to conclude this session.
Yeah, I had to unmute first. I also would like to thank all the participants in this session. I think it was quite interesting, a wide spectrum in the presented topics, but also a very general discussion and conclusion in the end. So thank you very much for the conference chair to organize this and giving me the opportunity to chair the session. Thank you all the participants who listened carefully and followed the whole session. And most of all, thank you, Görkem and the other presenters and the members of the panel for managing the session. Have a good weekend and all the best for your future. Thank you.
Goodbye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Now we switch to the next session. The session of biomass and bioenergy. It will be chaired by Professor Hassan al-Bari. I think he's with us. He is with us now. We'll start in about 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Yusuf Zaz. Good morning, everybody. I'm very happy today to chair this session of biomass, in which we will have many presentation concerning biomass to energy processes in thermochemicals, biomass conversion and biochemical conversions, and another method of valorization.
Professor Hasselberry.
Okay.
Yes. We'll start this session of biomass and bioenergy special session. Before giving the floor to Professor Hasselberry, I give small biography, short biography. Professor Hasselberry is a professor in Ibn Tufayl University, Morocco since 1988 and has obtained the PhD in material science from ENPL, France in 1987 and also has doctorate data in mechanical engineering, University Mohammed V, Morocco since 1998. He has the president of the Moroccan Association of Solid Waste. He has master degree coordinator. He was a master degree coordinator, waste management and recovery, 1910 to 2010-2014, member of the International Solid Waste Association from 2004-2014. He has been involved in many funded projects as coordinator and partner. He has a long experience in teaching solid waste management, biomass and bioenergy, anaerobic digestion technology, associate editor in Cleaner Waste System Journal of Elsevier, guest lecturer at University of KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. Professor Hasselberry, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Professor Zaz Youssef, for your introduction. Today I will share first the screen. Can I share the screen, please? Could you please authorize me to share the screen?
Yes, you can share your screen.
Okay. Do you see my screen?
Yes, switch to full screen.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. So today I would like to present some basic conception about biomass to energy in sustainable development context, or in other terms, in circular economic context. I will serve, after my introduction, I will present the circular economy approaches and objectives, the role of solid waste in circular economy, biogas technology, achieving circular economy objective through sustainable biogas recovery, combining the biochemical and thermochemical conversion to achieve the circular economy objectives. Also, I will present the main obstacles to overcome the biogas promotion in developing country, and I will finish by conclusion. So in order to achieve the objective of circular economy and sustainable development, it's essential for biogas plant to be able to close the loop in the integrate anaerobic digestion processes. This can only be achieved by a suitable treatment of the digestate that allows a sustainable and economically viable recycling of digestate. Yes, of course, it's well known that the most frequent use of digestate is its application as agriculture biofertilizer, allowing the soil to be enriched with micronutrients such as nitrogen, potassium, and phosphorus. However, this operation is not always reliable and cost-effective, as it depends on many conditions, such as economic feasibility or the composition of the digestate, which is it could it could not be suitable for the agriculture soil around the biogas plant. In this case, an alternative solution for this state recovery must be considered to improve the energy output. In this context, there are several systems that can solve this problem. These systems combine biochemical and thermochemical conversion of the biomass if the calorific value or heating value of the digestate is not too low. This is in fact the case of most lignocellulosic biomasses, where the rate of biodegradability of the substrate in anaerobic digestion is not very high, such as, for example, animal manure or vegetable agriculture waste. Let us see how bioenergy in general terms can contribute to the achievement of sustainable development goal. Following the World Biogas Association, more than 8 goals can be achieved through the anaerobic digestion and biogas production processes as sustainable recovery method. We can, for example, give the second one, zero hunger. The third goals, good health and well-being. The 5.1, gender equality. 6.1, clean water and sanitation. Affordable and clean energy. Number 9, industry innovation. Number 13, climate action, as it contributes to the reduction of greenhouse gas, mainly the methane gas, as it was focused in COP26 last month. Also life on land. So we can see the importance of bioenergy and biogas application to achieve more than 50% of sustainable goals as indicated or determined by the UN organization. This shows clearly the very important bioenergy as processes to produce renewable clean energy and to contribute to reduction of climate action impact by reducing the greenhouse gas. As you know, the linear economy can be represented here without any recovery or recycling of waste. Contrary, in circular economy, we can use, reuse, recover, and valorize all the waste we can produce. There are, in general term, in circular economy business model, we have created a new business model, which name is circular business model. And there are 3 circular business model categories at different value chain step. We can define the circular business model in design and manufacturing phase, also in use phase and in value recovery phase. This is an example of food waste recovery in circular economy context, in which we can see the importance of recovery and valorization of food waste to obtain energy, biofuel, and biofertilizer. Note that we produce many million tons a day in the world of food waste. We can use life cycle assessment as assessment method to evaluate the impact on environment and the economical viability. Of course, biomass source, it's very different. We have different several sources. We can have biomass from forestry crops, residues, agricultural crops, residues, sewage sludge from wastewater plant, industrial residue, mainly agroalimentary, agro-industry activity, and paper and cardboard industry, animal residues, and municipal solid waste, organic fraction. So the quantity is very big. We have many kind of biomass which could be recovered. In general term, we have two kinds of mass recovery or conversion. Biochemical, which is mainly concerned by wet biomass, and thermochemical, which is favorite on give priority in the dry organic waste, such as lignocellulosic waste, for example. Technology of biomass conversion to bioenergy in sustainable context. We have thermochemical, in which we can have direct combustion, gasification, pyrolysis, liquefaction, biochemical conversion, anaerobic digestion, fermentation, and extraction or seeds. We can use this energetic gas to produce heat, electricity, or fuel using this organic residue and organic waste. We can see that we can combine the thermochemical conversion and biochemical conversion in order to improve the energy output and to achieve the circular economy objectives by closing the loop and use all the byproduct and residue obtained. We can see here some lab scale in our university, Ibn Tufayl in Kenitra. We have CSTR lab scale. We have biofilm digester we can use for anaerobic digestion, also for liquid organic waste. We have USB digester for liquid wastewater organic. So achieving circular economy objective through sustainable biogas recovery, we have to study the circularity of biogas plant, coupling anaerobic digestion with gasification or pyrolysis or with hydrothermal carbonization. This is an example for how to fit anaerobic digestion in circular economy context by using the biomethane used for electricity and heat pollution, and use the digestate for separate liquid phase and solid phase. Use the liquid for example, for agriculture irrigation, and solid phase for by composting as biofertilizer. We can here see the mass balance of anaerobic digestion to see the advantages of hybrid system formed by anaerobic digestion followed by gasification of the digestate solid fraction. We can also combine anaerobic digestion with gasification in standard systems to obtain electricity and biochar recovery. We can also combine anaerobic digestion with hydrothermal carbonization to improve the energy input and to close the loop in order to achieve the circular economic objectives. Here we have integrated anaerobic digestion with pyrolysis. You can see here the diagram of mass flow or mass balance, which gives a good result, and we can use it as example for sustainable recovery of biomass to energy, to bioenergy. We can also use this energy balance for integrated anaerobic digestion with pyrolysis. This is an example of hybrid system combining anaerobic digestion with pyrolysis. We can see here the biogas production upgrading to methane gas and CO2. Use methane for electricity and heat production, which a farmer can use this energy for his use, for his need. And then we can do biofertilizer, use it for agriculture, soil amendment, improvement. And the digistate obtained after biogas production, we can separate the liquid phase and solid phase. Liquid phase, we can use it for irrigation, or we can use it through the alga production to produce alga using this digistate. And also solid phase, we can use it, can use pyrolysis or gasifications. So we see that the process is cyclic and closed loop, and it respects completely the circular economy objectives. For developing country, it's very important to begin by research and development in lab scale, then to pilot scale, and then to industrial scale. That is the best method to choose the appropriate technology, low cost for developing country. So this is the future of bioeconomy, biomass, bioenergy, and biogas, which will play a big role in the future. This is an example of a Moroccan strategy in which bioenergy can contribute to the achievement of this strategy, renewable energy strategy, National Moroccan of Solid Waste, Wastewater National Program, and National Plan Reduce Global Warming. This is an example of stream in Morocco. We produce 60 million tons per year of organic waste, including household, agriculture waste, sludge from waste, and agro-industry waste. So we have a big quantity stream which we should recover and obtain a big quantity of energy. This is an example of pilot scale, the USB digester developed in our laboratory by a funded project by Erizen and with the Moroccan recycled industry partnership. And this is pilot scale with micro cogeneration, produce electricity and heat in the same time, with some processes of upgrading the sulfur hydrogen, as it's a corrosive factor for the engine. We have combined solar energy to heat this digester. So our digester is heated by solar energy to achieve the mesophilic conditions, 40 degrees. This is some publications in this context. In order to promote biogas technology, it's necessary to be aware of the main obstacles that hinder the development of biogas as a renewable energy source. What are the type of obstacles and barriers that can be considered? We can summarize six types or kind of obstacles. We have technical obstacles, economical obstacles, market obstacles, institutional aspect obstacles, socio-cultural obstacles, and environmental obstacles. So we can, as conclusion, we can see that circular economy can only be achieved in all material flow in all value chain are considered. The material circularity is used to estimate degree of material. There are three circular business model categories. Policymakers and public can be made more aware of the importance of circular economy through different life cycle approaches. The achievement of circular economy objective through sustainable biogas recovery can be done through different combining systems such as coupling anaerobic digestion with gasification to enhance energy, or combining AD with gasification to produce electricity and biochar, and with hydrothermal carbonization. Biogas opportunity in Africa, it will contribute to reduce pollution, increase life expectancy, reduce firewood collection, increase literacy, create new jobs, increase food production, improve public health and rural area. Thank you very much for your attention. Please.
Thank you very much, Professor Hassan Berry. Your talk was very interesting. There are many questions from audience. Before going to the next presentation, it's better to answer those questions. The first question is from Mr. Rahadi bin Said.
Yes.
Do you think that biomass is a real short-term opportunity that Morocco needs to consider in the short mind term compared to solar PV and onshore wind?
Yes, of course, in Morocco case, there is big opportunity. As I have seen in my presentation, we produce more than 60 million tons of organic or biomass per year in Morocco. We have to begin by introduce appropriate technology, low-cost technology, and we can involve the university laboratory to fund this kind of technology. And we can also facilitate the legislations to encourage the foreign investment in this sector. And I think that it will reduce also the waste management cost, because today the waste management and mainly the landfill disposal is very expensive for Morocco. We produce, for example, in municipal waste management, in municipal waste, more than 20,000 tons per day. So we have big quantity, and the best way is to begin to introduce this technology to recover biomass, mainly in agriculture sectors and agro industry, and also sewage and sludge from wastewater plant. I think that Morocco has begun. We have big investment in wastewater plant in biogas in Marrakesh plant, Fez and Kenitra and others. Today we have also begun to recover landfill biogas, but it's time now to pass to recover and valorize all organic agriculture waste and agro industry and organic fraction. This could be achieved by separating the organic municipal waste from others to improve the quality of this organic waste.
Professor Dieter, you're raising your hand.
Thank you very much for this excellent introductory lecture. Let me start with a maybe again provocative statement. Cyclic is not enough. I think there has to be and probably will be a penalty for releasing CO2 in the future, because CO2 is the main problem of climate change, of course. So whereas we did not consider CO2 production in the past, in the future this will play a major role. Can you maybe explore a little bit how this will change the world of biomass, which of course is releasing CO2 after all?
Yes, thank you very much for your questions, very important. First, you have to remind that the methane gas is 25 times in radiation as greenhouse gas is more dangerous than CO2. So when we recover CO2, when we recover methane by combustion or by producing electricity, of course we produce CO2, but it's less dangerous than the lit methane emission. But anyway, we can use CO2 in some industry using, for example, in drinking industry. And also we can transform CO2 by using alga biomass, which during its growth, they can consume the CO2. So now the new technology is to combine, as I have showed in my presentation, the alga biomass to reduce CO2 gas, which will consumed by this alga during its growth and production.
Another question from Suad Abu Dawood. What type of biomass do you use AD for pyrolysis, which biomass is appropriate? And what about valorization of municipal solid waste through pyrolysis?
Yes, thank you. We have in municipal solid waste, we have first begun our technology by using the separate organic waste, such as from markets, big markets, from hotels or slaughterhouse waste, abattoir. So we can use first in the beginning to separate organic waste in urban area to promote the technology and to create the need. And then I think that after we will be obliged to separate, because the separation of organic waste must have economical need, not only to convince the community to separate their waste. It's very important to explain them that this is an economical challenge.
Another question from always from Rahali bin Said. Any figures, please, regarding the efficiencies of conversion of each source, wastewater, solid waste, forestry, to electrical energy?
Can you repeat the question, please? Can you repeat your question, please?
Any figures, please, regarding the efficiencies of conversion of each source, wastewater, solid waste, forestry, to electrical energy?
You mean waste forestry? I think waste forestry crops and it's dry residues. Dry residues, the best method for conversion is thermochemical conversion, such as pyrolysis or gasification, and we can use it to produce also the pellet as combustible. Another question?
Yes, I give the floor to Sarah Al-Quadri. Please ask your question. We can't hear you.
So thank you so much, Professor Hassan and Prof. Youssef, for this presentation. I want just to know your opinion, Mr. Hassan, about are municipal solid waste a renewable source of energy or not? Knowing that municipal solid waste is a mixture of food waste, plastic waste, and carton waste. And my second question is pyrolysis, in your opinion, again, is pyrolysis energy or technology have some future in Morocco? It has. I want to know from your opinion that if this technology have an future or a potential in energy production in Morocco.
Thank you very much, Sarah. I think that the problem of municipal organic waste, you have one rule which is that the value of waste in general term increase when the degree of mixture decrease. I repeat, the value of waste increase when the degree of mixture decrease. So the best way to recover and to have big best production is to separate the waste. This is an obligation. We have to separate our waste. But this separation should be achieved by awareness of the community, program of education, and beginning the technology by separate, because in urban area we have two kinds of organic waste in municipal. We have separate and we have mixture. For example, in the big market, supermarket, we have separate organic waste, and also slaughterhouse, les abattoirs, also it's separated. So we have to begin to introduce the technology in Morocco using the separate organic waste to let the people know the advantages of this technology and use it as demonstration and dissemination technology. Then we have to begin step by step the separation of organic waste, because we cannot continue to use landfill, because landfill, it's not sustainable solution. Landfill, this is displacement of the problem. We displace the problem from the city to out of the city. But we have that in Morocco, or today we have a big problem with leachate, lexivia. Leachate is a big challenge, knowing that this leachate, it comes from organic waste, because organic waste has a high percentage of humidity. So in Morocco now, we create the problem and then we look for the solution. The best solution is not to create the problem. So we have to try to reduce the organic waste which is disposed in the landfill in order to reduce the lexivia or leachate quantities. Because the treatment of leachate, it's very, very expensive. If we hope to try the best method, experimental method to treat and to depolate this leachate, we cannot pay the cost. It's very expensive.
Another question from Ilmana Burhumi. What are the main challenges facing the development of the waste to energy process? What are the main challenges facing the development of waste to energy process?
There is the first problem is the policy of government and the strategy and the legislation. We have to propose adequate and appropriate policy, strategy and legislation which could encourage people and investment to create new project of organic waste recovery, and we have to give to this foreign and national investor some facilities in terms of legislations and strategies. And also we have to let people to use I think that we have a new law in Morocco now, la production intage dati, the production of
self-production.
Well, self-production. So we can use it, for example, we can use cogeneration technology or heat, combined heat and power for local need energy, and it could consider the economic situation.
I think Professor Dieter wanted to ask to give a question.
Yes, please.
Well, this time I did not raise my hand actually, but let me still extend the question I asked already about if there is cost for CO2 release. How do you think this will change the world of or the economics of biomass production?
You mean in terms of climate change?
Climate change, of course, is due to CO2, and in the future, I think there will and must be a penalty for releasing CO2. So this will change the economy of many things, but my question concerns the biomass business. How will this change the biomass business? Can you just imagine? I know that this has not been analyzed yet, but maybe you have some ideas about it.
Yes, you mean how to reduce the CO2?
No, how if you have to include in your economic modeling of a different system, if you include that there will be cost for releasing CO2, how would this change the economics?
I think that we have to
you have to.
Yes, we have to imagine some processes, combining processes, which could minimize the CO2 reduction, CO2 emission, such as combining alga biomass with food waste, for example, to reduce the CO2, the emission of CO2, and then to encourage people to do business in biomass to bioenergy.
Yeah, and include sequestration, of course. The CO2 has to go somewhere afterwards.
Yes, we can use it for alga. Alga is very important because they consume. But let me indicate you that this is a global problem. This is global problem, and the first responsible of this, it's developed country, not developing country. So
Morocco is a developed country in many respects, definitely in R&D, as I said in your lab.
So what we have to try in Morocco, for example, is adaptation. We have to do adaptation to climate change, and even if we reduce our CO2 emissions, it will be very, very important comparing to China and Europa and America. So this is the problem. I think that in Morocco, we have improved our renewable energy use in solar energy and wind energy. And today it's time to begin bioenergy. Because bioenergy for us in our economy, it's problem of to reduce the landfill disposal. Because landfill disposal, it's not sustainable.
The last question from Leila Lasri. How about the toxicity of wastes since we have no sorting system at source?
In anaerobic digestion, for example, there is no toxicity it depends. If we use, for example, some industrial organic waste, we can have some problems with heavy metals or some pollutant. But in general term, anaerobic digestion is processes which killed all the pathogen bacteria, and they reduce considerably the toxicity of the processes. Another question?
Another question from Ismail Hamzawi. My question: how much of the national energy demand of Morocco can fulfilled from bioenergy organic waste. Do you have any recent numbers to share with us?
Yes, in terms of energy, we have a big quantity gigawatt electricity of biomass energy in agriculture sectors, mainly in agriculture sectors and agro industry, and also in municipal solid waste.
Thank you very much, Professor Hasselberry. Thank you very much for Professor Dieter for being with us this morning and ask and follow our presentation. Thank you very much for attendees. Now we switch to authors' presentations. Professor Hasselberry will share this session.
Yes. I think that the first presentation, titled Contribution, can I begin?
Greetings. This is a presentation.
Okay.
Greetings. This is a presentation by Dr. Trust Nubu on the contribution of biomass valorization for renewable energy generation in low emission development pathways, a policy review for the Zimbabwean situation or perspective. The authors of the paper, Trust Nubu, Zendai, and Mohamed Belade. This presentation is part of the presentation under the 9th International Renewable and Sustainable Energy Conference. Just for background information, here we're trying to give a general perspective of the waste management system that is currently obtaining in Harare, Chitungwiza, Epworth, Norton, and Rua, which is largely the Harare metropolitan province or the capital city of Zimbabwe. You would actually see that municipalities are failing to cope with the amount of waste being generated. We're having less than 50% at 47.8% collection, with only 9.6% being recycled. 37.6% is buried and burned at source. So you will see that this is largely what characterizes the majority of urban local authorities in Zimbabwe. This is bringing in issues to do with the surface and groundwater pollution, increased cost of potable water treatment, erratic potable water supply, and outbreak of waterborne diseases, and the depletion of groundwater resources. So basically, these are the municipal solid waste valorization for energy generation, starting with anaerobic digestion, production of biogas, and digested as a biofertilizer that can be used for crop production, considering Zimbabwe being an agro-based economy. Pyrolysis, production of syngas, and the energy. The same with gasification and incineration, combined heat and power generation systems. So this is just basically also an illustration of flow chart of the various biodegradable, various waste, municipal solid waste valorization technologies, from biochemical treatment and thermochemical treatment. Combined heat and power generation, production of syngas from pyrolysis and gasification, landfill gas, biogas from AED, upgrade to biofuel transport, or that can be used for the generation of electricity as well, and the production of biofertilizer from the biochemical treatment processes. So basically, when we're looking at the policy review, you'll see that that basically the National Energy Policy of 2012 is speaking about encouraging the use of waste biomass for energy generation purposes and promote the use of biogas and biodiesel. The National Integrated Solid Waste Management Plan of 2014 provides for source separation of the municipal solid waste that is generated with the issues to do with combined heat and power generation from biogas, also being an option, national climate change strategy, the production supply of biomass for electricity generation being provided with national climate policy, also talk about the promotion of renewable energy and the adaptation of energy efficient technologies, as well as contributing to the economic development and the bioenergy production of energy from biomass. National Renewable Energy Policy talks about the production of about 275 megawatts of electricity from the available 800 megawatts, and the creation of biogas systems by 2030. The National Biofuels Policy also specifically deals with the production of biofuels, and we talk about the low emission development strategy, which also incorporates the issues to do with installation of biogas systems. So these are largely the policies that provides for biogas production in Zimbabwe. So what are the issues that we then see to it that we have issues to do with the lack of expertise, resources, and the issues to do with the putting in place strategies towards ensuring that the valorization of energy, of waste for energy purposes to be prioritized in Zimbabwe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I ask one question, please?
I think at the end, after presentations.
Okay. After the okay.
We go to the next presentation.
Yes, next presentation is an experimental study of wood pellet combustion in countercurrent fixed bed, presented by Mohammed Ala Binini, Ilyas Bakhtar, Hamza Shater. Tawfiq Bouchaki also.
Hello, in this presentation I will talk about experimental study of wood pellets combustion in encounter current test fixed bed. So you know that the transition from fossil fuel to renewable energy such as wind, solar, and biomass has become one of the key energy issues in terms of renewable clean resource and important reduction in carbon emissions. That's why this study analyzed the biomass combustion in a vertical fixed bed. The experimental device designed and constructed in the framework of BioF2S project funded by IRSEC'21. So, combustion is thermochemical conversion considered as a heat and power generation source in several industrial. Biomass combustion is burning organic materials such as wood and agricultural residues. That's why it requires a better understanding to enhance combustion efficiency and to reduce pollutant emissions. So our paper presents an experimental study to highlight the influence of air volume flow rates on the temperature profile at specified position along the center of combustion chamber. As shown in this figure, the experimental device consists of a vertical tube combustion chamber, a steel grate, an air supply system, data acquisition system, and various service equipment, flowmeters, thermocouple, and gas analyzer. The tube walls has several equidistant measuring ports spaced 50 mm for access of K-type thermocouples T1, T2, T3, and T4. They are vertically aligned on the center of the combustion chamber filled by 1.5 kg of biomass. The first one, T1, is placed on the grate defined as the vertical axis origin. The biomass used here is commercial wood pellet. The mass wood pellet was burned. Experimental tests were carried out with three normal volume flow rates arbitrarily chosen. As results of our experimental study, this figure depicts temperature profiles versus reaction time within the porous medium at different thermocouple positions. Their shapes are similar to those measured by several authors, and it's obvious that there are two classical stages of combustion. In the ignition propagation stage, its curves increases rapidly from room temperature value to reach its own peak value generated by the passage of the ignition front, and then dropped when the flame spreads down the reactor. The effects of the volume flow rate on the combustion process are felt both in the ignition time and the temperature peak value. Indeed, increase in QV reduces the combustion startup time and increased temperature peak value. So, to have a clear idea of temperature magnitude, this figure exhibits the temporal average of temperature against bed height for the same QV aforementioned. We observe that the minimum and maximum temperature value are respectively about 167 degrees C and 470 degrees C regardless of volume flow rates values. This figure shows also that various mean temperature increase with QV close to the grade T1 and T2, whereas they remain almost the constant T3 or decrease slightly for T4, far from the bottom of the reactor. This behavior is essentially due to the ignition front propagation and thermocouples positions. This figure presents the variation of bed height versus time for the considered normal volume flow rate. All curves start from the highest thermocouple position and have almost linear decreasing tendency. These results justify the dependence of ignition front propagation on the quality of air moving in the combustion chamber. They confirm those found by several authors. The figure shows the effects of normal volume rates of the ignited mass rates and thicknesses of drying and devolatilization. Between the first two values of QV, the ignited mass rate varies linearly, which means that the combustion is carried out in the oxygen-limited region dominated by the oxygen supply. For QV equal 4, the consumed biomass decreases by excessive convection cooling. In the same figure, thicknesses of drying layer and that of the volatilization are presented as a function of normal volume flow rate. The behavior somewhat similar, but the drying layer seems thicker. For high QV value, the two layers don't undergo important changes. So, this shows that CO is so high contrary to CO2. However, oxygen rate increases with excess air, whereas it drops the CO2 rate. As for NOx, it has a very low rate, and as expected, the flue gas temperature decreases with increase of excess air. So, to conclude, and based on obtained results, we have increasing QV reduces the combustion startup time and increases temperature peak value. Carbon monoxide is so high contrary to CO2. NOx has a very low rate, and as expected, the flue gas temperature decreases with increase of excess air.
We go to the next presentation from Ismail Hamzawi from Al-Akhawi University, France.
Greetings to all the listeners. My name is Ismail Al-Hamzawi. I'm a master's student at Al-Akhawi University, currently finishing a master's in sustainable energy management. Today I'm going to present on behalf of my colleagues a project that has been going on at the city of Ifran and hosted at the university for the past 4 years. The name of all my colleagues are mentioned here in the first page. So the question is, what is this project about exactly? There is a problematic in the city of Ifran, and I would argue other cities in Morocco and even other cities in the world where the cooking oil that is being used by restaurants is improperly disposed of. And usually there are laws against it, but restaurants don't know what to do with it, and they just dispose of it in nature, in the natural environment, with grave consequences on the environment. So we wanted to show that this used cooking oil can be managed differently. So the idea is, the proposed solution was to collect this oil and then transform it into a biodiesel, a renewable fuel, with many applications in heating spaces. It can be used in transport. And we wanted to show that this used cooking oil can be managed differently. As I said, the project has been going on for the past 4 years. There's been a lot of achievements, most notably that we've been able to build an operational unit. So we're able to produce 250 liters of biodiesel per week in a 2 hours process. And most interestingly, we were able to introduce innovations into this pilot unit that is, from our knowledge, not found in the literature about this subject. The project has been funded by the region of Fes Meknes and is currently hosted at the University of Al Akhawain in Ifran. This is to have an idea of how it looks like, the pilot unit. This is to show you that there is an effort of logistical effort of collection. So we collect using this motorcycle the oils from the city. It's being stored in this tank, and then through a series of pipes is being filtered and stored at the lab, and this oil is ready to use and to transform. The transformation process, the chemistry behind it is based on this thing called the transesterification process or reaction, where basically this oil is being mixed with an alcohol. We use methanol, and then by thanks to the catalyst and to a heat input, it produces what's called methyl esters, or what we call biodiesel, okay, which is a biofuel with very interesting heat energy content, along with the glycerol. This is a kind of a view of the system, our system. Let me talk about innovations now. The first innovation was that the heating requirement for this transformation is 100% renewable. We use solar, a homemade solar panel, and biomass. The whole process is automated thanks to our colleague Si Mohamed Al-Kihel and his student Mariam Ladwan. They were able to design the system, and we were able to implement it. So the whole process is automated, from the sourcing of the oil, the mixing, and everything else. Methanol, the alcohol that is being used, is also recycled because it's expensive and very hard to source. So we wanted to salvage as much as we can after a reaction, so it can be used and reused and reused again and again. And finally, there is glycerol that is a byproduct of the reaction, but that also we use. You can see it's the dark substance. This is just to illustrate the reaction. And this dark substance is the glycerol that we extract, salvage, and make into soap. And the glycerol has so many other applications. So just to finish, the intent of this paper was to show individuals, NGOs, actors in academic institutions, even local authorities, that there is a different way to manage the used cooking oil in a city or a town hall. And that this work aims at providing inspiration and design guidelines and certain advice, and also technical design points to enable a different management of used cooking oils in towns. Okay, so more details in the paper, and thank you for listening.
Next presentation, municipal solid waste generation from Morocco and Tunisia and their positive energetic valorization, presented by Suad Abu Daoud.
Hello everyone. First of all, I have the pleasure to participate in the 9th International Renewable and Sustainable Energy Conference 2021 with this oral presentation titled Municipal Solid Waste Generation from Morocco and Tunisia and Their Possible Energetic Valorization, realized by me Suad Abu Daoud and supervised by Professor Suad Abd Rafi. The plan of our presentation is as follows, starting with an introduction to define the context and the objective of our issue, then a characterization of Moroccan and Tunisian municipal solid waste was carried out. After, we will introduce different waste to energy recovery technologies, finally a conclusion and perspective of future research. As we know, municipal solid waste management is one of the major challenges facing the world. In Morocco and in Tunisia, the almost unique approach adopted for the disposal of municipal solid waste is as follows: collection and storage of waste, transfer and transportation to sorting and recycling centers, and then its disposal in landfill. Due to the lack of an efficient exploitation of the solid waste as a renewable energy resource, we are currently working on a research and development project within the framework of the Moroccan-Tunisian cooperation, where we seek to develop an efficient industrial process of valorization of MSW to produce bioenergy with an optimization of the energy consumption and the obtaining of a high output and without environmental impact. In Morocco, according to 2019 statistics, the total production of household waste is 6.8 million tons, and it will increase significantly to 9.4 million tons by 2030. In Tunisia, the amount of MSW generated is 2.6 million tons per year. The estimated growth rate is 2.5% per year. The composition of the waste is almost similar in both countries. It is characterized with a high moisture content, and it is constituted by a high quantity of biodegradable waste and a significant percentage of 20% of combustible solid waste with important calorific value like plastic, paper, cardboard that can be recycled and energetically recovered. In their strategy targeting energy recovery and waste reduction, Morocco and Tunisia have generally resorted by biochemical means such as biomethanization due to the domination of fermentable waste. For example, in Tunisia, they have implemented a collection and treatment of biogas programs at the controlled landfills and some methanization units at certain agricultural complexes. In Morocco, several cities are involved in different energy projects for the biological recovery of MSW. For example, in Rabat, we have a large sorting center called Omezza, which recovers organic waste by producing biogas through a system of treatment and conditioning of biogas. Indeed, although the recovery of biogas from landfills is technically simple and economically cheaper and environmentally friendly, these gases are not produced in a continuous way because their generation takes long periods, as well as landfill gas collection systems cannot recover the full amount of methane. Scarlett et al. Estimated the potential of energy recovery from both incineration and landfill biogas processes in Morocco and in Tunisia. He found that Morocco and Tunisia has energy recovery potential by thermochemical processes very important and largely profitable compared to the recovery potential by biochemical processes. So it is necessary to exploit this potential through the installation of thermochemical conversion units adequate and more ecological. Morocco and Tunisia are recently registered in project of recovery of non-fermentable fraction called refused derived fuel through the mechanical biological treatment centers. This fraction is used as an alternative fuel to the fossil fuel in the incinerators of cement plants. Nevertheless, incineration has a bad social ecological reputation because it generates gaseous effluent highly polluted with heavy metals and as well as fly ash particles. However, after further processing, this dry waste can also be recovered into ecological products by pyrolysis or gasification process. Gasification is a complex process for the thermochemical degradation of solid matter at high temperature. It has good control of organic and inorganic pollutant emission. It favors the production of clean combustion gas, but it has a problem with the equipment corrosion due to the oxidation at a high temperature and the tar's presence as a byproduct. Pyrolysis is an endothermic process for the solid matter thermochemical degradation at low temperature in absence of air. It favors the production of good yield of bio-oil for transport and the production of biocarbon and syngas with a high calorific value. It is a more ecological process with low emission of pollutant. Furthermore, several scientific research have shown that pyrolysis of mixed waste allows to increase the quantity and the quality of the bio-oil produced. So we can conclude that pyrolysis could be our appropriate choice. In conclusion, pyrolysis is the most environmentally friendly choice for energy recovery for MSW. It is a new developing technology which has shown good performance at laboratory scale, but it still encounters difficulties in its scaling up, which we aim to overcome in our research project. As further research, the choice of the raw material and the reactor technology is essential, aiming to reach a maximum performance of the pyrolysis process to produce a considerable quantity of bioenergy with a quality compared to that of fossil fuel. That's all, and thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you very much. Let us pass to the next presentation. Life cycle assessment of anaerobic digestion, review of funding and opportunities for anaerobic digestion development in sub-Saharan Africa. Presented by Troost Nubi and Edison Muzunda and Mohammed Belaid.
Good day to everyone. I'm going to present on life cycle assessment of anaerobic digestion, a review of findings and opportunities for anaerobic digestion development in sub-Saharan Africa. This is a presentation of a paper and accepted in the 9th International Renewable and Sustainable Energy Conference. The authors include myself, Dr. Trust Nobu, Professor Edson Zendai, and Professor Mohammed Belaid. Just to give a background information, I think the background information has to do with the issues to do with waste management as a challenge in majority of urban areas within sub-Saharan Africa. Issues to do with the non-collection of waste, indiscriminate collection, and in case that waste has been collected, the management or treatment processes are also unsustainable and posing human health and environmental risks, largely because the waste is disposed of at dump sites which are not engineered and are not sanitary in nature. So in this picture, you're actually seeing a lot of waste being dumped on the roadsides, the overspilling, skip bins, and all that. This is actually an ISO and a not good so view to see, and it's a daily situation in majority of urban environments within sub-Saharan Africa. It's not only a peculiar situation that you can only say you find it in Harare or in Zimbabwe. This is just to illustrate how unsustainable the dumping of waste at dump sites can be. This is a fire outbreak at one of the dump sites in Zimbabwe at Pomona, and these fire outbreaks are common. They are frequent and common due to the generation of a methane, which methane, if ignited, results in such blaze of fire that are very difficult to control. And worryingly, there are residents that resides in the neighborhood of these dump sites. And on top of that, there are also issues to do with the groundwater pollution, considering these dump sites are not lined and there is no collection and treatment of leachate. So largely the underground water around these dump sites is also not quite suitable for potable water uses. So if you look at the anaerobic digestion process, this is largely the feedstocks, the process, the products, electricity. And from a life cycle perspective and analysis, from the reviewed studies under this study, it has been established that anaerobic digestion is quite a sustainable way of managing, especially the biodegradable matter of the municipal solid waste that is generated within these urban setups, considering the renewable energy production capabilities and the production of a biofertilizer that could be used or that could replace the use of chemical fertilizers. So it is those two issues to do with the renewable energy production, production of biofertilizer, together with it being a waste treatment, environmental, groundwater, and surface water conservation process that gives AD an edge from a life cycle perspective. However, too worryingly, from the life cycle assessment review of the studies that we did, only a few, an insignificant number, have been found to have been carried out in sub-Saharan Africa. And this is actually also, I think this can as well testify to that. If you look at the global biogas-based electricity generation statistics for 2017, you will actually see that Africa in general has got a very low or insignificant share, which is actually also, I think, corroborating the issues to do that there is little penetration of an application of life cycle assessment for sustainability assessment and all that. So it's in our finding, our recommendation that life cycle assessment must be promoted and in Africa.
Thank you very much. Let us now pass to the discussion before continuing. I have one question to the first presentation, number 30, to Mr. Truth Nuhubu and Edison Modonda. Is there any biomass strategy in Zimbabwe? My first question. And how about the rural biogas situation in Zimbabwe?
Truth Nuhuba, you can activate your mic.
Thank you very much, Prof. Aziz. Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you for the questions. On the biomass strategy in Zimbabwe, I think you have realized that from the presentation that I highlighted, you will see that there is quite a number of policy provisions regarding the promotion of biomass utilization for biogas production or biogas production for electricity generation, either at household, at institutional or at municipal level. But however, what the challenge that is actually obtaining is that when it comes to issues of operationalization of those policies, what are the challenges? The challenges are numerous, are many. One of it being issues to do with availability of resources, technical expertise, and even general acceptance of the technology as the best technology that could be implemented for purposes of addressing some of the challenges that we're seeing or witnessing in regards to waste management. So by and large, I would like to say that when we talk about strategy per se, from a policy perspective and from a planning perspective, it's quite generally adequate. What is lacking is issues to do with implementation and kicking the ball rolling, bringing in initiatives that actually brings issues to do with the operationalization of those policies. Because you will actually see, even for those who will be able to actually go through the paper, they will see that there are even issues to do with some form of quantification or estimation of the biogas potential in Zimbabwe. But if we then go on an assessment to then look at what is actually of that potential, what is actually being utilized, you will come to the conclusion that is close to none or it's insignificant. What is actually happening is that you are only having those small scale household level or institutional level biogas.
How about rural biogas? Is it developed in Zimbabwe? Rural biogas for household.
Yeah, these ones are basically being developed in Zimbabwe. Basically, the fixed dome systems that largely we're having fixed dome systems and the tubular ones. But these are small operations that cannot be, that you cannot then look at to deal with them managing the enormous waste management, biodegradable waste or biomass that you actually generate.
Okay, thank you very much, Truth Nubu. from Zimbabwe. And the next question is to number 1, 50-50, to Mohammed Ala Benini. You have present pellet, and I would like to know first, what is the high heating value of your pellet in megajoule per kilogram?
Mr. Ala Benini, please activate your mic. Okay.
Yes, what's the question, please?
What is the high heating value or calorific value of your pellet used in megajoule per kilogram?
It's about 1872.
1872. Okay.
Yes.
No, it's less than 20. Okay.
Yes, it's less than 20.
How about the cost? Do you have an idea about the cost of producing 1 kilogram of pellet?
No, now we do a study about economical study about that.
Okay. Okay. Like, because it's very important to know the cost to compare
Yes.
it to another method. Okay.
It's our subject. We compare about 3 or 4 pellet
Yes.
commercial.
What do you use to produce your pellet? Plastics or wood residues or?
It's wood residues or olive residues.
Okay.
And we have other residue.
You have mixture of wood and olive mixture.
Yes.
How about the composition? 50-50 or?
No. It's agriculture residues.
No, you have you mixture wood waste with olive waste.
No, we don't mix.
Okay. Okay. You have 2 kind of pellet. You can use it from forestry residue or for olive oil. Okay.
Yes, we do other study with other residues. It's
okay,
the project of our articles.
Thank you very much, Mohammed Ala Benini.
Thank you.
Very much. Let us pass to the next question, number 161, to Ismail Al-Hamzawi. Can you hear me, Mr. Hamzawi?
Yes, Professor, I can hear you.
Thank you very much for your very important presentation. I have one question. How about the yield of your biodiesel in terms of how do you produce? How many liter of biodiesel you produce per liter of feedstocks or liter of oil?
Yes, that's a very important question. We only started doing the analysis of that like only lately, but we have an estimate. So based on the type of alcohol we're using in the transesterification process and based on the catalyst we're using, we estimate the yield to be around 90 to 93%, which is quite low. And the difficulty to have a
Mr. Hamzawi, I mean, how many liters of biodiesel you produce from 1 liter of oil cooking? You understand my question?
Yeah, exactly. So if it's 1 liter, so 90% to 93%.
So less than 1 liter of less than 1 liter of biodiesel.
Less than 1 liter.
0.9. Okay.
0.9.93. And the reason is it's very specific to used cooking oil. If you use other feedstock, it can go all the way up to 98%. But when it comes to used cooking oil, it comes with all sorts of other stuff.
The main parameter of your processes is the yield. Are you agree with me? I think the main processes is to know how many liters of biodiesel you can produce from 1 liter of oil cooking.
I definitely agree. I definitely
Yes.
agree. But for use, because our feedstock is
it depends on the experimental conditions, but we can have an average number or optimal number.
yes, yes. I think we're confident to optimize it all the way up to 95%.
Okay.
But it still to be achieved, and we will publish once we do that.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Excuse me, Professor Barry, you should be quick in giving questions.
Yes, we have
yeah.
Number 22. Quickly to Suad Abu Daoud. Why pyrolysis is the best way for waste to energy processes? How you can decide this?
Suad Abu Dawood, please unmute your mic. Suad Abu Dawood. Suad Abu Dawood.
You have to activate.
You can go to the next question.
Yes, next.
Okay, it's there.
Professor,
yes.
Sorry. Pyrolysis is our appropriate selection for valorization of municipal solid waste because of its ecology, because it is an ecological process comparing with the incineration, and it have low emissions of pollutants. For example, CO2 and other pollutants, other emission pollutants. It's also because also comparing to incineration and gasification, scientific researchers shown that pyrolysis of mixed waste allows to increase the quantity and the quality of the bio oil produced, and also it's produce. We can produce also biochar if we process with a land pyrolysis, and also it's increased the production of syngas also. And it could be the pyrolysis. It could be also integrated with coupling with gasification to favorize the production of syngas.
See, yes. So your answer is about environmental impact. Okay, but how about economical aspect? Is there any study of economical feasibility of the processes?
This is pyrolysis is it is very developed in laboratory scale, and there is a lot of research at laboratory scale. But we are aiming to reach its maximum performance of this process at an industrial scale.
And you have dispositif in your laboratory of pyrolysis?
Not yet. We are.
You are from which laboratory? Which university?
It's Mohammedia School Laboratory Mozem de PE.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Miss. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor.
Yes. Okay. Last question, number 36. LCA in environmental study. Can you hear me, Mr. Trust Nuhubu?
Yes, Prof.
Yes, I would like to have you an idea about in anaerobic digestion life cycle assessment, how many quantity of greenhouse gas emission we can reduce when we produce 1 meter cube of biogas, for example? Have you an idea? Because it's known that that biogas production contribute to reduction of greenhouse gas in terms of equivalent CO2.
Is that the performance of anaerobic digestion is largely on the production of methane. Methane has got a high potent, like you highlighted in your presentation that time. But by burning the methane, you are actually reducing the potence of methane.
Okay.
So if you then consider anaerobic digestion, for example, if you consider it against, if you do a life cycle assessment of anaerobic digestion against tail-end filling, you will then see that the emission of methane in the atmosphere, unlike when you actually are producing biogas in an anaerobic digester, the biogas which you are going to burn to produce electricity and somehow also to produce carbon dioxide, which is also a less potent gas. Therefore, by and large, on a probability of scales, the amount of the biogas, the amount of the emissions that you are going to derive from the production of biogas is actually a bit less compared to if you generally just emit the methane into the atmosphere on a carbon dioxide emission equivalent.
Thank you, Professor Troost. Thank you very much. Let us pass now to the second party of the presentation. And the next presentation is an energy recovery of palm left waste by anaerobic digestion and thermochemical conversion, presented by Omar Karrou.
Hello everyone, I'm Kira Omar, PhD student from University of Topological. As the name of all the authors contributed in this work, I would like to thank for accepting our participation untitled Energy Recovered from Palm Leaf Waste by using anaerobic digestion and thermochemical conversion. As planned for our speech, we will start with introduction and then study aim. In the third section, we will present the materials and method used in this study. In the first part, we will discuss the results obtained and then finally its conclusion. That palm cultivation is considered extremely important among for the Arab farming communities. Is not only my source of food but also tied to a variety of customs, traditions, and social values. It produced that fruit, which is God considered as one of the oldest fruits and content a good nutriment, like carbohydrate, dietary fibers, and salt and minerals. That palm tree also generates a significant potential of the waste, which is in the form of fruit branch, leaves, and trunk. These wastes are used generally to feed animals or serve as raw materials to create household items, furniture, and building materials. But also it's sent to landfill, which lead to environmental problems such as fire. Thus, there is an urgent need to find a sustainable application for waste recovery. So the objective of this study is to explore the theoretical energetic potential using two recovery methods of palm waste. First one is thermochemical conversion or combustion, and second one is anaerobic digestion. The theoretical height value and methane potential value are determined using ultimate analysis. In our study, the substrate used is the palm leaf waste was collected from the Ratafilial region in Morocco, ground and sorted in bottle at 4 degrees Celsius until used. To characterize the substrate, several analysis methods are applied, noting total solid, mineral solid, volatile solid, and the element analysis also of each Each percentage of carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, and sulfur were determined. The higher heightened value and low heightened value are predicted using the ultimate analysis and based on this as shown in equation 1 and 2. To estimate the theoretical biogas from anaerobic digestion, we are using a visual equation. This equation is based on chemical composition of the substrate, and also this equation can be used to estimate biogas composition. And that is the equation used to calculate the theoretical methane production based on the equation of Biswell. So to calculate the annual electrical energy potential produced using the scenario of anaerobic digestion or thermochemical conversion or combustion, this is the equation that we use to calculate this energy. So using a thermochemical conversion, the energetic potential is around of 235.5 gigawatt hour per year. And using anaerobic digestion scenario, the energetic potential reached 68.91 gigawatt hour per year. These results are useful since they give primary results of energetic potential of palm leaflet waste feedstock. However, the anaerobic digestion is a green and sweetenable energy and contributes also in the circular economy. Energy demand and environmental problems are pushing countries to develop solutions and invest in renewable energy from biomass research. The palm leaflet waste feedstock have a great energy potential in both the recovery method proposed in this study. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Let us pass to the next presentation. Evaluation of the thermal decomposition behavior of algal biomass in rotary kiln pyrolyzer, presented by Botwell, Niani, and Shanganain Longuti.
Good day to everyone. I'm going to present our work, evaluation of the thermal decomposition behavior of algal biomass in a rotary kiln reactor. Biomass conversion to energy is increasing due to the global efforts to reduce the over-reliance on fossil fuels. And in our case, we use the alga because alga is a type of biomass that is now becoming popular because of the way it can be synthesized in a fast manner compared to other plant-based biomass. Now, continuous biomass pyrolysis reactors have been designed and are still being tested, and these are going to be used in the industrial scale pyrolysis of biomass. Now, these reactors will operate at intermediate to fast pyrolysis regimes. Of note is the heating rate that is attained by these reactors, which is 100 to 1000 degrees Celsius per minute. Now, the problem that we have in the study of the pyrolysis of biomass is currently we use TGA instruments. Most researchers use TGA instruments, and then the information that is generated by use of TGA instruments is expected to be used in the design and upscaling of large-scale continuous pyrolysis reactors. Now, there are two major disadvantages associated with this. The firstly, a TGA instrument simulates the action of a fixed bed pyrolysis systems, and also the heating rates that are achieved by most TGA instruments, they are way lower than the heating rates that can be achieved by large-scale pyrolysis reactors. Yes, some TGA instruments can achieve a higher heating rate, but you realize that the stability of the instrument gets affected in such a case. Now, in our work, we used a lab-scale rotary kiln reactor to start the pyrolysis of biomass. Now, we designed a rotary kiln reactor that could achieve the heating rates that are almost in the range of those attained by large-scale pyrolysis reactors. Now, this means that the mass loss data, the reactivity data, and the kinetics that can be generated from such a laboratory scale reactor can be used in the design and operation of large-scale pyrolysis reactors. Now, our reactor, it was a pipe of 20 millimeter diameter that was passing through a furnace. This created a heating zone of about 50 centimeters where the biomass that is being pyrolyzed will pass through, and then it undergoes pyrolysis, and then hence there is a mass change. Now, the mass change was determined by using the ash tracer method, where you determine the inlet and outlet ash content, and then you calculate the mass change. These are the results that we obtained by use of our lab scale reactor. You can see that the TG curves and the DTG curves, they look similar to the curves that are normally obtained via the use of TGA instruments. Now, whatever information that we can generate from such plots, now it can be used in the upscaling and in the design and upscaling of large-scale pyrolysis reactors, because this information, we got it by the use of a reactor, a laboratory scale reactor, that is simulating the action of the real large-scale reactor. In conclusion, we managed to demonstrate that instead of using TGA instruments, we can use a suitable lab scale reactor to start the pyrolysis behavior, and using data from such a reactor makes it easier to design and upscale and operate large scale processes. Thank you for watching.
Thank you very much. Just pass to the next presentation. Physicochemical and thermal characterization of olive pomas, presented by Ilyas Bakhtar.
Hello, I am Ilyas Bakhtar, PhD student at University Mohammed V of Rabat. I have the pleasure to present you our work on the physicochemical and thermal characterization of olive pomas. First of all, I would like to present my gratitude to the Research Institute UNIZEN for supporting this work via the BioF2S project fund. In this presentation, there will be 5 parts. First, we will have an introduction, then we will see the material and methods. After, we will discuss the results of chemical analysis, followed by those of thermal analysis, and finally, a conclusion. To study the valorization of a biomass, several steps are required. It's first necessary to have the idea to use the material, then comes the collect, followed by the characterization, and finally we can valorize it to obtain energy. Our work is included in the characterization phase to investigate whether the olive pomace can be of short potential fuel. Biomass used in this study was the olive pomace. It was collected from a traditional olive oil extraction unit located in Meknes city. The table summarizes the ultimate analysis of our material and its high heating value. As you can see, it presents an important amount of carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen, also an important HHV compared to other fuels. 2 types of characterization methods are used: thermal analysis as non-calorimetry, differential scanning calorimetry, thermometric analysis, differential thermal analysis, and chemical analysis such as ultimate analysis, scanning electron microscopy coupled with energy dispersal X-ray, the X-ray diffraction analysis, and Fourier transform infrared spectroscopy. The same image shows a heterogeneous structure with different grains. Also, it has a low porosity, which is demonstrated by few black spots. Thus, the chemical composition map and graph indicate the existence of numerous chemical elements such as oxygen and carbon. These elements constitute a part of organic matter which is involved in the combustion process. Nevertheless, the other minerals like magnesium, silicon, and aluminum remain in the ashes. For biomass, X-ray diffraction technique is applied to assess the existence of cellulose, which has a high degree of crystallinity, while hemicellulose and lignin are amorphous. The diffractogram of the olive pomace sample highlights a major peak at 2 theta equals 20.7 degrees, which corresponds to cellulose of structure type 2, cellulose 2, called regenerated cellulose. It can be seen that several absorption bands are present in the infrared spectra of the analyzed sample, like the stretching vibration of the COC band at 1045 amperes centimeter, or the hydroxyl groups OH vibration at 1640 amperes centimeter or 3416 amperes centimeter. Or also the asymmetric and symmetric elongation of CH in aliphatic chain. The figure shows an endothermic peak between 50 and 160 degrees C with a maximum around 102 degrees C. This peak corresponds to the release of existing moisture in the sample. On the other hand, the two exothermic peaks at 275 degrees C and 370 degrees C characterize the thermal degradation of the biomass. Within the TGE curve, we can distinguish three parts of the degradation. The first part shows a slight mass drop, which is due to the drying process of biomass. This observation is confirmed by this peak in the DTG curve. In the second part, a large amount of the sample decomposes. This area describes the process of devolatilization. In fact, devolatilization is depicted by three peaks in the DTG curve at 283 degrees C, 398 degrees C, and 474 degrees C related to the decomposition of hemicellulose, cellulose, and lignin. The third part, when begins the fixed carbon oxidation, starts after 480 degrees C. It's also possible to determine the characteristic combustion parameters from the thermogram, such as the ignition temperature and its corresponding time, the maximum the maximum combustion rate, as well as the burnout temperature and time, also the ignition index T and the combustion index S. It can be deduced that olive pomace has a low ignition temperature as of 243 degrees C compared to other biomasses. This means that olive pomace require less energy to be ignited. The DTA analysis curve of olive pomace contains an endothermic peak corresponding to the drying process between ambient temperature and 150 degrees C. Then we observe three exothermic peaks around 308, 399, and 476 degrees C. These peaks correspond successively to the decomposition of hemicellulose, cellulose, and lignin. This confirms the result deduced from the TGA and DTG curve. To sum up, in this paper we discussed the results of thermal and chemical analysis of olive pomace. According to presented data, we can say that our biomass could be a good candidate for exploitation as a fuel. In this perspective, our next project will focus on thermal valorization of olive pomace via the combustion process. Thank you for your attention.
Let's pass to the next presentation, the effect of light on anaerobic digestion process of household similar waste under mesophilic regime, presented by Amin Haji, Najma Al-Arousi, and Mohammed.
Hello everybody, my name is Amin Haji, professor at Mohammed V University of Rabat. Today I'm going to present you this research work which is entitled The Effect of Light on Anaerobic Digestion Process of Household and Similar Waste under Mesophilic Regime. Our presentation is synthesized according to the following points. First, we will present the general context of the study. After that, materials and the methods. Then we will show the result and the discussion, and we will finish with a conclusion and perspective. Nowadays, waste management is a real socio-economic and environmental issue. In Morocco, the quantities of waste are continuously increasing with a growth rate of around 5% caused by population growth, change in lifestyle, and the development of technology. Currently, the waste sector generates about 10% of greenhouse gas emissions. The anaerobic digestion process allows waste recovery by converting biodegradable organic matter through anaerobic microorganisms into biogas, mainly composed of methane and carbon dioxide. Several research work have studied the influence of many physiochemical parameters on the performance of the anaerobic digestion process. However, few of them have dealt with the influence of light on the anaerobic fermentation process, mainly because of the obvious fact that conventional anaerobic digestion systems operate in total darkness. In the sense that the present work aims to study the influence of light on the production of biogas in the case of municipal solid waste. The municipal solid waste used in this study come from the controlled landfill of Omeza, Rabat region. After recovery of the substrate, physical characterization of the waste was performed, followed by a physical pretreatment to reduce the particle size to 10 millimeters. For the experimental device, we used the BioFlow Silicon 115 type. It's a fermenter with a capacity of 14 liters and useful volume of 10 liters. The experimental device is achieved by a flow meter, biogas analyzer. Fermentation was carried out under a mesophilic regime with a temperature of 14 degrees Celsius with a retention time of 21 days and under stirring intensity of 14 revolutions per minute. The BioFlow digester was placed in the location where it received natural sunlight and the BioFlow digester was placed in a location where it received natural sunlight and artificial light when with an illumination level of 500 lux was used outside the sunlight hours. During the first 5 days, the pH drop was corrected by adding NaOH. So here you have the result of the first study that evaluates the effect of light and total darkness condition on the pH value. As shown in the result of figure 2, an increase in the pH value was observed of the case of illuminated digester due to the reaction of photosynthesis that consumed dissolved CO2 and increasing the pH level, which led to a slight improvement in the pH variation during the first 7 days of anaerobic digestion compared to the result of the unlighted digester. Regarding the second study, it deals with the influence of light and total darkness condition on biogas production. This figure shows the biogas production for the two batch reactors in the light and dark condition. For the one in the light condition on continuous degrees on biogas production was observed from day 7 until the rest of experiment. It reached a minimum value of 0.11 liters per day. This decrease can be explained by the massive presence of photosynthetic bacteria visibly present with a reddish-brown color on the internal wall of the bioreactor that could have created a competitive situation with the methanogenic bacteria on CO2, thus leading to a decrease in the activity of both groups of bacteria. For the case of the batch reactor with the dark condition on normal biogas production was observed, characterized by a maximum production from day 13 with 0.36 liter per day that remained constant until the end of the experiment. The third study focused on the effect of light and dark condition on biogas composition. The effect of light on the composition of the biogas is presented in figure 4. The results show that methane content of the biogas for the lighted digester case was 21.5% lower than the unlighted digester case, with a methane content of 51% for the photosynthesis assisted digester and 65% for the unlighted digester case. Based on the results obtained, it was found that illuminated digester had a low biogas production of about 0.11 liters per day and a low methane content of 51%, which is 14% lower than the biogas production and 21.5% lower than the methane content, respectively, compared to the unlighted digester. In the present study, the anaerobic digestion under continuous dark condition was more efficient than under continuous light condition. Further studies are needed to better understand the effect of light on anaerobic digestion using different illumination times with different light intensities. Thank you for your attention.
Very much. Next presentation. Potential impact on the COVID-19 pandemic on plastic medical waste management in South Africa, a narrative review presented by Zvanaka Senzini Mazandu.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Zvanaka Mazandu from the University of Johannesburg, and I'm going to present on potential impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on plastic medical waste management in South Africa, a narrative review. Production. The onset of COVID-19 resulted in an increase in plastic use, medical waste with high plastic content, and littering, following rapidly rising infections, recent vaccine rollout, and double masking as new variants emerge. South Africa and other African countries are receiving millions of PPE from various countries, which will eventually also require disposal post-use. For example, Wuhan, China, saw a 600% increase in waste recorded. This can overwhelm waste management systems, more so in low-income countries where such services are lacking, and therefore people resort to illegal dumping and burning. The aim of this review is to highlight potential impact of inadequate capacity for medical waste management during the pandemic phase and assess existing capacity in South Africa and discuss way forward. These are some of the data sources used. Literature review. Waste enters aquatic systems and poses significant danger to marine animals, while land animals are also at risk. SARS-CoV-2 can survive between 3 to 7 days on surfaces. Table 2 shows some of the diseases that can be transmitted through illegally disposing waste. Illegal dumping also leads to flooding of blocked drains, devaluation of properties, water and soil contamination, revenue loss from cleanups. South Africa's case. Waste treatment facilities in South Africa are shown in Figure 2. Medical waste treated over the years in South Africa and Cape Town is shown in Figure 3 and 4. As you can see, there's a peak here. The peak at 2,653 tons between June 2017 and April 2018 was due to the listeriosis outbreak, which contributed 1,600 tons of contaminated food waste, also regarded as medical waste. In Cape Town, there was approximately a 1,000-fold increase in May 2020 for medical waste treated when compared to the output for March 2020, whilst nationally a 36-fold increase was reported. This trend occurred before the country's first peak of infections. Lessons for South Africa. South Africa needs to explore other healthcare risk waste treatment methods such as cement kilns or furnaces, construct temporary facilities while upgrading existing infrastructure, purchase mobile incinerators that can be moved from one province to another, review existing waste management plans for medical waste, conduct an audit to assess transport capacity available to handle waste, provide waste pickers or refuse collectors with adequate PPE to stamp out infections. Conclusions and direction for future research. While channeling resources towards containing the pandemic, equal effort should also be towards increasing the country's medical waste management capacity, including transportation services and labor. LCAs of alternative treatment methods should be done. I would like to acknowledge University of Johannesburg and Botswana International University of Science and Technology for funding. These are some of the references which were used in this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let us pass to the next presentation. Pyrolysis of edible and cosmetic wall production waste, presented by Boni Naji.
Excuse me now, the discussion of the presentations.
Okay. So let us begin by the first presentation. How about the energetic value of waste data, that waste in terms of using the combustion and anaerobic digestion? To the Omar Karou.
Omar Karou, you can unmute your mic.
Yes, can you please repeat the question, dear professor?
What is the difference in terms of energy output between the combustion and the anaerobic digestion of palm waste?
Yes. So for the anaerobic digestion means we will use the substrate of palm leaflet waste to produce the methane, and then we will use the methane to produce the electricity, and we can also benefit from the fertilizer of digestion. That's the first scenario. The second scenario is to use the substrate directly for combustion, and then we can generate the heat and value that we can use to generate electricity. That is the difference between two scenarios.
Thank you. Let us pass to the next question, number 45. Mr. Botwil Noli. Can you activate your micro, please? I'd like to...
Yes, I'm here, Prof.
Yes, about the characteristic of your biomass used, of the biomass used in terms of composition, organic content, volatile solid, and so on.
Okay. Unfortunately, the characteristics that are put there are only for proximate analysis, but normally this algae on the ultimate analysis, you will realize that it's almost like all the other algae that has been presented before, with up to maybe 45 to 50% carbon, and then 6% hydrogen, and then up to 11 to 15% nitrogen, which is like an indicator that whatever you're going to get, you might end up having oxides of nitrogen. And then it has got a considerably low sulfur content, and also the oxygen to carbon molar ratio and the hydrogen to carbon molar ratio in algae will is special for the hydrogen carbon molar ratio is considerably high.
Thank you.
And then
thank you very much. Sorry for you. Thank you. Next question to Amin Haji, to Ilyas Bakhatar Iman Badran, physico-chemical and thermochemical of pomas. You have used many sophisticated analysis methods, such as X-ray, X-diffraction, and so on. Can you please indicate me what is the advantage to use this analysis in terms of biomass energy recovery?
Okay, sir. We use this analysis methods in order to understand the composition, the chemical composition of our biomass, such as whether if this biomass is able to be used as a biomass combustible. As we know, biomass is essentially composed of cellulose, hemicellulose, and lignin. So these are the main composition of biomass. So to investigate if olive pomas contain this polymers, we use the X-ray diffraction, the FTIR analysis, and other analysis. Also, to study the behavior of our biomass, we use the thermal methods of characterization, such as thermogravimetric analysis.
That's all. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you to you, sir.
Let us pass to the presentation done by Amin Haji, number 182. What is the value of light intensity above which a decrease of biogas is observed?
Please, hello, Professor Bari. Please, can you repeat your questions, please?
Yes, of course. What is the value of intensity, light, above which we can observe decrease of biogas production?
We have a constant value of intensity, or luminance intensity. It's the 500 lux.
500 lux.
Yes.
So if the intensity is higher than 500, we'll have a decrease of biogas production.
In this study, we don't study the effect of various value of illumination intensity. Donc, perhaps after we study the effect of different illumination time with different light intensity.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Haji.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next question, presentation 188, potential impact of COVID pandemic. My question is, which kind of plastic waste are linked to COVID-19?
Okay, yes, hello everyone. So it just depends on the type of PPE that is being used.
What is
but the various types include, personal.
Please, can you indicate the exact name? Polyethylene.
Okay, yes, so I'm saying it depends on the protective equipment that is being used. So for example, if it's the coveralls, you'll be using low density polyethylene. For goggles,
You have polyvinyl chloride, PVC.
Mhm.
For surgical masks, some are made of polypropylene.
Mhm.
Then let's say drips, they are made of PVC. Gloves, some are made of high density polyethylene.
What is the composition? What is the high content, polyethylene or polypropylene in terms of quantities?
Okay, so it might be a bit of a challenge to quantify that because, like I said, with the new variants that are emerging, people are now, resorting to double masking, and then some are using face shields. So it's a bit difficult to quantify, but generally there has been an increase. And even if you look at the vaccine rollout, the syringes that are being used, they are made of high density polyethylene, and there are millions of those. So in terms of percentages, I didn't look into that.
Okay, thank you very much, Razanga Senzini. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So let us pass now to the last party of presentation. The next presentation, pyrolysis of edible and cosmetic oil production waste, presented by Boni Naji. From Botswana.
Pyrolysis of edible and cosmetic oil production waste was done on 3 different types of waste. These wastes included spent bleaching earth, marula shells, and sunflower hulls. These wastes are currently being disposed as landfill, which is causing environmental degradation. So there was need to find sustainable technologies which would treat this waste. And one of the technologies suggested was pyrolysis. The aim of this project was to pyrolyze edible and cosmetic oil production waste so that we may produce bio-oil and biochar. Before pyrolysis, characterization was conducted, which included X-ray diffraction to determine the crystallinity in the samples. Thermogravmetric analysis was also run to determine the thermal decomposition temperatures of the samples. FTIR was conducted to find the functional groups that are present in the samples. After characterization, pyrolysis was run at 500 degrees Celsius to produce bio-oil and biochar. Characterization results showed us that the thermal decomposition for all the samples occurred at temperatures above 700 degrees Celsius. The proximate analysis for all the biomass resulted in us getting sunflower hulls having the highest moisture content and the highest volatile solids. Marula shells had the highest fixed carbon, and spent bleaching earth had the highest ash content. On X-ray diffraction, spent bleaching earth was containing willemite, quartz, cristobalite, and montmorillonite. And FTIR results showed us that there are many functional groups in these samples which depicted their heterogeneous nature. Pyrolysis results showed us that sunflower hulls had the highest bio-oil content, followed by marula shells, and lastly spent bleaching earth. The yield of biochar was more from spent bleaching earth, followed by sunflower hulls, then marula shells. Core pyrolysis results were relating to the single pyrolysis results that we got. Edible and cosmetic oil production waste can be used to generate bio-oil, which we can use as a fuel or as a chemical additive. And the biochar can be modified by activation using alkali or acids so that it can be used for absorption in production industries. Thank you.
Next presentation, review of various feedstock utilized in thermochemical processes, presented by Edison Muzenda.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nkosi. I'm a PhD student from the University of Johannesburg under the supervision of Prof. Mozenda, Prof. Bulate, and Dr. Nhubu. The title of my presentation is A Review of Various Feedstocks Utilized in Thermochemical Processes. The presentation layout will be as shown. Introduction. Fossil fuels have in the past decades presented themselves as reliable fuel sources for energy, heat transportation, and an essential function for many industries. 80% of the world is dependent on non-renewable fossil fuel resources such as crude oil, natural gas, and coal for energy supply. However, fossil fuels have a limited lifespan and contribute to greenhouse gas emissions. In 2016, the world population produced a projected 2 billion tons of general solid waste. This equates to a daily accumulation rate of 0.74 kilograms per person. Likewise, in 2017, South Africa reported a waste generation rate of 0.755 kilograms per person per day. As a consequence of urbanization, industrialization, and modernization in major cities such as Johannesburg. General waste is classified under 16 subcategories, which also include organic waste, plastic waste, and waste tires. For the treatment of organic-based materials such as biomass and food waste, 4 management pathways have been utilized. This includes landfilling, composting, incineration, and anaerobic digestion. However, a significant challenge experienced with non-biodegradable materials such as waste tires and waste plastics. This further stimulates the world's demand for alternative, clean, and sustainable energy resources. These include technologies such as pyrolysis, gasification, and liquefaction. Conventional biomass treatment methods such as landfilling, composting, and anaerobic digestion are simple, well understood, and well developed. However, they are associated with limitations such as their environmental unfriendliness, and some are associated with orders and high capital investments. On the other hand, PGL processes convert waste material into high-end products, namely biogas, which is applicable as a heat source, bio-oil, applicable in the heat, power, transportation, and chemicals industry, and biochar, which is applicable as a soil enrichment agent. Table 1 shows the approximate and ultimate values of organic waste feedstocks, namely biomass and food waste, as well as their higher heating values. Conventional methods such as reuse, recycling, and combustion has been employed to minimize plastic volumes. However, these process pathways are associated with poor secondary product quality that may contain harmful substances, and the combustion of plastics is likely to produce atmospheric pollutants. PGL processes produce gas, oil, and char that has a high heating value and applicable as a heat source in various industries, as well as a coal conversion agent with coal and other wastes. Waste tire treatment methods such as reuse, recycle, grinding, reclaiming, devulcanization, and combustion have been traditionally employed. Some of the advantages of these processes are the reduced rubber utilization, reduced production cost, energy recovery potential, and the creation of new products. However, some of these processes are expensive, energy intensive, and require flue gas cleaning system, and a modest market exists for the recycled products. PGL processes, on the other hand, produce gas, oil, and char that has a high heating value and applicable as a heat source in many industries. Table 2 shows the approximate and ultimate values of polymer waste feedstocks, namely plastics and tires, as well as the higher heating values. The co-conversion of several different wastes has been explored by numerous authors. Research has shown that the different molecule interaction of different feedstocks can positively influence conversion rates, calorific values, product quality, reduce energy requirement, and reduce oil acidity, density, oxygen concentrations, and pH. Table 3 shows the calorific values of various blended feedstocks during co-conversion processes, namely pyrolysis and gasification. It can be seen that plastics and waste tires show improvement in the heating values of blended feedstocks by evident margins. The final conclusions of the study are shown in this slide. I would like to acknowledge my supervisors and the following institutions for financial and moral support. These were the references used. Thank you.
Now we switch to the last presentation.
Yes.
Yes.
Last presentation is application of life cycle assessment in waste management, a mini review. Knowing that the presentation 182 was removed to another session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Shanaka Majandu from the University of Johannesburg in South Africa. I'm going to present on application of life cycle assessments in waste management. This just shows the outline. Background. Application of LCA as a decision-making tool in drafting waste management policies is increasing globally. However, Africa is lagging behind. Out of the 153 studies on LCA evaluated between 2013 to 2018, only 2 were from Africa. The majority were from China. LCA2 is a simulation software which determines the environmental impact of a product or process through various impact categories or indicators, and hence it's important in policy formulation. In Europe, governments and local authorities are encouraged to use LCAs in decision making. Software used includes CIMAPRO, GABI, EaseWaste, OpenLCA. LCA methods used include recipe endpoint, use talks, and IPCC, while impact categories assessed include global warming, land use, water use, particulate matter. LCA framework. The LCA framework is governed by ISO 14040 and 14044 and follows the steps in Figure 1, where you define goal and scope, life cycle inventory, followed by impact assessment and interpretation of results. The objective initially was to assess LCA studies in plastic waste management that include gasification, but scope increased to include municipal solid waste. The study forms part of a broader study assessing environmental impacts of various plastic waste management scenarios in South Africa. Gasification is often overlooked in various studies compared to pyrolysis. Methodology. Keywords used included gasification, chemical and feedstock recycling. The database search yielded 13 articles which were reviewed. Waste management methods. In the context of plastic waste, recycling categories can be classified as primary recycling or closed loop, secondary recycling or open loop, quaternary recycling, which is incineration with energy recovery, tertiary recycling, which is pyrolysis or gasification. Results and discussion. Gasification studies are generally limited, as shown by the unshaded regions in Figure 3. In Africa, it shows that there's definitely a gap. The ensuing tables shows the reviewed studies. Gasification outperformed other processes in 8 of the studies. Management of polyolefin wastes had the least environmental impact if processed through a gasification process. However, 2 studies indicated that landfilling was the most preferred, although these findings contradict other authors as well as the waste hierarchy. And considering the rise in urbanization, landfilling is not an attractive method at all due to imminent land shortages.
Then,
The overall long-term impacts of landfilling on the environment and health of humans can also not be negated. Conclusion: there is a potential of employing gasification as an environmentally friendly process to handle solid wastes. Direction for future research: further LCA studies on gasification melting should also be done. These are just some of the references for this presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. So let us ask some questions before number 101. Boni Naji. You have one reactor of volume of 3 liters, and you name this instrument as Pilot 1. I think that it should be lab scale instrument, not pilot scale. Are you hearing me?
I think the author is not available.
It's not here?
Yes, I'm looking for the author.
Activate your micro, please.
It's not there.
It's not here?
Yes. It's not here.
So let us pass to next question.
Yes.
Number 190. Review of various feedstocks utilized in thermochemical processes. Biomass strategy. How about biomass strategy in South Africa? It doesn't exist now? Question.
I think Dr. Truss is caught. He can answer the question.
To Edison Mezenda for Truss.
Hello. Thank you very much. Biomass in South Africa. In South Africa, ideally what is happening is that there is a drive towards the production of biomass from the waste that is being generated. Like there has been a study, and the plant is about to be commissioned in Johannesburg, based on a study that was done. Basically, this study was basically done at the University of Johannesburg, from design to now the plant is about to be built. So there is also a biogas production from anaerobic digestion of the biogas from the biomass that is being generated in South Africa. So that's what I can say.
Okay, thank you very much. Next question to number 41, to Zvanaka, application of life assessment in waste management. My question is, how about collection waste organization to achieve your project?
Sorry, Prof, may you kindly repeat the question?
I would like to ask you, please, about the collection system, waste collection system organization, which can we use to achieve the objective of your project?
Okay, so this paper is actually part of a broader project where we are looking at various waste management strategies to manage plastic waste in South Africa. So this paper was meant to just give us an outline of the work that has been done to date in other jurisdictions, so that we can see where the gap is as we try to navigate that path of finding other alternative ways of managing plastic waste, since currently we are only using landfilling and mechanical recycling, although landfilling forms the bulk of the plastic waste that is managed in South Africa. In terms of waste collection, yes, it's currently about 64% of the population in South Africa is waste collection services. So we are also looking into all those aspects on how we can also increase the waste collection services in the country.
Thank you very much. With this, we have finished this session. I would like to thank all the presentation represent, all the person who have give presentation, very important. We have noticed that we have many presentation from South Africa, mainly from University of Johannesburg. Me also, I have a cooperation with University of Kuala Zulu, Natal, which I am lecture professor of waste management. And I hope that we will improve our collaboration between Morocco and South Africa in this renewable energy in general term. So before finishing, I would like to ask you to activate your camera to take photo, if it's possible. Mr. Yusuf Zaz, can you take photo for the participants? Can you activate your camera?
Yes, I activate my camera.
Activate your camera for taking photo of this session.
Professor Dieter, do you have a question?
Thank you very much. It's not necessary in the moment. Thank you.
Can you activate your camera to take photo, please? Okay.
Yes, my camera is activated.
Okay, let us 1, 2, 3. Cheese, please. Cheese. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Selberry. Thank you very much for Professor Dieter Missner. Thank you very much for all attendees, for all presenters. Now we are about 240 participant followers on Zoom platform, plus followers on YouTube Live. Thank you very much, and hope to see you in next edition in person.
Thank you very much for all.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, Dieter. Thank you, Haji. Thank you, Yusuf. Thank you, Truth.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, Professor Berry.
Salutation to our colleagues from South Africa.
Thank you very much.
And Zimbabwe, also Zimbabwe and Botswana.
Thank you, Prof.
Yes.
Thank you, Prof. Saz. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, Professor Berry. Yes.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Enjoy your day. Bye.
Bye-bye. The next session will be about wind energy. It will start in about 20 minutes. See you then. Good morning, good evening. Now we go to the next session, special session about wind energy. This session will be shared by Professor Abdelaziz Hibawi, Technical Program Committee member of IRSEC'21 and chair of the organizing committee of this conference. Professor Aziz, the floor is yours. I invite also the participants to post their question in the Q&A box. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Zas, for this nice presentation. Good morning, good evening, depends on your location. As said before, we will continue the program of IRSEC'21 by the special session 4 on wind energy. We'll start by the 5-minute presentations. The first presentation entitled Wavelet Multiscale Analysis of Wind Turbines, Smoothing Effect and Power Function Fluctuations, presented by Anton Miglek. The floor is yours.
Outline of this. Hello everyone, my name is Anton Meglic. I'm a PhD student at the Faculty of Electrical Engineering, Mechanical Engineering and Naval Architecture at the University of Split. And today I'm going to present you a wavelet multiscale analysis of wind turbine smoothing effect and power fluctuations. The outline of this paper is the following. First, we are going to start with the introduction. Then in section 2, we are going to explain the application of wavelet transform to the analysis of wind power fluctuations. And then in section 3, the methodology of this work is going to be introduced. At the section 4, we have the results of the smoothing effect in wind farms, and finally conclusion in section 5. Recent increase in interest for collocation of wind and solar PV plants raises the questions related to power fluctuations and their impact on power curtailment losses. The investigation is needed to quantify the reduction in power fluctuations that we can expect in wind farms when aggregating multiple wind turbines, which we call the smoothing effect. Our objective is to analyze power fluctuations and smoothing effect in wind farms for multiple wind turbines and various frequency bands. The way we analyze power fluctuations in wind farms is by using the maximal over leap discrete wavelet transform, abbreviation MODVT, which when applied to wind power time series decomposes the wind power time series to multiple scales, each representing certain frequency band. So starting from scale 1, we have the highest frequencies contained within the wind power time series, and up to the last scale, which represents the slowest fluctuations contained within the signal. The important property that MODVT has is that it is variance preserving decomposition. This is the methodology that we used throughout this paper. We started with the power data collection from 3 operational wind farms. Then we aggregated the power of n wind turbines and normalized the power time series to obtain comparable results. After that, at the step 3, we applied wavelet transform to the power time series of the wind turbines, and then we calculated the variance for each scale. And finally, we obtained the results of the smoothing effect for n wind turbines relative to a single wind turbine, which we call relative variance. These are the results of the smoothing effect in wind farms for the first 6 scales, which represents the highest fluctuations within the wind power time series. On y-axis we have a relative variance, and on x-axis we have the number of wind turbines. What we can see from these graphs is that for each additional wind turbine that we add, the variance is going to drop by a function that can be represented by 1 over n, where n is the number of wind turbines. As we move on to higher scales, we are actually moving to lower frequencies. And here are the results for the scales 7 to 12. What we can see is that as we move on to higher scales, the drop in variance is becoming less significant. And finally, at the scale 15, we can see that the variance is, as we add each additional wind turbine, is not dropping as much. So we can say that the smoothing effect ends at the scale 15. To conclude, the variance of aggregated normalized power time series is reduced by a factor of 1 over n for power fluctuations with periods up to 5 minutes. As we move on to higher scales, the level of smoothing will depend on the wind spatial correlations. And finally, the smoothing effect we've seen is still active up to 13th scale, which corresponds to the periods of fluctuations up to 4.5 hours. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Now we'll switch to the next presentation, 173, synchronization of an isolated sensorless double fed induction generator based on wind energy conservation system by Sami Labdai.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sami Labdai. I'm a PhD student of National Polytechnic School of Algeria. Today I present to you my work entitled The Synchronization of an Isolated Sensorless Double-Fed Induction Generator-Based Wind Energy Conversion System. The outline is divided into 6 main parts. Exploiting green energy became mandatory to fossil energies, especially after the 1998 Kyoto Protocol, to reduce energy consumption and the CO2 emission. Wind energy is one of the most popular renewable sources. The most used generator in wind energy application are the doubly fed induction generator. Our objective is to synchronize the standalone wind turbine with the grid. However, in order to control the machine for the synchronization, the steady state must be known at all times. For this, we propose a high-gain observer for the flux and speed, and a backstepping controller to assure the stability of the system. Here we present the system model, the wind turbine model, and the machine model. For simplification reason, we suppose that the starter flux is linked to the d-axis of the park frame. Then we obtain the following simplifications. For synchronization purpose, we added 3 capacities in parallel with the machine stator. Then we obtained the following state model, where the state vector represents the stator voltages, the rotor currents, the flux, and the speed. We can see that this model represents a certain triangular form. Then we can apply the backstepping algorithm, where the control parameters are the stator voltages, the inner loop control parameters are the rotor currents, and the inputs of the system are the rotor voltages. The high-gain observer is mainly designed to estimate the machine speed and flux from the measurement of the stator voltages and the rotor currents. It is given by the following form. Then the backstepping controller is constructed in two steps. The first step gives the virtual control laws, and the second gives the input control laws. Here represents a global scheme of our strategy. The machine parameters are given in the following table. Then the high gain backstepping controller parameters are given by. The wind speed used in simulation is given in figure 5. Here represent the high gain observer performances. In figure A, represent the real speed with its observed value, and the real and the observed defect flux. We can see that after a short transient time, the observed speed tracks its real trajectory perfectly. Same case for the defect flux. In order to synchronize the machine with the grid, we present the machine and the grid voltages in the DQ frame. We can see that after a short transient time, less than 1 second, we can have a safe synchronization. And this figure represents the currents of the defect rotor. We can see that after a short transient time, they track their estimated value and the desired value perfectly. Finally, we will represent a comparison of the grid and the machine voltages. This work represented the synchronization of an isolated sensorless doubly-fed induction generator based wind energy conversion system. We used capacitive filter to construct a new state space model for the system. The control purpose was to regulate the stator voltages to be close enough to the grid desired values. The proposed observer was used to estimate in real time a state vector of the system. We showcase the smooth and fast synchronization under variable wind speed. Our perspective is to test in real time the efficiency of our sensorless synchronization strategy. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Now the next presentation is done by Maha Annakubi. It's about a cascade H-bridge multi-level inverter for wind energy conservation system applications. You have the floor.
First of all, and before starting our presentation, we would like to thank the organization committee of this 9th International Renewable and Sustainable Energy Conference. In this presentation, we are going to introduce the Cascade H-bridge multi-level inverter for wind energy conversion system application. Right? Let's make a start. The session has been drawn to 4 points in particular, which we'd like to outline to you briefly. So we're gonna start with background purposes, then we're gonna move to description and modeling of the wind energy conversion system. After that, we're gonna move to the overview and model of the H-bridge 5-level inverter, and finally we're gonna present results, discuss them, and keep some perspective. According to the Global Wind Energy Council statistics, they expect that over 469 gigawatts of new capacity will be added in the next 4 years. There is nearly 94 gigawatts of new installation each year until 2025. Things that lead the researcher to carry out investigation and amelioration in order to contribute in this. To ameliorate the wind energy conversion system, there are many points to improve. One of them is to satisfy a standard IEEE condition, which include limitation of CHG factor and current harmonic, and this point is the one that takes our interest for this work. Now we're gonna move to a description and modeling of the wind energy conversion system, which is a structure that transforms the kinetic energy of the incoming air into electrical energy. This conversion takes place in 2 steps. The first one is the wind turbine, which is composed of 3 blade rotor and gearbox. This first part transforms the wind
power into mechanical one, that is converted into electrical one using a double feed induction generator. In order to inject the power generated into the grid, we are using inverter to adapt the electrical power to grid system services and IEEE conditions. Now we're gonna move to the modeling of the wind energy conversion system. We start with the wind turbine. So we modeled the aerodynamic part using the mechanical power. And in order to extract the maximum power possible from the wind, we are using the maximum power point tracking algorithm that we modeled as shown in the article. After that, we move to the model of the wind turbine, which is composed of gearbox and drive shaft. We modeled them using the equation as shown. This figure presents the whole model of the wind turbine plus the MPPT control. Now we have the mechanical power. We converted it into an electrical one using the double feed induction generator that we modeled in the park model using the equation as shown. To finally get the whole model present in the figure. To ensure that the active and reactive power of the double feed induction generator follow the reference, we model the PI controller as shown in the loop. To inject electrical power produced to the grid, we must respect grid's condition and parameter. That's why we're using inverter. And in order to have better performance, for our case, we choose to use multi-level inverter. Now we're gonna move to the model of the multi-level inverter. For this work, we are using an H-bridge 5-level inverter for the many advantages they have in terms of THD factor reduction. We start our modeling using the electrical model of an H-bridge 5-level inverter single phase as shown. So the 5-level output waveform is obtained by respecting the following switching state of the used semiconductor. And by using 3 of the previous model, we obtained the model of the H-bridge 5-level inverter. Now we're gonna move to the results of simulation. So we start by a separate simulation of 2-level and 5-level inverter. And according to the FFT analysis, we can conclude that the 5-level inverter improved the resolution in the voltage harmonic content. Using a 2-level inverter give us a THD that is equal to 68%, and the usage of the 5-level inverter give us a THD that is equal to 24% as shown in the figure, which means that our inverter reduced THD by about 44%. We can move to the simulation of the whole wind energy conversion system using a 5-level inverter. The first figure presents the wind profile used. The second one shows that the CP follows its CP max. The third one presents the electrical mechanical torque, and the fourth one presents the produced power. And finally, we did a comparative analysis of output voltage provided by the wind energy conversion system using 2-level and 5-level inverter. So according to the FFT analysis, we can conclude that the THD factor was being reduced by about 66%. To conclude, the use of 5-level inverter presents reduction of THD of the output voltage. The amelioration of the output waveform quality enabled to reduce output filter, and the block-in voltage of the 5-level switches is reduced so that the cost of switches. And in perspective, we are thinking to apply a higher level inverter and see the amelioration of THD factor, and to study the participation of the wind energy conversion system in the system service of the grid. Thank you for your attention.
The last presentation, but not least, is done by Sami Labdai, is about hybrid interior point method and generic algorithm for parameters estimation of 3-phase induction motor.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sami Labdai. I am a PhD student in the University of Durban. Today I will present to you my work entitled Hybrid Interior Point Method and Genetic Algorithm for Parameter Estimation of the 3-phase Induction Motor. The line is divided into 6 main parts. The 3-phase induction machine is the most used in both industry and academic research. A great number of developed techniques by researchers make them easier to control, like the field-oriented control, the direct torque control. However, most of these techniques rely heavily on the steady-state equivalent circuit and the machine parameters. The induction motor can be described by a set of manufacturer data. For example, its rated voltage, frequency, maximum torque, starting current, maximum current. Our objective is to develop a new technique based on genetic algorithm and interior point method to determine the parameters of the three-phase induction machine using its manufacturer data. Here we present the electrical, magnetic, and mechanical equations of the machine. The steady-state equivalent system is presented in this figure. Using the steady-state equivalent circuit machine, we can represent the power factor, the current, and the torque of the machine using the following equations. In order to identify the machine parameters, we will try to minimize a cost function that quantifies the error between the manufacturer data and the estimation data. In Figure 3, we present a flowchart of the genetic algorithm used to minimize the cost function. In Figure 4, we present the interior point method algorithm used to ameliorate the initial solution obtained by the genetic algorithms. In order to test our algorithm, we will use the following manufacturer data given by the machine available in our laboratory. In this figure, we present the genetic algorithm fitness function evolution and the machine parameters obtained by the genetic algorithm after 100 iterations. Here we present the characteristics, torque speed, and current speed of the machine with the obtained parameters. The curves in blue represent the machine data, estimated data, and the points in red represent the manufacturer data. Now, based on the initial solution given by the genetic algorithm, we will optimize the fitness function to obtain better results. This table represents the final parameters. Here represents the interior point method performances. The first curve in blue represents the machine torque. The first point is the nominal torque, maximum torque, and the starting torque. The second curve represents the nominal current and the starting current. In the final table, we represent a comparative study between the genetic algorithm and the hybrid interior point genetic algorithm. We present the results of each fitness function that quantify the nominal torque, the power function, the maximal torque, the nominal torque, the starting torque, and the power coefficient. In this work, we presented a hybrid genetic algorithm interior point method to estimate the steady-state parameters of the three-phase induction machine. The manufacturer data and the nameplate of the machine were used to construct a fitness function that quantifies the mean square error between the estimated and the real data. The machine parameters were chosen as the best individual that minimize this cost function. The accuracy of the results of the proposed hybrid algorithm from different starting points demonstrate the stability, the robustness of this algorithm. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for all presenters. And now we'll start the discussion. So if you have any questions, please raise your hands. I do not see no questions in the box Q&A. For questions, please raise your hand. Do not be shy. Yes. There is a question from Turia Heidi. I don't know which paper this question is addressed. Could you just send me the number of the paper? According to your results, at what speed the synchronization between machine and network is smooth and fast? Maybe this for the first. Excuse me, I see. To Monsieur Labdi, yes, Labdaye, yes. This question is addressed to Monsieur Labdaye. According to your results, at what speed the synchronization between machine and network is smooth and fast? Please unmute your mic.
Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes, we can.
Yes, of course. Thank you for having me. First of all, I would like to congratulate you on the success of the conference. Yes, I can answer the question. So the synchronization will be achieved when the speed is nearly 30% above or below the machine nominal speed. That means if you have a two pair of poles, the speed should be between 120 to 180 radian per second.
Thank you. If there is other questions? I have a question for Mr. Samil Abdizai. The number of iteration that you have fixing for the genetic algorithms, how you are fixing this number? You talk about 100 iteration.
Yes, in fact, we observed that the algorithm already converges after 20 generation. So for having a safe margin, we choose to go until 100.
This is not related, but according to the rate, the errors that you have.
Yes. It is according to stopping criteria, which is also a function of the error.
Do you have exploit some other algorithms like machine learning algorithms to compare them with the genetical algorithm?
In fact, we have explored another meta-IRSEC algorithm called the PSU. For machine learning, no, not yet. We also explored the interior point method. And we, in fact, we constructed a hybrid algorithm between the genetic algorithm and the interior point method. Maybe in the future, we will explore the neural networks and other optimization algorithms.
Okay. I will see if there is other questions. I ask all attendees to give questions. Yes, I see that. Yeah. Yes, for Abu Bakr, please unmute your mic and ask your question directly. Abu Bakr, I see that your hand is raised. Please unmute your mic. So I will ask the author of the paper 33, maybe Miss or Mrs. Maha, An-Nakubi. this about the truth table that he has presented in their slides, in her slides. For the undefined states, what is the output value? We can't hear you. Maybe you have a trouble with your mic, Maha.
Can you hear me?
Now, yes.
Okay. First of all, I'd like to thank all the organization committee for this virtual session. And to answer your question, is it about the switches state, the table that are present, where I present all the cases?
Yes. Maybe there
Okay.
you have several inputs, but you are not straight to process the all inputs. I'm asking about the undefined states or the not used states. Yes.
You are talking about the table that when I have presented all the switching state for the IGBT switches.
Yes.
Right.
All right.
Okay. Okay, so in the table, I just give a resume of all the possible switches that give me the five level we can see waveform, but for developing or more developing the other cases would give us more level of more case or more level. I would like to tell you that we are working now on a 7-level inverter, and in that 7-level inverter, we are treating the other undefined cases that we didn't treat here. So here we just treat the cases for to obtain a 5-level waveform, output waveform.
Okay.
Did I answer your question?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have a question for the paper 91 about the results. This about his study. If this study is a simulation, or if this simulation is applied to the real world. I mean, a real wind farm.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, thank you for your question. Yeah, actually, this is applied to the real world wind farms. As I've emphasized in the presentation, we've used data from 3 operational wind farms, and we calculated the smoothing effect and power fluctuations for real world wind farms. So yeah, this in general can be applied to the real applications.
Okay. I ask attendees and panelists to give questions. If not, we will close this session and we'll continue with the next session, of session B of this specialization 4. The first presentation of this session of ID paper 6.5 is by Omar Rajad. This presentation is entitled A Review of the HEWCT Technology Performances Enhancement Methods, Numerical Models, and Artificial Intelligence Concept used for the blade composite structure assessments context of new industry 5.0.
Dear audience, thank you for your silent presence. We will present our scientific contribution in the case of the International Renewable and Sustainable Energy Conference, entitled A Review on the Horizontal Axis Current Turbine Blade Performance Enhancement Method, Numerical Models, and EI concepts used for the blade composite structure assessment contextual industry. The presentation is prepared and assisted by Omar Rajat, Engineering and PhD. So the table of contents, we introduce the subjects, we present the different experimental testing of the wind blade, the presentation of a different way to develop the mathematical and numerical model using a lot of software, artificial intelligence consideration regarding the health monitoring of the blade and other purposes. In conclusion, to introduce, as you know, the blade designer have interested in the mechanical assessment of the blade, such as crack, failures, and plastic behavior and other purposes. There are a lot of experimentation to assess the blade. To characterize different damage of the blade, we use numerical and mathematical models to develop the physical phenomenon. New emerging industry 5.0 are being used to develop the way we consider the monitoring of the wind blades at different stages. To begin by the experimentation, which is important because we can assess really the different the mechanical behavior of the blade. We can detect different localization of failure using the full-scale model or the subcomponents or the specimen, which is more complex than other things, which is uncertain in different level. So the appraisal, we can use the safety model as we can use the Wi-Fi failure during the tests. The fatigue tests and studies are important to assess the blade. We can detect different failure as delamination and other failure breakage, matrix cracking, crashing, and other. For developing mathematical model, the Hooke's law is being used by assessment by characterizing the shear surface, which is important. Using equilibrium equation and kinematic to determine the deformation to assess the rigidity. We can assess the damage initiation by different criteria, as damage evolution to predict the tolerance of the blade and assess which is time to calculate the released energy. Mathematical and numerical model is being assessed within the software as abacus, and other pattern to assess the backend, calculate the natural frequencies and other purposes. Here, subroutine, which is due to a lot of calculation to characterize the failure, the other calculation as backend natural frequencies. Here, the new industry that are being used to develop and to assess the different way of calculation of these things, and other ones as maintenance, production, as the health monitoring of the blade using the concept of EI and using the human intelligence with the interface human machine to develop in the basis of autonomous and repetitive actions. Here we present the different way to manufacturing and to characterize the damage and the maintenance of the blade. We can use IoT, which is important in networks, to treatment using cloud and vector to save information. As you know, The valorization is good attention being paid to the process of industry using AI.
Hello? Okay. So I apologize to return back to the previous session because I see that there are some questions in the Q&A box. The question asked by Nabil Ben Sanan. This question is addressed to the paper ID 15. Which numerical method did you use in your simulation program? And what is your convergence criterion? If Mr. Sami Labday is there with us yet? Could you answer this question?
Mr. Sami Labday.
Please unmute your mic, Mr. Sami. There are two questions for Mr. Sami. We'll keep them to the end of the session, or we'll return back to those questions. So we'll continue the next presentation of the session B, the presentation 90 by Asma Izzewi, determining optimal wind energy farms locations based on MCDM and GIS, a case of study from Morocco.
Dear attendees, ladies and gentlemen, it's really a big pleasure for me to present in front of you the main highlights of our paper entitled Determining Optimal Wind Energy Farms Location based on MCDM and Geographical Information System, a case study from Morocco. I am Asma Izzewi, a geometric and surveying engineer. I work at the Moroccan Institute for Sustainable Energy as a site prospecting and resource assessment analyst, and I am a second-year PhD student. The outline of my presentation is as follows. First of all, I will begin my presentation with an introduction to the general context of the research aspect. The second part is devoted to the state-of-the-art of the used approach for site selection. The third axis will define the proposed approach. Section 4 discuss the results of the study. Finally, we will give some concluding remarks. Energy has become one of the most critical issues in human life due to global warming and pollution. Energy is one of the important inputs for economic development and power generation. In particular, wind energy, which is one of the most renewable sources which have an important role in the mitigation of climate change and the most mature, the cost-effective solution to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Morocco's potential is estimated at 25 gigawatts on identified onshore regions. Actually, the current Moroccan energy policy aims to develop and promote renewable and clean energy. Therefore, Mazen was created in order to manage renewable energy projects in Morocco, aiming at securing 52% of the country's energy mix from renewable sources by 2030. The implementation of any wind farms go through the following steps. Wind project developments begin with a prospecting phase, which consists of identifying potential wind power sites with a maximum energy production and minimum capex. Site selection of wind farms is a complex study. This is due to the multiplicity of constraints and parameters to be considered. In the literature, the process of choosing wind farm is generally treated under MCDM combined with GIS. The particular characteristics of GIS and multi-criteria decision-making complement each other. There are two types of variables in MCDM approach for site selection: constraints, which comprise natural or artificial restrictions, and selection or ranking criteria, which include environmental, economic, and social criteria. This table represents the results of a bibliographical review about site selection criteria covering a large number of studies. More details on the bibliographical review are covered in the previous paper. The main categories of methodologies include outranking method, value, utility-based method, interactive methods, and other methods. More details on this bibliographical review are covered in a previous publication. Regarding the application of MCDM method, we proceed as follows. So exclusion or restrictions are excluded either by fuzzy or Boolean method. Subsequently, the most important factor in MCDM is how to affect weights, either by introduce direct assignment AHV method or fuzzy AHV method, then the combination of the criteria by the three of the following method. So the most used MCDM method is the HP method and the and the weighted linear combination. HP is universally recognized by its robustness flexibility. However, some authors who use HP do not provide consistency ratio. Some relevant criteria may be applied in the same way around the world, but others vary widely due to market differences. In the case of wind energy for Morocco, we can count only 3 studies that they only consume a small particular region with a limited number of criteria. In general, we figure out that the most current wind farm site selection procedure like systematic methods and models, and very few studies with integration of wind, especially for Morocco. Therefore, we have decided to develop a new approach for choosing quality wind power site as an essential tool and decision-making aid for prospecting wind farm suitable sites. This issues into develop and to elaborate 2 main outputs: a country map for wind farm potential area and the proposal of national standards for site selection of wind turbines. This table summarizes the data to be used in the process of wind site selection. This slide shows the basic steps of the methodological framework or the methodological workflow. Firstly, the aim of the process is to mask and eliminate all the constrained area. Then the HV method will be used to determine the weight of the factors. Then the final map is drawn by a weighted linear combination. Thus, an overall relevance or suitability index is calculated for each cell. Extraction 15 constraints from the literature where it is strictly forbidden to install wind turbine, and 10 selection criteria. So the list of exclusion criteria adopted are presented in the paper. The table below lists the 5 classes of the threshold for each criteria. So here is the weighting matrix. So the wind speed has the highest weight, followed by the distance to electricity grid, and so on. We can say that the resulting weights are very logic. So on the left side, we have the exclusion map or the result of the combination of exclusion maps. On the right side of the screen, we have the map of the potential location for wind farm. So the results of the study clearly reflect the availability of large area offering very interesting wind power potential in Morocco, namely as Slug, Taznacht, etc. To validate our results, we used the wind farm GIS layer existing farms, and a comparison with the resulting location from our process demonstrates the reliability and efficiency of our approach. To conclude, we can say that our research focuses on wind energy, which is one of the most important sources of clean energy with high potential in Morocco. We have set up a comprehensive and multidimensional site choice approach using as input very high quality data based on the combination of GIS and MCDM. The approach is considered to be innovative and at cutting edge by consideration of relevant criteria for site selection by using data of high quality and for Morocco, and also through the elaboration of the Moroccan wind site selection guidelines. Thank you for your kind attention. For more details on the methodology results, I really invite you to read the full paper on the IRSEC proceeding. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll switch to the next presentation, comparative study of defect power control using the vector control and fuzzy logic. This presentation is done by Ikram Isawi.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attendance. I'm here today to present a part of the study which I carried out during my research at École Nationale Supérieure d'Arts et Métiers, Mohammed V University at Rabat. The objective of this work is to perform a comparative study of doubly fed induction generator power control using the vector control and fuzzy logic. The presentation is according to the following plan. So the variable speed wind energy conversion system based on a doubly fed induction generator driven by a turbine and controlled by the rotor is the most widely used system in wind energy. In this concept, the stator is usually connected directly to the grid. The rotor is also connected to the grid, but through a transformer and 2 bidirectional converters. According to the assumptions applied, the different voltage, currents, and flux become in this form, and the expressions of the powers and electromagnetic torque become in the following form. In this comparative study, we have worked first of all on the active and reactive power control using the vector control method. The principle of this method is similar to that of a DC machine with separate excitation. The active and reactive power depend only on the rotor current. So in this structure, we propose a stable voltage and frequency network. It involves slaving no longer the powers, but more precisely the rotor current. So to correct, we add a complementary regulation loop of active and reactive power on the block, so that each regulation axis can have two PE controllers, one for the power and the second one for the rotor current. For the second method is to perform this control using a fuzzy logic controller. The design of this controller goes through four main distinct stages as shown in the following figure: an inference, a knowledge base, fuzzification, and a defuzzification. The two most significant quantities to analyze the behavior of the system, namely the error and its variation, are chosen as two inputs of the regulator. The output is the increment of the control signal to be applied to the system to be controlled, and the regulator inputs are calculated at time as follows. Also, the control signal is can be obtained after integrating the regulator output. For the membership functions, we have chosen for each variable the triangular and trapezoidal shapes. So let's see now the results of simulation regarding the first method. From these results, it's clear that the active and reactive powers of the system perfectly follow the desired references with a small error on the powers. The stutter flux orientation technique has indeed been found to decouple flux and powers. On the other hand, through the simulation results presented by here, we observe that the active and reactive stutter powers follow their references values. We have a better tracking of the stutter power references, and we can also notice that the measured active and reactive powers follow their references perfectly and with enormous perfect decoupling between the two axes. The response also are without overshoot and almost zero statistic error. So as a conclusion, we can say or confirm that the indirect method with cascade loop allows for an efficient system. It will allows an optimal operation of the power generation system. On the other hand, the simulation results confirm the efficiency of the fuzzy logic control system as a nonlinear control method. Nevertheless, we can still notice a small error in the response of the system because of the adaptation law is not fast enough to detect sudden changes in wind speed. So as a perspective, we're gonna work on the robustness of the fuzzy logic controller with the change of the parameters machine, and work on other nonlinear control to laws to other more powerful controllers. So thank you for your attention.
Hello everyone, I am Mohsin Shakib from Electrical Engineering Department of NSEM Rabat of Mohammed V University in Rabat, Morocco. Today I will present to you my work about the participation in microgrid frequency regulation of variable speed wind generator based on the double-fied induction generator by using the IRSEC' control method. The plan of this presentation is introduction, problematic and summary, then the defig based wind turbine modeling, the active disturbance rejection control, then the primary frequency control, inertia and drop control of the wind turbine. After the integration of the wind turbine in microgrid in the application of the EGC control, after simulation results in discussion and finally a conclusion. In recent years, there has been an evolution of the electricity production based on wind energy compared to other energy sources. In following to the strong penetration of wind energy into the electrical grids, the wind turbines generator must participate in frequency stabilization in the event of an imbalance between the production and the consumption. The problematics studied in this work are the lack of frequency stability in the power system due to the imbalance between supply and demand of electricity, and the variable speed wind turbines are insensitive to frequency variation due to their power converters. Also, the increasing penetration of wind power plants in the electrical grid will result in deteriorated frequency regulation performance due to the reduced of the overall system inertia. This work aims to make the 5G based variable speed wind turbines to participate in the primary frequency control in the microgrid through the active power control of the 5G by using inertia in drop controller. After the control of the active and reactive power of the D5G by using IRSEC control and compare it with the PA controller. Finally, the application of the EGC technique to the microgrid in order to restore frequency to its nominal value by using a secondary control loop. This is the wind turbine system modeled that we have a new active power reference obtained by the frequency regulation and applied to the rotor side converter. The IDRC control include an extended state observer ISO, which ensure the function of estimating in the rejection all these turbines can affect the system. We have used two techniques of primary frequency control of wind turbine. The first one is the inertial control that allows the wind turbine to furnish the kinetic energy stored in the rotating component. The second one is the drop control. In this case, the wind turbine must operate in suboptimal mode in order to have a reserve that can be injected in the grid in the event of frequency drop. The EGC control is based on an integral controller that allows to adjust the output power of several generators in response to changes in the load in order to restore frequency to its nominal value. Our microgrid study is composed of thermal generators and the variable speed wind system. In simulation conditions, we studied 5 scenarios. The first one is only the thermal generator participates in frequency control. The second scenario is the activation of the inertial set for control of wind turbine generator. The scenario 3, the activation of the drop control of wind turbine. The scenario 4, we have applied the both control technique, inertial and drop controller. In the 5 scenario, we add the EGC control at t equal 30 seconds. The simulation results show that the participation of wind turbine in the primary frequency control give a good improvement of the frequency response performance as shown in the table of the performance of frequency response. Also, at the activation of the EGC control, it allows the frequency to return to its nominal value and allows the annihilation of the thermal primary support of thermal and wind turbine generators. About the 5G control, we show that the IDRC control give the high performance in terms of reference tracking compared to the PA controller. Finally, we conclude that the IDRC controller is an efficient control of the 5G generator. Also, the inertia control of wind turbine provide a short-term active power support to avoid the rapid drop in frequency. Also, the drop control intervenes to allow the wind turbine generator to provide inactive power over an extended period of time, between 10 and 20 seconds. The secondary frequency control loop is applied after the stabilization of the frequency by the primary control loop, allows the frequency to be restored to its nominal value. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, all presenters. Now we'll start the second part of the discussions. I wonder if Mr. Sami Labadai is there. Please, if Mr. Sami Labadai is there, raise your hand. If not, I have a question from Abdilah Mahamdi for paper ID 90. He asks if is there a possibility to combine MCDA and machine learning to select optimal sites for renewables?
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
First of all, I would like to thank you for the quality of the organization of this conference. Yes, of course, there is the possibility to combine the machine learning techniques with the GIS to choose the best sites for wind projects. Actually, it will be inshallah our next step. So we are working on that in the frame of our PhD projects.
Okay. Another question from Thuraya Heidi to Asma Aziwi. What are the most important criteria that determine the location of wind farm in Morocco?
So thank you for your question. So based on the weighted matrix, we can figure out that the main criteria are mainly the wind speed, of course, followed by the distance to the electricity grid. So these are economic and technical parameters, and there is also followed by other environmental and social aspects like the proximity to environmental proximity to natural zones, to lakes, the habitat, forests, etc. Because we have to take into consideration the social aspects and where we are going to put our wind farm, so as to avoid noise effects and the shadow flicker for the neighborhood population. Thank you.
I would like just to add a comment about the wind, the nature of the wind. The wind speed is not enough, maybe. I'm not specialist, but the wind speed, we need also to have a good rate of humidity in this wind, and the direction of the wind will be linear and without turbulences. And the wind should be perfect. I mean, it doesn't contain any dusts or beans of sand.
Yes, definitely, yes.
Okay. A question from Youssef Ilouzi. He asks, what are the main difficulties of adopting wind turbine for residual building on an urban scale? Is it a cost-effective strategy compared to other strategies such as using PV systems, EEHX, or other active or passive designs?
So actually, I think that is it?
Yes.
Okay, I think that we are here in Morocco. We are fortunate and we are lucky to have a very vast free zone. So I think that it would be much more interesting to be far away from urban zones, since there is some noise effect, or we can have some. So, like in rural area, the terrain is more or less sheep, and we can have very big complex and solar and wind farms. So I think that it would be more interesting to develop in rural and in desertic zones, like in Europe or other Nordic region, where it's difficult to find terrain or free zones. So they generally choose urban or suburban areas. But here in Morocco, we are so lucky to have land tenure which is cheap and very, very available. Thank you.
What about small wind turbines that we can set up in our roofs for the particulars, for example?
Could you just please repeat the question? I didn't hear
for
it.
the small wind turbines that we can put on our roofs, on the roof or for the particular buildings, private buildings, for example.
For domestic use.
For domestic use, exactly.
I think that from Morocco we still not have this this technology very, very developed. Maybe for solar, yes, we can find rooftop and urban solar panels, but like for wind, actually it could be like a very good idea, but at the moment we don't have this technology very developed in Morocco. But still it could be studied and maybe developed. Why not in Morocco?
Okay. Now we'll switch to another question asked by Touria Haidi to Mr. Mohsin Shakib. Is the proposed scenarios valid for wind range of wind speeds? Mr. Shakib?
Hello.
Yes.
Firstly, I would like to felicitate you for this excellent conference. For the question, can you please repeat the question?
Is the proposed scenarios valid for wind range of wind speeds?
Yes. This scenario can be valid for a range of wind speed. For example, in my work, I have used the wind turbine with fixed speed at 10 meter per second. But we can use the variable wind speed for all the 5 scenarios.
Okay. If you have, for attendees, if you have any other questions, you can just raise your hands and we can give you the floor to ask directly your question. This time I have a question for the paper 95 about the vector control and fuzzy logic control. Maybe you said in the end of your conclusion that the fuzzy logic gives is more performance than the vector control. Maybe it depends on the nature of the data, not on the controller itself. The author of paper 95, Ikram Isawi. For your conclusion, you said that the fuzzy logic improves your results do you have changed the data or the simulation environment and you give the same results, or just used one model of or one environment and make the simulations and conclude with this conclusion?
Mr. Ikram, we can't hear you.
Maybe she has trouble with his mic, with her mic. If there is any other question, please raise your hands. Yes, your mic is activated. Yes, Ikram Isawi. Try to tell something. We can't hear you. I'm joking. We can't hear you. We can't hear you. Unfortunately, we can't hear you.
Thank you very much, Professor Al-Aziz Gibawi. If there is from panelist a question, Professor Dieter or Professor Jamila.
Yeah, maybe I can ask a very general question, actually. It's concerning the progress expected, actually, in wind energy. We had a lot of progress in photovoltaics due to basically device development, let me say so. Now, in principle, and this is also largely due to new materials or new application or understanding of materials. Can you imagine such a progress also for wind energy? I mean, efficiency increase, of course, is mainly achieved in wind energy by making generators larger and reaching larger heights. And this is enabled by more stability of materials. So might this happen also in wind energy, that you get a major cost reduction actually in the future?
I ask any presenters to answer this question. Yes. I have one idea. I think the wind energy is so comparative to solar energy and more competitive when the area is windy. I think Maha want to answer.
Hello,
Yes.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, to answer Mr. Dieter about the question in comparison with the solar photovoltaic development, I think in the wind side, there are more and more work and more projects that are developed, and this is due to or thanks to the cost of the wind installation that decrease more and more. I would like to just add an information that the estimated or according to the global estimation that we would reach 30 terawatt by the year of 2050, which is a good estimation due to the rapid development of the wind energy conversion system, all the components and all the system of the wind energy conversion system. I think that it's just a little response to your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Maha. Professor Dieter, do you have comments?
This is the economy of scale, of course. If you produce more, prices will drop because larger production lines have lower costs and so on. This is not really a scientific achievement, let me say. This is just a kind of economy question. My question was more concerned with the materials development and scientific progress, if you want, rather than just the size of production lines. In PV, of course, it has been both. There's also, of course, the economy of scale and larger production lines. However, there's also a lot of new developments and so on. And in terms of wind energy, development of composite materials, of course, may also lead to further improvements in instability, higher rotation speeds and larger blades and things like this.
Let me respond. I think that, of course, there are many research, and we as researchers we are constantly the research to carry our investigations in order to improve or to contribute in the amelioration of the wind energy conversion system. I don't know if you were here at my presentation, but I'm working on the inverter which do the the multi-inverter. The inverter is is a part of the wind energy conversion system, and there are many parts, and I think that there are many research at any part: the inverter, the controller, the generator itself. So all these research are leading us to ameliorate and to contribute in the amelioration of the wind energy conversion system.
Thank you for all presenters. Thank you for panelists. Thank you for attendees. Now we'll close this session, and we give the floor. I give the floor to Mr. Zaz to say something.
Thank you very much for Mr. Hibawi and for all presenters and panelists. And we will ask you to join us in a few minutes for the next session. Is magnetic materials and devices for energy. And I invite also all attendees to be with us during the closing ceremony just after this last session. Thank you very much. See you in a few minutes.
Maybe in this session we'll see new materials for wind turbine manufacturing. That's answered the question of Mr. Dieter. Goodbye. See you later.
Bonjour.
Bonjour Daniel, comment vas-tu? Ça va?
Ah, jeune homme.
Oui.
Oh,
Oui, ça va très bien.
oh, tu m'as
C'est
fait
froid,
peur.
Laurent? Hein?
Tu m'as fait peur. Tu es allé chez le coiffeur?
Bah oui, c'est ça, il faut changer un petit peu là.
C'est l'automne. D'accord. Bon,
Là, ça fait chercheur, trouveur. Hein, donc,
qu'est-ce qu'on attend maintenant là?
bon, on attend, on va commencer normalement à midi, enfin à midi, 15h. On va commencer à 15h30.
15h30, d'accord.
Oui, normalement, c'est programmé à 15h30.
D'accord.
OK. Oui, bonjour Fatim Zahra. Alors, Sophie est avec nous. Bonjour Sophie.
Oui, bonjour,
Bonjour,
bonjour
Sophie.
Ahmed, bonjour Daniel, bonjour tout le monde.
Bonjour.
Caméra. Caméra.
Oui, caméra, je m'y mets.
Ah,
Bravo.
bah
Voyons, c'est tout blanc chez toi?
C'est bien blanc, oui. Il neige en ce moment.
Il neige?
Ouais.
Oh.
là. Ici au Maroc aussi, c'est pas mal froid. Hein. Puis,
Ah ouais?
ouais, il pleut pas mal aussi ici. Donc,
Il n'y a pas de neige?
je pense qu'il neige sur le moyen Atlas, le haut Atlas, tout ça dans les montagnes.
Oui, oui.
Certainement pas neigé, hein. Donc,
D'accord. Bon. Alors, tu fais une introduction tout à l'heure? Petite
oh,
introduction?
ouais, je vais vous présenter. Puis,
Oui. Tu nous présentes?
voilà, c'est ça. Toi, tu commences, puis après Sophie, puis moi, je vais terminer. Après,
Ça
donc,
marche.
si tu veux, Daniel, toi, tu me présentes après. Hein. Donc,
Alors,
sinon, c'est pas grave.
il faut que je regarde où est-ce qu'on introduit le…
Il faut juste la mettre ta présentation. Si tu peux mettre ta présentation en place.
Tu l'as reçu, ma présentation aussi?
Oui, je l'ai reçu, oui.
Ah bon, d'accord. Alors, il faut que je vois où on va l'introduire. Voilà. Merci.
Écran partagé, c'est ça. Hein?
Share screen ou partager écran.
Partage d'écran.
On va présenter.
Dis-moi, Mohamed, qui est-ce qui va te donner le signal de chargement de la vision? C'est toi? C'est toi qui va donner le chargement de la vision? Professeur Ballet, wait 2 minutes.
OK. Oui, donc apparemment, il y a les organisateurs là qui vont se charger de ça.
Bon, donc on va avoir un signal.
Ouais.
Abdelaziz Koumina, à tout le monde. Bonjour Daniel. Il est là? Il est présent? Bonjour Abdelaziz.
Je pense qu'il ne peut pas parler. Hein.
Il ne peut pas parler.
Je pense qu'il n'a pas le droit de. Je pense qu'il n'est pas un invité. Il a le droit d'écrire, mais pas parler.
Il a le droit de se taire. Voilà.
Mais il a le droit de s'exprimer.
Alors, c'est qui Abdelaziz, quoi? C'est quoi le nom de famille?
Koumina.
Koumina. OK. Alors,
Je pense que maintenant il peut parler.
yes, he can talk. If he accepts our request to be panelist, I will promote him to be panelist. Please, Abdulaziz, accept our request.
Bonjour, Monsieur Comina.
Good morning, good evening.
Good evening, Professor Zaz.
Professeur Zaz, bonjour.
Entitled Magnetic Materials and Devices.
Please.
Will be chaired by Professor. You can hear me?
Yes.
This session, Magnetic Materials and Devices for Energy, will be shared by Professor Mohammed Bali. Professor Mohammed Bali received his PhD degree in physics of materials, specializing in magnetocaloric materials from Joseph Fourier University, prepared at Neil Institute between 2008 and 2012. He has enseignant-chercheur at the University of Applied Sciences of Western Switzerland before joining the University of Sherbrooke, Canada, where he worked as a senior researcher at the Physics Department and Quantum Institute. Since January 2019, he is Associate Professor of Physics at the International University of Rabat. He is a member of the Working Party on Magnetic Refrigeration, International Institute of Refrigeration, Paris. He is also a guest editor of editorial board and editorial board of member of the journal Crystals, with an impact factor of 2.14. He has published on magnetic materials, multiferroics, and systems for more than 90 peer-reviewed articles in reputed journals, including roughly 50 papers at the first authors. His research activities on caloric devices has led in 2012 to the creation of Clean Cooling Systems, a Swiss company specializing in the development of green technologies for refrigeration applications and magnetic field sources. His research work on magnetic calorics has received numerous awards, including Rising Star Research Award given by the Research Fund, Nature and Technology, Canada 2014, and the Research and Innovation Prize 2015 from Sherbrooke University. Mr. Bali has H index of 25. Professor Bali, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor Zaz, for this nice and outstanding conference dedicated to renewable energies. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this session on magnetic materials and unrelated device. So first, three keynote presentation will be given by Professor Daniel Fouchard from Nail Institute Grenoble, then Sophie Revoyard from Nail Institute, then the last keynote presentation will given by me. This will be followed by a discussion session. Then after other presentation will given particularly by a PhD student, followed by a discussion session. So let's start with the first keynote presentation in this. In this workshop. So Daniel, can you please finish your presentation?
Sorry?
Okay, so are you ready?
Yeah, okay.
Okay, can you share your screen?
Share the screen, okay.
Okay, so, but first let me present Professor Daniel Fouchard. So Daniel Fouchard is Emeritus Senior Director of Research at Nail Institute Grenoble. Daniel, you know, maybe everyone here know him. He is a world-class scientist in the field of functional materials, particularly magnetic materials and metallic hydride. He was also in the 80s associate professor at Oregon State University in the United States. Daniel has published more or less, let's say about 1,000 papers in the field of, more or less, more or less 1,000 papers in the field of, magnetic materials, filament, magnet, hydrogen storage, and much others. He also the holder of more than 14 patents developed in close collaboration with scientists and industry. So in this way, Professor Daniel Fouchard is also the holder of the founder and the co-founder of several companies, including the well-known McPhee Energy Company and Holy Alum Company. So finally, Daniel Fouchard is working now on another. He is now retired, but is still very, very active in the field of materials and including manifold materials and magnetic materials. Finally, Daniel was maybe PhD supervisor. So I spent beautiful years in Grenoble. Learning a lot of things from him. So Daniel, thank you again for accepting our invitation. We are really honored. And the floor is yours.
Okay, I look how to charge my presentation. It's
maybe share. You can share the screen. Just click on the écran partagé. Partager écran.
Merci. Merci, merci.
In the bottom of the screen, we have a share screen. If your Zoom version is English, otherwise, if it is in French, partager écran.
Okay. It's okay?
Not yet. Now, yes, we can see your screen. Yeah.
Okay. Full screen, sorry.
Aperçu.
I look for full screen.
Presentation.
Okay.
Présentation en haut de la page. No, in the menu. In the top of the menu.
Aperçu, fichier, édition.
It's okay. It's okay.
Now go to the presentation. Click on the presentation. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Click on the present. No, not this one. Est-ce que tu vois présentation? Can you see présentation?
Oui.
Yeah, this one, yeah. And yeah, just put full screen.
Diaporama.
Diaporama, yeah. Click on diaporama on, yeah.
In the bottom. Yes.
OK. C'est bon?
It's okay now.
Yeah, that's fine. So we can start, Daniel.
OK. It works? OK.
Yeah, yeah, it's fine.
OK, thank you. Thank you very much for having the possibility to discuss with you and to be interested in the system to manage energy. And also cooling down is also consuming a lot of energy. So we are looking for efficient system to for refrigeration and low temperature application, for example. And at present, we discuss about magnetic and magnetocaloric materials. And for example, in this session, I will present the properties of the rare earths, iron, cobalt, and hydride compound. And this work was performed in collaboration with several groups in Tunisia and also in Morocco and also in France too. So the system we like to consider now belong to a series of magnesium copper 2 type of structure, and they are formed with iron and cobalt, and the two compounds we investigated here are with holmium and erbium, rare earths. The material were measured at low magnetic field, under low magnetic field, and to detect the ordering temperature of this ferromagnetic materials. Also, saturation magnetization, because they are ferromagnetic or ferrimagnetic, were recorded under high field. And so the magnetic entropy change and refrigerant capacity has been measured, and on both the material and also the hydride. So why we consider this type of material to provoke refrigeration of materials, for example, in fridge or in industrial system? For example, at present, in terms of mobility, a lot, maybe 95% of new cars are equipped with climatization. And the efficiency of this climatization is not of the best. And also, when you start with the climatization in the car, you overconsume gasoline. And so we have a lot of pollution and loss of this type of material in presently used called freon, for example. And these freon are very efficient greenhouse gas effect. Also, we have a lot of building and more equipped with climatization. And for example, in the USA and France, there were millions of square meters equipped with climatization. And also the system, compression gas system based on freon liquefaction, has not so high efficiency, COP 2.5 to 4. And this leads to energy overconsumption of electricity in this case. And we have to know that this type of freon, HFC, are very efficient gas greenhouse effect, much more efficient than CO2. So means that this type of refrigeration, gas compression and extension leads to global overpollution. So we like to propose an alternative system, magnetocaloric effect, based on solid material, no gas in this system. And the advantages are without gas such as freon, much efficient in terms of energy, better coped, and also more silencious. And the prototype of this material is a special magnetic material. When it is introduced in a magnet, for example, we need a strong magnet. When it is introduced in a magnet, you have a possibility to observe heating of the material. When we extract from the magnetic field, we have a cooling effect on the material. Means that the ordering of a magnetic material leads to a change heat and cold in the material, and the total entropy, which is the sum, mostly the sum of magnetic and lattice entropy, has been to consider zero at change. And so if you decrease the magnetic entropy, means we order the material, you increase the lattice entropy. So you heat the material. And this works exactly as a compression of gas. And we have exactly four cycle magnetization, evacuation of heat. We have also demagnetization, and we have to evacuate the cold. And this is a circuit with, for example, a special water, a special liquid, but we have no greenhouse gas effect in the material. So this is efficient where we have a change of the magnetic ordering. For example, in terms of ferromagnetic to paramagnetic transition, we can expect to have in the good material, good magnetocaloric material, we can expect to have a magnetocaloric effect. Also, when we have a transition between antiferromagnetic ordered and paramagnetic disorder. And we have a first order transition, we have a very sharp effect, magnetocaloric effect, and we have a second order of magnetic transition, we have a smooth effect, but on a larger range of temperature. So how to measure that? We measure that in terms of change of magnetic entropy of the material, leading to a reverse change of the lattice entropy. And for example, for a magnetic material, we measure at different temperature in the field. And from the different steps of the magnetization we record, we can exactly fulfill the integration of this formula in terms of numerical integration. So this is a joke. This is a work commonly made by the people working on the magnetocaloric effect. So now we go to the material we like to consider now. This material are not very complicated. It is a binary system, or pseudo-binary system, based on holmium and erbium transition metal 2, being cobalt and iron. So the structure of this material is a cubic one, this type of structure. And we have a big volume occupied by the large rare earth atom. And it is called a free of polyhedron, a truncated tetrahedron edge. And at the summit of the edge, we have the small atoms, the iron or cobalt atoms. So this is a rather simple material, but it is very interesting because in this type of compound, in this type of structure, we have only interstitial sites formed by tetrahedra. Tetrahedra are formed with 2 rare earths, 2 transition metal, 3 transition metal, 1 rare earth, and 4 transition metal. Only tetrahedra. This is a compact structure, very compact structure. And because the structure is compact, the magnetic properties are quite original. And for example, in the compound erbium cobalt 2, the similar compound, we can say that we evidence frustrated magnetism. We can say itinerant electromagnetism. And we will use this particular sensitivity of this type of frustrated magnetics to evidence the magnetocaloric material properties. So magnetic frustration, because it is a free of ternary symmetry, and we can say that we have a very standard Kagome network like that, compact network. And so the magnetic coupling between the rare earths and the transition metal atoms are conducted via the conduction electrons in this type of scheme. We have a direct transition electron transmission of the magnetic interaction, and after that we order with the magnetic material, the rarest magnetic material. And this material are very interesting because iron to iron distance are very short, 2.5 angstrom, and if we know well the magnetism of iron, this is a critical distance, and in the shorter critical distance, iron transform to antiferromagnetic. So we have at the border of the existence of a ferromagnetic or antiferromagnetic correlation between iron. Conversely, cobalt is a strong ferromagnet, so must high temperature coupling, but the moment of cobalt is quite weaker compared to iron. So we have exactly the parameter leading to say that this material exhibit magnetic frustration. So when we introduce hydrogen, this type of binary or pseudo-binary material, hydrogen enter in a tetrahedral site. I say that we have only tetrahedral site, and the most electro-attractive sites are two errors to transition metals. This is a 96G type of tetrahedral. So this provokes a net expansion of the lattice parameters. The lattice parameters can be expanded by about 20%. So the B to B distance, iron to iron distance, for example, that are critical in the alloy, increase, again, parallel, and also the AB distance increase. So the possible impact of this change of structure in terms of volume increase is the increase or decrease of the ordering temperature, because it depends on the force of the magnetic interaction. The reduction of the 3D, 4D overlaps, because if you put some electron density due to hydrogen, you can modify this conditional electron density. And so increase or decrease of the 3D moment, for example, in terms of iron polarization, or cobalt decrease magnetization. So we have exactly the good condition to have a very magnetic frustrated material. So we like to now measure by experimental analysis the material. So the material alloy was made by high frequency melting in cold crucible technique. The metal hydride were synthesized under high pressure, like the CC system. We put the material in the autoclave and we apply a pressure of hydrogen. So we have analyzed the crystal structure of the material because it changes on hydrogenation, and also sure we have measured systematically the magnetic property of the system. So some results. So the structural characterization of the AB2 compound and the hydride. So we start with the X-ray diffraction pattern of the sample cubic material. This is a FCC type of structure. So when we put hydrogen, you see that we have exactly the same type of lines, but the ranged to we have a shift to low temperature because of the increase of the cell parameter, and also the increase is a little more when we put more hydrogen. It means this is valid for erbium compound, but it is the same for the holmium compound. And so in terms of volume increase, we consider, this is from literature, that volume of one atom of hydrogen in intermetallics is about 29 cubic angstrom. And so if you consider that we fulfill exactly, we fill the rarest transition metal 2 tetrahedra, so we have derived the occupancy of this material, and we have exactly measured the cell expansion, and this correlates with the composition of 3 hydrogen atoms, or 3.6 hydrogen atoms for the erbium compound, and about the same for the holmium compound. And so we have reported the cell volume increase. This is not small. We enter a small atom, but we have a large, rather large volume increase. So consequently, transition metal or rare earth shorter distance increase, for example, 2.55 to 2.7, and also corresponding for the rare earth. And this changes the magnetic property of the material. This is, for example, the low magnetization trace for the alloy, the pure alloy without hydrogen. So with ordering temperature at about 400 Kelvin. And when we introduce hydrogen, 3.0 stoichiometry of hydrogen, the ordering temperature is almost the same, but the profile of the magnetization has been changed because we have modified the magnetic interaction. And moreover, when we introduce more hydrogen, for example, 3.6, we have a very smooth magnetization under magnetic field, low magnetic field. And the same for the aluminum compound, but it is not the same rare earth, but the profile are not exactly the same. But the phenomena is the same. So now we saturate the material. We like to see what will be the saturation profile of the material, erbium and aluminum compound. And we see that it saturates with a rather interesting magnetization. It's about 100 AMU per gram for the pure compound. But surprisingly, we can see that for the metal hydride, the saturation is more difficult. And this is also related to the anomalous property of the magnetism. In both cases, we have a frustration effect, and it is more difficult to saturate the material with the metal hydride than the pure alloy. And so we have a look about the magnetization properties, the magnetization level at saturation, for example. And with the three compositions we have prepared, for example, 0, 3, 3.6, we can see that we have not a linear variation of the magnetization saturation, and the magnetic moment vary not linearly. This is not common. Normally, we have when we modify the volume of a normal magnetic material, pure magnetic material, the magnetization vary continuously in the same way. Here we have a decrease, increase. Here we have an increase and decrease. So it means once more, this is a sign of non-anomalous magnetism. And so we have measured the variation of magnetic entropy versus temperature, for example, for the erbium compound reported here. And we have this profile for this type of profile when we measure with a variation of magnetic field of 1 Tesla or 2 Tesla and so on, up to 7 Tesla. So it seems that when we increase the magnetic field, we have more and more efficiency in terms of magnetic entropy recalling. So I like to make a remark. We have a continuous step, and the same step when we increase the magnetic field. And this is also an anomaly, and we discuss that later. When you introduce hydrogen, for example, 3.0 and 3.6, effectively, we have not exactly the same profile. The magnetic entropy change, but at lower temperature. This was up to room temperature. This is room temperature and ordering temperature, but the same ordering temperature, but the magnetization is steepy and steepy decreasing. But once more, we have also a progressive and constant increase of the variation of entropy under variation of magnetic field. So in order to gather the result, I compare now the profile of variation of magnetic entropy under, for example, 5 Tesla for the pure material, for the first metal hydride and second one. And we see that the variation of entropy goes to low temperature more and more. The same for the aluminum compound. But it increases in the end. It is not a small effect. It increases at low temperature. So we can consider that these materials are very good to exhibit magnetocaloric properties, but more and more effective to low temperature. It's not good to provoke, to use the system to have a fridge in your kitchen, but it will be interesting for cooling down at very low temperature. Liquefied gas, for example. And some critical analysis of this anomalous phenomena. Now, if you consider the mean field theory of magnetic or ferromagnetic material, we can see that the variation of entropy should vary like that. And the critical experiment is 2 on 3. This is 0.66 critical experiment, well known for mean field theory. And when we report the result we got with the previous data, for example, this one, when we report steeply the different result on this plot, like that, we have exactly the line. We have an increase of the magnetic entropy, but the critical exponent is 1. It's not 0.66 as mean field theory. Means that this is more proof that this material behaves not exactly as a pure, clean ferromagnetic, but are frustrated ferromagnetic. And in reality, the good fit is done like that. Okay, means that we have to introduce a new critical exponent variation of the material to explain the steeply constant step of increase of magnetization. So now I go back to the property of the material. So we have calculate by using this type of formula. This is a formula allowing to calculate the power to cool down the materials, the refrigeration power of the material, and we can see that versus temperature, at low temperature, effectively, we have the two results for the erbium and the holmium compound, and we can see that it is more effective, more efficient for the erbium than for the holmium. So the refrigeration power can be very interesting at low temperature, but mainly for the erbium compound. So I would like to conclude. So this material exhibits very unusual magnetic properties, but interesting to exhibit magnetocaloric material at low temperature because of the frustration effect between iron, cobalt, and rare earths in this type of particular system. And so the isothermal magnetization were used to determine the refrigerant capacity. And for this result, we have pointed the role by the nature of rare earth element, better for the erbium than holmium. And so we can propose, for example, to mix the different type of material, the metal hydride with a different composition to have body to cool down at low temperature very efficiently, and for example, to use for refrigeration for liquefaction of free liquid. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Daniel Fouchard, for this very, very interesting and exciting work. And now we move to the presentation that will be given by Sophie Riboyard from Nail Institute. Okay, yeah. So Sophie today will tell us how to create a green rare earth permanent magnet. So Sophie is working now as the leader of magnetic materials and treatment laboratory at Nail Institute. She is the author of PhD thesis in materials and physics. She is also the product and director manager of Rare Earth Source company. So please, Sophie, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
Just by the way, we understand that you are coming from industrial, from industry. So please feel free to keep for you any confidential information. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Well, Daniel, you should stop sharing the screen because I can't start.
Pardon?
Daniel, tu peux arrêter ton partage d'écran parce que je ne peux pas démarrer du coup. Merci. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, great. So first of all, I want to thank you, the organizers, for giving me the opportunity to give you this talk and talk about our new company, which deals with recycling magnets. And of course, this topic is quite a hot topic. And in the frame of these sessions, where we are talking about magnetic refrigerations, it makes sense also to deal with magnetic sources and thus neodymium iron-boron magnets, for example. So I've been working for 25 years in Nail institutes now, and those last 6 years, we have developed together with my team recycling method for those critical materials, and that's what I want to show you today. And this development has led to the funding of a mag resource company. So MAG stands for magnets, REE for rare earth elements. So the purpose of the company is to convert waste rare earth based magnets into new magnet products. So this work, as I said, stands for the work which has been led those last years in Nail Institute, but has a quite long history as well, and amounts to about more than 20 to 25 years, and was done under the impulsion of Daniel Fruchard as well, long time ago. So neodymium iron-boron magnets are essential to our new technology, and in particular for the energy transitions that we are facing now. Of course, the future will be electric if we want to decarbonize the world. So therefore, permanent magnets plays a very important role in converting electricity into mechanical energy or vice versa. So for example, neodymium iron-boron magnets are widely used in wind turbines, mainly offshore windmill, are used also for electric cars, for the powertrain, and for the so-called small e-mobility, scooters, bikes, and so on, and also for defense applications. So of course, when we deal with a motor, we almost automatically deal with magnets. So what is a stack at the moment? So that China has a monopoly on the production of and extraction of rare earths, and has of course elaborated a strategy to go down to the value chain, and from these raw materials and raw rare earth minerals, as then constructed a whole chain of production down to magnets and down to, of course, motors and all kind of applications using magnets. And this gives a situation now where in Europe, more than 98% of the rare earth elements we need come from a single supplier, which is China. So this is not sustainable, and we really must diversify our supply chains. However, we don't have in Europe any rare earth elements mines, except in Greenland, where there are some rare earths, but the permit to extract them has not been given yet by the Danish government. So therefore, we have to find other strategies for European sovereignty to get those critical materials, which are on the top list of the 27 critical materials listed by the European Commission. And So that's quite important, both for sovereignty and for diversifying, of course, the supply of those materials. So, for example, what is also a stack and what is most important right now for our industry in Europe is the limitation of this monopoly, of this Chinese monopoly, which will impact in Europe technological development and creativity, for example, for the development of new motors and actuators to face the boom of the energy transitions. So the competitions between, for example, car makers and OEM is quite high, and everybody is developing now its own motor for powertrains. And of course, everybody relies on a single supplier, which is China, and which has, of course, which can offer its magnet with Chinese standards. It means that prices are fixed by the Chinese companies, and of course also the shapes and size of the magnets are also quite standardized. So therefore, the degree of liberty for car makers and OEM is not that large, and they are really looking for new opportunity to diversify their supply. So the third problems we can see and which we can forecast is probably a shortage coming soon, and no later than 2030. So for example, if you see on this chart, the production current global magnet capacity production is 125 kilotons a year, and this will not be enough to provide magnets for the whole new technologies of the energy transitions. So of course, additional magnet capacity are expected by 2030. So new mines are open in Africa and in Australia and all over the world, and new strategies are developed in order to get those raw materials. However, the demand is that high, quite near 10% a year. The demand is that high that we really expect a shortage by 2030. So for example, the demand for magnets in automotive applications will be multiplied by a factor of 12, and the demand for windmills will be multiplied by almost 5. So therefore, we have to find solutions against those shortages problems. So up to now, end-of-life magnets are an abundant resource, but which has never been collected yet. So in Europe, less than 1% of magnets are collected and recycled. So that's a very low percentage that can, of course, be increased. And as you can see on this chart, that could also provide solutions against this shortage, this expected shortage. And production from recycled magnets may avoid shortage and also reduced extractions. So where are those magnets? So we expect by 2030 that all 99 kilotons per year available scrap magnets could be found. So in principle, in all kind of W3 devices such as computers, small actuators, microphones, phones, and so on, but also in consumer appliances, and of course in vehicles as well, not only electric ones, because you already have a large number of small motors and actuators everywhere in a vehicle, even if it's not electric. And of course in, cordless power tools, e-mobility, and so on. So if we consider all those equipment, we have a choice of different routes in order to collect those magnets and extract them out of their applications. So on this chart, you can see the number of units as a function of the mass of magnets which is contained in each unit. So if you see on, if we consider on the left-hand side of this chart, the all-round recycling routes, we mainly deals with small electronics, well, devices from our everyday life, such as phones, for example, where you can find a very large number of units in the world, but very few magnets inside, only a few micrograms, for example. So this is not a magnet source that we are going to explore, because in this case, the magnetic materials is too much diluted and very difficult to extract. But if we go on to the right-hand side of this chart, well, we already have with e-mobility devices such as scooters or bikes, an amount of magnets which is around several hundred of grams in each item. And for, of course, powertrain, it amounts to more than 1 kilograms of magnets in a powertrain, so almost 2. And we also have many, as I said, magnets in small motors of a vehicle, small engines, and so on. And of course, what is very interesting for us is to extract magnets which are located in windmills, in RMI devices, or in defense applications, where, of course, there are a very small number of units, but which is going to increase in the last 10 years, in the next 10 years, but where you can find large amounts of magnets. For example, 1 megawatt windmills uses more than 600 kilograms of neodymium iron boron magnets. So there are 2 strategies in order to collect those magnets in order to recycle them. Either we follow the recyclers, which, well, depending on the countries, but, well, recycling in Europe is quite well organized, where you can have recycling companies which will collect, massify those magnets and extract them in order to be for us to be able to recycle them. Or we can also deal in a closed loop with industrial partners which are using magnets and which may have some waste magnets or end-of-life objects, because they are, for example, doing some maintenance on those motors. So in this case, we can have this closed loop with them, where we get their scraps magnets and we produce new magnets for them. So our technologies of recycling is based on hydrogen decrepitation, which has been patented in the 90s first by Daniel Fruchard and co-workers, and which is now used for the purpose of recycling. So hydrogen, what is interesting with rare earth transition metal alloys is that they can absorb large quantity of hydrogen, and then in this case they will get fragilized by this absorption. And as you can see on the short movie, the bulk magnet will be powderized. So this is a physical phenomena where there is no chemistry in it, no solvent extractions or anything in order to recover those powders, only fragilization of the bulk magnets thanks to hydrogen. And what is very interesting with these technologies is that we get powder as a raw material in order to proceed to the fabrication of new magnets. And the second advantage is that this phenomena is highly selective. So it means that if you have a magnet which is still glued on a steel plate, for example, or which is inserted in a rotor of a motor, then this decrepitation will occur only on the magnet, and the rest of the item will remain unaffected. So that's quite interesting because it avoids very long manual extractions of those magnets. So we can really process those magnets without getting hand extractions to the end. So now that when we have this powder, then of course we have to reprocess it in order to get new magnets. So, and that's the core of our technologies, because it's not trivial to reprocess these powders into new magnets. When the powders has absorbed hydrogen, it loses its coercivity, for example. Its properties, its magnetic properties are changing a lot. Therefore, we have to remove hydrogen from the powder in order to recover the initial magnet properties. And we have to try to keep the microstructure as much as possible as it was in the original magnets. So from this powder, which is our raw materials, we can go and produce bonded magnets. I will explain a bit later, sintered magnets, or even printed magnets. And as a final step, we have post-processing treatments which enable to get nice magnets and useful magnets with a protection depending on their usage. So from this single recycled powder, we have three ways of manufacturing magnets. So the first one is the production of bonded magnets. So this powder is then, which has a granulometry around 100 microns, is then mixed with a polymer. Most of the magnet users are using polyamides or PPS polymers. And by mixing these two components, we get a compound. So these are pellets which have been produced by extrusion of the mixed. And then these pellets can be used using injection or compression molding for the fabrication of magnets. So in this case, we get magnets with middle performances, of course, because the magnetic powder is diluted into the polymer, and we have around 60% in volume of this magnetic powder. But we can get very versatile shapes, miniaturizations, and shapes which cannot be used with classical methodological methods. So the second method is, of course, to go to bulk magnet using sintering process. So in this case, the powder is aligned in the presence of a magnetic field and then is compacted. And the green compact is then sintered at high temperature, above 1000 degrees. And further annealing enables to recover a good coercivity. And those materials are high performance magnets, which are the ones which are used in all devices which require to operate at high temperatures, for example, in motors, where high coercivity is required. We use, of course, sintered magnets. So they are 100% metallic, but up to now, they are available only with Chinese standards. And the third way to produce magnets, which is quite a disruptive technology, which is not commercialized yet, but we are working on this, is to use this powder for additive manufacturing of objects. So this gives a very nice advantage of being able to build complex shape magnets, net shape magnets, and to also build a complex magnetic architectures, because we can really try to have different orientation in those printed magnets.
Yassir, Yassir,
Okay,
Okay,
please,
sorry.
Professor Komina, switch off your phone, please. Laziz. Professor Komina, thanks.
Okay.
Sorry, Sophie.
No problem. So, now if we consider these three ways of producing magnets and we convert this into magnet market segments, the bonded magnet segments amount to about 10% of all the magnets which are produced in Europe, with about 3,000 tons market share. And well, as I said, they are mostly used in applications for sensors, electronics, and small engines. The sintered magnets amount to about 90% of the market segment, and they are more than 20,000 tons of those magnets used in Europe. And even more if we consider the whole motors which are already manufactured in China or in Asia and which are coming also with magnets together. And the highest demand for those magnets is for automotive applications, for the powertrains, for windmills. So those are for high coercivity magnet, but also very high remanence. And the third segments we expect to grow in the near future with these disruptive manufacturing technologies are magnets which could be printed. So now, if we consider the whole process from the mine to the end product, you can see that the number of steps is quite huge. So starting from the mineral and from the ore, there is a first step of concentration of the ore in the mine, and then chemical processing will enable to get mixed rare earth chlorides. So everything here is done in the mine, and then solvent extractions will convert those chlorides into oxides, which then will be reduced using, for example, electrolysis into rare earth metals, sorry. Those metals being then converted into alloys, rare earths, for example, neodymium iron boron alloys, and using also hydrogen decrepitation, jet milling, the rare earth alloys are converted into a powder that will be then either sintered or used in bonded magnet, as I already explained. So, so we can see that the number of steps is quite important if we start from the raw materials, from mines. And it's also very much, it's costly, of course, and it's highly harmful to the environment. Now, if we consider the recycling process, there are two major ways of recycling. So our short loop recycling, which uses hydrogen, is very short and can enable to recover the magnets in only 1 or 2 steps of productions. So either going directly to the hydrogen decrepitation to get the rare earth powder, or using casting in order to improve the magnetic properties, in order to improve the purity of the end of life magnets. And the second way of recycling is what we call the long recycling loop, which also uses similar technologies as that which are used in the mine, and which will enable to get rare earth oxides. And then starting from the oxide from recycling, then reduction will again enable to go through the whole process. So in the end, if we consider the recycling way, we have many different ways in Europe in order to be able to manufacture new magnets. So as a conclusion, I would say that our company aims to be, of course, cost competitive thanks to the short hydrogen process. We think that the price could be competitive of our new magnet, could be competitive against Chinese price. And of course, because also we use cheap raw materials, which are end-of-life magnets and which has a very low cost for the moment. We think that continuing to develop innovation is a key for us to increase our expertise and to go to new technologies such as additive manufacturing, which may open the way to very new usages of magnets and larger extended creativity for the motors producers. And of course, this whole project is part of a circular economy and will enable industrial sovereignty on those critical materials. So this is a way to secure and diversify our supply in magnets, and we hope stabilize market prices. So with this, I thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Sophie, for this very interesting presentation, and also of your effort to make the prediction of our permanent magnet more greener. So again, thank you very much also for accepting the invitation to attend our conference. And the next presentation was given by me. So I will try to share my presentation. So the presentation is okay, Danielle?
Yeah, we can see it.
You can see the presentation? Okay, good. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome again to this session on magnetic materials and device. So in my presentation today, I will try to show you how the nanoscience approach can be used to tailor, the magnetic and magnetocaloric properties of some specific materials in view of their implementation in functional devices. So here is the summary of my presentation. First, I will try to give you briefly some evidences about magnetocaloric effect and the magnetic refrigeration. Then after, I will show you why the nanoscience approach would be a promising alternative in the field of magnetocaloric. Then after, I will present some interesting results obtained with double perovskite and orthovanadate thin films. In fact, both materials are potential candidates for magnetic refrigeration at both low and room temperature application. Then after, I will finish my presentation by conclusions and perspectives. Okay, so as already deeply discussed by Daniel, the magnetic refrigeration is based on the magnetocaloric effect, which is an intrinsic property of some magnetic materials, okay, when subjected to external magnetic field. Taking, for example, a paramagnet or a ferromagnet material, when the magnetic field is applied, their magnetic moment become aligned along the direction of the applied magnetic field, making the material more ordered from a magnetic point of view. This, of course, decreases the magnetic entropy. In adiabatic condition, the fall entropy must remain constant. So this decrease in the magnetic entropy is associated with an increase in the lattice entropy. Accordingly, the atoms vibrate more and the material heats up. Now, in the opposite direction, when the magnetic field is removed, the magnetic moment return to the random directions, the magnetic entropy increase, the lattice entropy decrease, and the material cool down. So the magnetic refrigeration consists to take advantage of this thermal energy provided by the material under the demagnetization and magnetization process. Such a thermal effect is usually characterized by two principal thermodynamic parameters, which are the entropy change given by this equation and the adiabatic temperature change given by this equation. Both magnetocaloric parameters usually maximize around the fast transition temperature of the material. Okay, you know, currently the gadolinium metal, which is a rare earth element, is widely used in the vast majority of magnetic coiling machine. Of course, because of its excellent magnetocaloric properties, you know, in addition to its availability in the market. However, for large-scale commercialization of magnetic refrigeration, the utilization of gadolinium as a refrigerant is out of question because this rare earth element is very, very expensive. In addition, it oxides easily. So, aiming to replace gadolinium in magnetic coiling devices, a huge effort was made by the magnetocaloric community, leading to the discovery of a giant magnetocaloric effect in gadolinium germanium silicon compound in the late of 90s. This major discovery was made by Professor Pisharsky and Schneider from AMS laboratory. So as you can see in this figure, the report magnetocaloric effect in terms of the entropy change is twice larger than that reported by reported in gadolinium metal. Of course, this pioneer work has inspired several research investigations in the field, and as you can see here, a few years later, other interesting materials from both economical and performance point of view were reported. And this include, for example, manganese iron based materials, long-time iron silicon, manganite, etc., etc. However, despite the huge effort made by the magnetocaloric community to enhance the magnetocaloric effect of these newly reported materials, particularly in terms of the adiabatic temperature change, unfortunately, they failed to improve delta T adiabatic. So, you know, the adiabatic temperature change usually shown by these materials, you know, is, you know, stay more or less comparable with that shown by gadolinium, and sometimes is lower than that exhibited by gadolinium. So, you know, for more competitive magnetic coil machine, it is then necessary to search for more outstanding material that exhibit excellent magnetocaloric properties combined with, of course, excellent chemical and mechanical properties. And in this context, the nanoscience approach will be a promising, you know, solution in the field of magnetocalorics, as I will show you in next slide, by considering two, you know, interesting compounds, which are potential candidates for magnetic refrigeration at both low and room temperature application. So the first material is a double perovskite, LNMO, and the second one is an orthovanadate, PrBO3. So let's start with the double perovskite LNMO. LNMO is a very interesting, you know, compound. You know, it's a multiferric material that you know, has attracted a worldwide interest by both engineers and scientists because this material exhibits several degrees of freedoms. For example, magnetic ordering parameters and dielectric ordering parameters. More importantly, a strong coupling between magnetic and dielectric ordering parameters is observed in the ordered phases of LNMO compound opening the Y for its implementation, particularly in spintronic device. So as you can, see here, for example, in this figure, its dielectric constant can be easily, let's say dramatically changed around the room temperature by applying magnetic field. So this is very interesting, particularly when it comes to data storage. On the other hand, the ordered phases of LNMO, where the nickel and manganese are well ordered in the materials, crystallize in a monoclinic symmetry. Such a monoclinic symmetry maximizes, magnetic interaction in the material that is mainly driven by super exchange phenomena. This, of course, increase the ordering temperature that increase from low to that, this kind of super exchange, the dramatic increase in exchange interactions increase the temperature toward the room temperature range. For the ordered LNMO, the Curie temperature, which is associated with the transformation of the ferromagnetic phases at low temperature to the paramagnetic phase, is about 280. Of course, this phase transition is associated with interesting levels of Manitowoc effect, particularly in terms of the entropy change, as shown in this figure. This also would open the way for the implementation of LNMO in room temperature Manitowoc application. However, the reported entropy change in this compound is much lower than that shown by gadolinium. For example, and a magnetic field change of 2 Tesla, the maximum entropy change by LNMO is less than 30% of that shown by gadolinium metal. Fortunately, its entropy change involve a large profile as a function of temperature, and which is markedly increase its refrigerant capacity that compares well with some reference Manitowoc materials, such as the famous gadolinium germanium silicon compound and long-time iron silicon materials. By the way, the refrigerant capacity is an interesting practical parameters that take into account both the magnitude of the Manitowoc effect and the working temperature range. On the other hand, when the nickel and manganese are disordered in the crystallographic structure, the super exchange interactions decreasing accordingly the Curie temperature as shown in this figure. So the cationic disorder will also enable us to shift the transition temperature toward low temperature, increasing then the working Manitowoc temperature range of this compound. More importantly, the combination of both ordered and disordered magnetic phases in one single materials will be really great from both, economical and engineering point of view. And this was fortunately possible thanks to the nanoscience approach, as I will show in this slide. A few years ago, we have initiated a very interesting study regarding the magnetic and Manitowoc properties of LNMO thin films, and we have demonstrated that the proportions of both ordered and disordered magnetic phase can be fully controlled by using growth conditions. So the investigated thin films were prepared by using the well-known PLD technique, and the samples were deposited on the STO substrate with 001 orientation. The thin films were prepared at the temperature of 810 degrees Celsius and under pressures going from 100 to 600 millitorr. The investigation of crystallographic properties involves that the prepared samples mainly crystallize in a pseudo-cubic structure. However, the investigation of the crystallographic structures involves also that particularly the odds of plane lattice parameter C is very sensitive to the growth conditions and particularly to the oxygen pressure as shown in this figure. In fact, the oxygen pressure impacts directly the cationic order in the material. Okay. So this structural transformation, which are due to the cationic order of nickel and manganese atoms, also impact the magnetic behavior of the material, as can be clearly seen in this figure. For example, under low pressures going from 100 to 200 millitorr, we can clearly observe that only the ordered phases with the high Curie temperature is observed, while when increasing the pressures from 300 to 600 millitorr, both phases coexist. The disordered one with the low Curie temperature and the ordered one with the high Curie temperature. So the growth conditions enable us to control and to shape the magnetic behavior of LNMO, and accordingly, as can be clearly seen here, the magnetochoric behavior. So we can also see in this figure that the magnetochoric effect, particularly in terms of the entropy change, is very sensitive to the applied pressures. So by changing the growth condition and particularly by changing the pressure, we can tailor the magnetochoric behavior of LNMO. For example, as can be seen in this figure, under some pressures like 600 millitorr, the entropy change remains practically constant over a wide temperature range, which is highly important from a practical point of view, particularly when using IMER cycle and Ericsson cycle. Usually, similar behaviors can be obtained by combining several materials with different Curie temperature, which is not really appreciated from both economical and engineering points of view. Okay, so for more information about LNMO thin films, I refer the interested reader to this very interesting paper recently published in Physical Review Applied. Okay, and now let's move to the orthovanadates. In fact, this family of the strongly correlated materials, involve very fascinating properties, which is mainly due to the strong coupling between electronic, orbital, magnetic, and structural ordering parameters. So usually here is given the phase diagram of orthovanadate materials. So usually this family of compound exhibits an orthorhombic structure close to at room temperature. This orthorhombic structure transforms into a monoclinic crystallographic structures at around 200 Kelvin. This crystallographic transformation is associated with the establishment of a G-type orbital ordering. Then, up and lowering the temperature, a second phase transition take place around 100 Kelvin. This second phase transition is mainly due to the antiferromagnetic ordering of vanadium magnetic moment that transform into a C-type spin ordering. In some compound where the rare earth element exhibit a small size, a third phases transition take places, under 100 Kelvin. And this third phase transition, qualified of first order, is associated with the transformation of crystallographic structure from monoclinic to orthorhombic, the orbital ordering from G-type to C-type, and the spin ordering from C-type to G-type. So really very complicated phenomena. A few years ago, while I was working, in Sherbrooke, we have initiated the first study of the magnetochoric properties of orthovanadate by studying the magnetochoric effects in holmium, vanadium, oxygen 3 single crystal. So as you can see in this figure, for example, these single crystals exhibit a giant magnetochoric effect particularly at low temperature, opening the way for the implementation in cryogenic magnetochoric application. More importantly, the combination of both a cooperative Ian-Taylor effect that take place around 40 Kelvin and the magnetic ordering of holmium magnetic moments enlarge the working temperature range of the material, leading to a record refrigerant capacity that really outperforms that reported in the most, promising manganese materials, as can be clearly seen in this figure. More importantly, in a very recently reported study, we have really discovered fascinating and unexpected magnetic and magnetochoric features in another very interesting orthovanadate, which is PrBO3. The investigated samples were prepared by PLD technique, but in this case, the prepared, the considered thin films were deposited on two different substrates, STU substrate and LSAT substrate. So here is shown the magnetization as a function of temperature of thin films deposited on STU substrate. So as expected, an antiferromagnetic ordering of vanadium magnetic moments, occurs, let's say around 100 Kelvin. However, as shown in the onset of this figure, the thin films deposited on STO substrate, involve a very, very weak magnetization, which is associated. This weak magnetization is associated with a strong magnetocrystal anisotropy and a large coercive field. For example, the maximum magnetization obtained with thin films deposited on STO substrate is only 0.3 MeV by Fermi unit, while the coercive field is 2.4 Tesla. However, when changing the substrate from STU to LSAT, a dramatic increase in the magnetization is observed. In fact, the magnetization was amplified by a factor of 20, okay? And this enhancement in the magnetization, fortunately, is accompanied by a dramatic decrease in the coercive field. So for PrBO3 thin films deposited on LSAT substrate, the magnetization becomes, let's say about 5 MeV by Fermi unit instead only 0.3 for STO thin films, while the coercive field is practically 0. This is really fantastic. And test finding invites that how the strain effect can be used to shape and to modify and even to amplify the magnetic and the magnetocaloric properties in some materials such as the ortho vanadates. Of course, this spectacular enhancement of the magnetization is associated with a giant, let's say a record magnetocaloric effect in terms of the entropy change, particularly at low temperature. The reported entropy change practically approach the theoretical limit, opening the way for the implementation, of this material in in cryogenic magnetocaloric applications. So for more information, again, I refer the interested readers to this very, very interesting paper recently published and featured by Applied Physics Lectures. So and now I come to conclusions. So as demonstrated in this presentation, by using the nanoscience approach, we can we can tailor the magnetic, we can easily tailor the magnetic and magnetocaloric properties of some materials in view of their implementation in functional devices. We can also use a nanoscience approach to explore the potential of some materials in the quantum information technology, medical application, sensor technology, and why not the the on-chip micro refrigeration. For the future, I mean, it will be really very, very interesting, to figure out whether the application of several external excitation, such as strain effect, electrical field, magnetic field, would enable us to generate outstanding cooperative caloric effect. So that's all, folks. Thank you very much for your attention. And now the session is open for question. Thank you. Okay. So can you hear me? Now the session is it's open for question. Maybe I will select some question for. Okay. Yeah, there is a question for. Okay. Yes. Was it there? Okay. So we will take some question from. Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah, so I will start with Daniel. Can you hear me? I have one question for Daniel. Can you turn on your microphone, please, Daniel?
Okay.
So, okay. So I have one question for you, Mustafa Algal. So thank you, Mustafa, for your question. So Mustafa asks you, Daniel, he thank you for first, he thank you for the nice presentation, and he is asking you, he understands that the low temperature of your materials could be an obstacle, behind the implementation in room temperature, but his materials can be applied in space application. And yeah, he asked your comment. Can you comment on this point?
You have to comment?
Yeah.
Okay. you consider that the temperature of the materials is not so high because, in fact, it is a material containing a lot of iron and a lot of cobalt, much more cobalt. And normally, intermetallic compound containing cobalt, a lot of cobalt, order at very high temperature, for example, the cobalt magnets. Okay. But in this case, we are in a special situation where the atoms, transition metal atoms, are very close all together, very stressed all together, and magnetism of this transition metal is very, very reduced because of the electronic interaction between the rare earths and transition metal, but also mainly because iron and iron distance are at very short. Okay.
Okay. So so these materials can be applied in space application.
Yeah. We can.
Is that possibility?
Yeah, we can look for application in the range of maybe 4 Kelvin to 20, 30 Kelvin at low temperature. And it will be very interesting to use this type of material, for example, to cool down many electronics working in space, because working in vacuum, we have to evacuate a lot of calories because of electronics. And it should be very interesting to use also the technique described by Mohamed Bali to have a very small size material, because it will be integrated in the electronics system.
Okay, so thank you, Daniel, for the answer. I have also some question for you. So the late phase you showed, they present some magnetic frustration. That's right?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. I mean, what's the impact of introducing the hydrogen on the magnetic frustration? There is any work done regarding the application of regarding the neutron, like, for example, scattering technique?
Sorry? Yeah.
The neutron, there is any experimental done regarding the neutron scattering, technique?
Yeah. This has been investigated by neutron scattering at the beginning, not exactly for the magnetocaloric properties, but in terms of crystal structure and the change of the crystal structure when we apply hydrogen pressure and absorb hydrogen. The transformation of the phase, for example, it could be very complex. For example, some cubic lattice phase can transform to hexagonal one when we introduce hydrogen. And at this time, we modify the crystal structure with the same polytype series, but we modify the distance, we modify the interaction. And this would be a very interesting play, and also to investigate better by using neutron diffraction.
Okay, so and the hydrogen is it goes to the interstitial states, or it forms some bands between iron and cobalt and.
No, we have depending on the stoichiometry, we have a distribution of hydrogen that could be well ordered at a very well saturated material, but if we have less hydrogen, we have random occupancy of the site. Means that the magnetic property also are depending on the order of the random distribution of hydrogen.
Okay, and what impact the hydrogen on the magnetic frustration? There is any change on the magnetic order when introducing hydrogen?
Yeah, because when you introduce hydrogen in metallic materials, you introduce bond condition electrons, and this bond condition electrons leads to preferential bonding with the metals, and we have a subbond at close to the Fermi level, and down at more stable energy, you have also intermediate bond. And this change of the bond structure, of the bond distribution, of the density of set is very important in terms of what happens at the Fermi level. So it means that if you control the stoichiometry of hydrogen, you can also control the distribution of electron at the Fermi level.
Okay, so if I understand, Daniel, when we introduce the hydrogen, we increase the anti-atomic distance. That's right in the material.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, that's nice. So when the anti-atomic distance are increased, then according to the Nail-Slater, model, we increase the exchange interaction, and accordingly, the Curie temperature. But when introducing the hydrogen in the late phase, I can see the opposite, phenomena. The Curie temperature decrease.
Yeah.
You have any comment?
You're true. When you introduce hydrogen, you increase ion-to-ion distance. In principle, you reinforce the magnetic interaction. But when you screen with hydrogen density, when you screen the change, because you screen something in the bond conduction, you decrease the exchange forces in between ion to ion or between ion to cobalt, and more or less in between ion to rare earth. So there are two opposite effects, and what we remark that the effect to decrease the Curie temperature results from the decrease of the magnetic interaction.
Okay, so thank you very much, Daniel, for the nice presentation and your answers. So there is maybe I have some question to Sophie. Sophie, you are still with us? Sophie?
So sorry, yes, I'm still here.
Okay. Yeah, I have one or two quick questions.
Yes,
so, I remember, a few years ago, the remnants of neodymium iron boron, materials is, let's say, about 1.45 Tesla. Okay, so it is still the same value, or there is some breakthrough in the field?
Sure. Yeah. Well, of course, the technologies to produce magnets has evolved those last 10 years. But in fact, the major improvements were rather on coercivity, because the demand for high temperature applications is always increasing. New magnets has to sustain very high temperatures in motors, such as, for example, 180 degrees. And for that reason, they really need to have very high coercivity. So this means that if we want to have, let's say, 2 Tesla coercivity at this temperature, we need to have 3 Tesla at room temperatures. And therefore, there have been huge work in the last 10 years to improve coercivity. And for example, using the so-called grain boundary diffusion process, where the magnetic insulations of 214-1B phase grains is improved using diffusion of rare earths at the intergranular in the intergranular phase, so as grain boundaries. And the thinner is this rare earth rich phase, the better is, of course, the remanence, and the better is the coercivity as well. So the major effort was towards improving these thin non-magnetic layers of rare earths around the grains. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Sophie. Maybe the last question, in your precise, you need a lot of energy to recycle the permanent magnet, or?
Well, of course we will need some energy, because but not only at the recycling step. The recycling step with hydrogen is quite efficient and doesn't use a lot of energy, and nor hydrogen. We use several tens of liters of hydrogen per kilograms, and we can recover it, even recycle it. So that's not a huge consumption. And for energy, we of course need electricity to power our furnaces. But in total, for we think that the environmental cost is much lower, of course, than primary extraction.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Sophie, for your presence and your presentation, and also
thank you again for inviting me. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. So we will take maybe more 2 or 3 questions from the audience. Okay. So Zahra Nifah. So Zahra is thank you very much for your question. So Zahra is asking about who is better, cold absorption or magnetization. So I didn't understand the question, but all I can see, I am not specialist of absorption technique, but all I can say is the magnetic refrigeration could be really very efficient. With magnetic refrigeration, we can reach, more than, let's say, more or less 70% of the theoretical Carnot efficiency. So the another question from Mustafa Arjal. Okay, and he is asking about, maybe I don't know, Daniel, you can answer this question. So Mustafa, thanks again, Mustafa, for the second question. So Mustafa is asking, who is better, conventional Manitouk-Arc effect or inverse Manitouk-Arc effect?
For us, it's very simple, because if we have normal magnetic materials, normally we have magnetization at low temperature. So when we process under magnetic field, you transform the order or the disorder state in function of temperature, but going to paramagnetic state at high temperature. But in some compound, not so much compound, but in some compound, we have a non-magnetic state at low temperature, for example, antiferromagnetic state at low temperature and ferromagnetic state at high temperature. So the demagnetization process is obtained by cooling down the material. So this is a reverse magnetocaloric effect. It operates at down when you cool down the material. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Daniel.
There is a question from Professor Dieter Missner from panelist.
Of course. Please, Dieter, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Very nice talks, all 3 of them, actually. My question is directed to you, Mohammed, because I unfortunately missed what I was looking for. As a remark, I feel somehow haunted all my scientific life by this term nano. And now I wanted to find out what makes nano special in your case, actually. And I missed this point, actually. Can you explain why you think that something nano might be better than something non-nano? Because the main effect of nano, of course, is you create something which is metastable only. So for long-term stability, at least in photovoltaics, which is my field, it turned out to be a real problem. Now, I would assume for magnetic materials is not too different, actually. So what really was the main effect of nano in your materials?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Professor Messner, for this question. I know I didn't say that the nano is better than the bulk, but we can use, yeah, but we can use nano approach, to discover new phenomena and to understand some physical properties of materials, in view of their implementation in functional devices. For example, when applying nano approach, we can easily control the growth conditions. We can apply strain effect, electrical field at the same time, which is not possible when going to the bulk, for example. And we can also, explore the nano approach. We can use the nano approach to explore the potential of some materials, some magnetic material, for example, to explore their potential in magnetic refrigeration, like on-chip micro-refrigeration, for example. So the nano approach we are using here is first to understand what happened from, what are the fundamental mechanism driving the magnetic and magnetochoric properties of, and if there is any way to improve our materials. Because sometimes it is more easier to go nano than bulk.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Professor Zaz, I don't know if we can take other questions or the time is over.
The time is over, but one question, no problem.
Okay, no question. Okay. Okay, so Aisha Bukili, hi. Okay, so good afternoon, Aisha. So Aisha is asking Sophie on how to control the homogeneity of the powder, of the neodymium iron boron powder, before the step of pressing, in order to avoid the deformation of pieces after the last step of sintering.
Yeah, thank you for this question. That's indeed a very good question, because of course, when you recover scraps, you have a wide range of different kind of magnets, from the most powerful ones to the less efficient, and all of them are in different conditions. Some are oxidized, some are in very good conditions. So depending on what we get as scraps, we need to carefully characterize each batch of magnets. And then we have a kind of recipe, methodological one, of course, where we can add some new elements in the powder to the powder in order to adapt the composition of the recycled powder, either because we have lost some magnetic properties and we need to recover them in the new powder, or if we want to improve them. So there are different strategies of adding new elements for that purpose. Yes.
Okay, so thank you very much, Sophie.
You're welcome.
So for Fatim Zahra, sorry, I know you have a question about the super exchange interaction.
Yes, no problem.
But
no problem,
I will.
No problem. The last question, no problem.
Okay, last question. Okay, so Fatim Zahra is asking about how the super exchange interaction can increase the magnetic temperatures. Okay. In fact, in their, for example, when taking the monoclinic structure, the band angle, just to be, to be simple, when in the monoclinic structure, the band angle, nickel, manganese, oxygen become larger. So this increase the exchange, the magnetic interaction between nickel and manganese magnetic moment mediated by the oxygen atoms. So making the ferromagnetic interaction more stronger, according to the Goodenough Anderson roles. So of course, this increase in the interaction between nickel and manganese magnetic moments increase accordingly the Curie temperature. So Fatima, sir, I can give you more information in person. So you are not so far from my office. So please just come and we can discuss, about super exchange interaction. Okay, so thank you, Professor Zaz. So now we take a break, or?
Thank you very much, Professor Mohammed Bali. I think it's time to go to presentations, 5 minutes presentations.
Okay, just give me. Okay, so the next presentation will be given by Madiha Yassari from Mohammed VI Polytechnic University, Benguir. And she will talk us about topological optimization of piezoelectric structures for low frequency energy harvesting. Please, Madiha, go ahead.
Hello everybody, my name is Yassari Madiha, and today I will be presenting my current research study, which is about topological optimization of piezoelectric structures for low frequency energy harvesting applications. So I will start my presentation by introducing the study context, and by that I will be talking about microelectromechanical systems, or what we call MEMS. This is a technology which in its most general form can be defined as miniaturized mechanical and electromechanical elements. So in recent years, new consumer applications have contributed to the industrial development of MEMS, noting for example steam microelectronics with the use of accelerometer in the Nintendo console, and the generation 4 of the Apple iPhone launched in 2010, which was an icon of a new category of booming multifunction phones, smartphones. So sensors and actuators represent the most notable elements in the MEMS. These sensors and actuators are classified as transducers, which are defined as devices that convert energy from one form to another. In the case of sensors, the device typically converts a measured mechanical signal into an electrical signal, and actuators, on the other hand, has the ability to convert a potential difference into a mechanical displacement. So different transduction can be used for converting mechanical energy into electrical energy, but piezoelectric conversion has received special attention from researchers. So these are the two equations that define the sensor mode and actuator mode. So to sum up, the objective of our study is to meet the growing need for autonomous energy devices. The energy harvested is mechanical vibrations, the material used is PZT ceramics, and application domains are vibration sensors, pressure sensors, etc. So here we will be talking about the topological optimization of the energy harvesting system. The 2D piezoelectric structures most used in the literature are circular and rectangular plates. A topological optimization can be made by proposing a new structure combining the behavior of 2D plates and 1D beams. Topological optimization will thus make it possible to find the optimum distribution of material in a given volume subject to specified constraints. We propose in this work a new 2D structure, which is the spiral that we see right here. In order to compare their mechanical behavior, the three structures have been fixed on one side and subject to a mechanical stress of 5 Newton per meter square applied at the upper surface of each structure. In the numerical analysis, the mass effect is held constant, the damping is ignored, no time varying forces, pressures, or displacements are applied. So as a result of the numerical simulation, we can notice that with the spiral shape, the deformation is uniform to the structure and represents a value greater than that for the rectangular and circular plate structure, with the total displacement of 1.4 millimeters. The spiral represents less stiffness in response to the same mechanical loading and therefore more flexibility compared to the other plate structures. We can also note that the resonance frequency of the spiral is 111 Hz, a value very close to that found in the environment compared to the rectangular and circular structures with respective frequency values of 338 Hz and 485 Hz. So the figure presents the calculated output voltage as a function of the resonant frequency for the three sensor structures. We can note that the spiral allows us to have the bigger value with an output voltage of 5.23 millivolts. Moving to the next figure, we can see that the power harvested is greater for the spiral with a value of 350 microwatt per meter cube. So we can conclude that the spiral shape allows obtaining great deformation and flexibility and better space management, especially for a limited application in space in dimensions such as wireless sensor.
Okay, thank you very much, Madiha Yassari, for the nice presentation. By the way, I would just to correct one thing. Madiha Yassari is affiliated with Shuaib Kali University and not Mohammed VI Polytechnic University. And now the next presentation was given by Suhail Ejmal, who will talk us about some DFT calculation performed on the aluminum vanadate compound. Please, Suhail, go ahead.
Hello everyone, I'm Ejmal Suhail, a PhD student in the International University of Rabat, supervised by Professor Bali Mohammed. And today I will discuss with you the electronic and magnetic properties of HOVO3. As a motivation, we are working on HOVO3 for magnetocaloric cooling at low temperature. So our input for this study was based on an experimental work from literature. The structure of HOVO3 is an orthorhombic with space group number 62, ppnm, and the lattice parameters and atomic position are precise in these tables. First of all, we start by the optimization of the lattice parameters and atomic position to get the most stable structure, which minimizes the total energy of our system. In antiferromagnetic materials, we have different types of antiferromagnetism, which are C-type, J-type, or A-type antiferromagnetism, based on the direction of the spin for each atom. In this study, we did all possible configurations to figure out the most stable antiferromagnetic structure of our materials. As we can see in this table, we have the total energy of C-type antiferromagnetic is the minimal energy for HOVO3, and this results in a good agreement with the experimental data. However, our next calculations will be based on the C-type antiferromagnetism. To determine the nature of electronic properties, we calculate the total and partial density of state and the band structure of HOVO3 using GGA and GGA plus U approximation. As we can see in figure 3A and B, the dose and the band structure of HOVO3 using GGA shown that the valence band between -6 and -2 electron volt are originated from the orbitals 2p and 3d of O and V atoms, which have a hybridization between them, and the rare earth element is placed between -4 electron volt and -2.5 electron volt. And we have a separation between band of T2G orbitals in Fermi level. It's due to the Young-Teller effect which exists in this material. So we have also the D orbitals of V atoms placed at Fermi level, which reveal a metallic behavior of this material. This later confirmed by the band structure in figure 3A with a band gap equals 0. However, in literature experimental works, this material should be insulating at temperatures, and non-metal insulator phase transition has been observed in its bulk form. Our calculations reveal that the metallic behavior of these materials is due to the inability of GGA approximation to reach strong coupled system by underestimating electron-electron correlation. For that, we used also GGA plus U approximation to improve the electronic properties, as we can see in figure 3C and 3D. The exact placement of lower Huber band and upper Huber band are shown in the density of state and the band structure also of this material. The band gap corresponds to the energy difference between these two lower Huber band and upper Huber band, which equal to 1.58 electron volt. The similar phenomenon was seen in other RVO3 materials such as LRVO3 and SRVO3. The origin of magnetic anisotropy in magnetic material is due to the spin-orbit coupling. In this table, we can show the total energy of different direction of magnetization for each of VO3. The minimal energy is along the direction 0, 1, 0, which means that the B-axis is an easy axis of this material. We can predict from these results that there is a possibility to generate a giant rotating magnetocaloric effect in this material with the values of the magnetocrystalline anisotropy energy well determined. Another important parameter in our calculation to figure out the magnetic and magnetocaloric properties is the exchange coupling between atoms. So to calculate this parameter, we need to calculate all possible configuration onto ferromagnetic and ferromagnetic one in order to calculate their energies. Then we can get the value of the exchange coupling using Heisenberg model as we're writing here. So we have here, there is a strong interaction between the rare earth element and the vanadium atoms with an exchange coupling equal to minus 14.83 millielectron volt. In summary, the structural electronic and magnetic properties of each of VO3 have been studied using first principle methods. The obtained results reveal an insulating behavior in the C-type antiferromagnetic states of each of VO3 at Fermi level, with a band gap of about 1.58 electron volt using GGA plus U approximation, confirming the experimentally observed behavior in the 3D perovskite oxides. The magnetocrystalline anisotropy resulting from spin-orbit coupling indicates an easy magnetization axis is along the Y direction, and we have also the exchange coupling show a strong interaction between HO and V atoms. And thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Suhail, for this very interesting and nice presentation. By the way, Suhail is affiliated with the International University of Rabat, where I am working. Okay, the next presentation will be given by Umayma Shdel from the International University of Rabat. Today, Umayma will talk us about the influence of copper oxygen secondary phase on the magnetocaloric properties of some manganite oxide. So go ahead.
Hello everyone, my name is Umayma Shdil, PhD student supervised by Professor Bali Mohammed. Today, during this presentation, I will discuss with you the influence of copper oxide secondary phase on PRSR-MLC magnetocaloric features. Magnetic refrigeration is new refrigeration technology that is more respectful of the environment and less energy consuming. It's based on the magnetocaloric effect, which is an intrinsic property of certain magnetic materials. The used material in this technology must have a giant magnetocaloric effect. So, there are a very large number of magnetocaloric materials which have been studied, such as gadolinium and other intermetallic materials, but those materials oxidize easily, resulting in the degradation of the thermodynamic performances. For this reason, research activities have been directed in recent years toward the manganese oxide, due mainly to their strong chemical stability. As a result, our experimental work is focused especially on the PRSR-ML3 manganite type that represents a Curie transition near to the ambient temperature. The polycrystalline samples were prepared using the solid-state reaction method. Then a quantity of the calcinate powder was employed in the composite preparation, where an amount of copper oxide was added and mixed well, and then the mixture was calcinated at 1200 degrees Celsius for 2 hours. The first figures show the X-ray diffraction patterns of the Preston and the composite one. The first sample crystallized in the orthorhombic structure at room temperature with the PNMA space group, while in the second sample we can observe the coexistence of the two phases. The refinement results for all samples are summarized in this table. The presence of the secondary phase leads to a clear structural deformation in the main phase, where the MNO-MN band angles are clearly modified. In the following figures, we present same micrographs of the two samples and also the EDX spectra, which indicate the presence of different chemical elements. The copper additive effect is really apparent in the composite material micrographs, where the main grain size is increased from 0.5 micrometers to 4 micrometers. On the other hand, here we have the magnetic measurement. So from the lowest value of the DMDG as function of temperature, we can estimate the Curie transition. So by adding the copper oxide, we can observe that the Curie temperature decreased remarkably from 293 Kelvin to 274 Kelvin. And here, based on the measured magnetization curves, we can observe that below the Curie temperature, the magnetization curves exhibit a non-linear patterns with a tendency to saturate in the presence of magnetic fields, indicating then a ferromagnetic property. However, above the Curie temperature, the magnetization evolves almost linearly, indicating a paramagnetic state caused by the thermal agitation of the magnetic moments. Moreover, and based on this obtained result, is a thermal magnetic entropy change caused by the variation of the X-ray magnetic field can be determined using the well-known Maxwell relations. The change in magnetic entropy as function of temperature of the two samples are shown in the following figure. As observed, the highest magnetic entropy change for the composite one approach to 1.8, well, it's approximately 1.2 for the PRSR-3 under 1 Tesla. A variety of mechanisms may explain this reduction in transition temperature and magnetic entropy. To start, there is a loss of ferromagnetic interaction caused by the inclusion of the copper oxide. Second, the presence of copper oxide altered the double exchange interaction through the remarkable structural deformation. The high grain size of the composite, on the other hand, may promote more ordered ferromagnetic phase and therefore reduce the width of the magnetic transition. Finally, I would like to thank my supervisor, our collaborators, and you for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Umayma, for this very interesting presentation. And now we move to the next presentation that will be given by Hamida Slimani from Mohammed VI Polytechnic University. Hamida will talk us about the experimental characterization of some AIF slag under thermal cycling for thermal storage application. Please, Hamida,
My name is Hamida Slimani, graduate student in Material Science, Energy and Nano-Engineering Department at Mohammed VI Polytechnic University. I have the pleasure to present to you, dear audience, our work about experimental characterization of electric arc furnace slag under thermal cycling as sensible thermal energy storage material. First of all, I'm going to share with you the outline of my presentation. I will start by the context of study, then I will pass to thermal cycling and isothermal test, then I will present the characterization result, and finally a conclusion. Thermal energy storage using sensible material is widely used to match the production and the demand on energy. In this regard, several researchers try to use byproduct materials such as slag as sensible material because it's available and low cost, and check their thermal and mechanical stability for the stated application is mandatory, and our work stands on some uncovered points after thermal cycling of the material. I will start with thermal cycling of the received material, and thus to simulate the charge and discharge operation of thermal energy storage system. We have prepared 3 square samples and we have polished their surface to better visualize the state of surface before and after thermal cycling. The thermal cycling was done in laboratory furnace between 700 degrees C and 270 degrees C using a heating rate of 5 degrees C per minute for 30 cycles. After the 30 cycles, all the samples have been cracked as you can see in the picture. In the second study, we have performed an isothermal study for 2 different porosity samples at 700 degrees C for 140 hours. The results show that one sample has been cracked while the other with the high porosity doesn't crack. We can conclude that the heating rate is too high and causing the pressure increase of gases inside the material which leads to the cracking. Therefore, porosity beside the heating rate has an influence on the thermal stability of the slug material. The visual inspection is not enough, so we have prepared 2 different samples, one as received and the other after thermal cycling for the SM analysis. No further cracking or morphologic modification were detected. The XRD analysis for the received slug show 4 main phases, which are managed, wood state, gyelinate, and larnet. After thermal cycling or isothermal test, the wood state phase disappeared and the antosity of manitite peak increases, which means that the wood state has oxidized and turned into manitite, which made the material more thermally stable. And that was confirmed by TGI analysis, where we have a slight mass loss in raw material due to the evaporation of volatile compounds, followed by a gain of weight due to the oxidation of wood state phase. After thermal cycling, we didn't detect any significant gain of weight, and that means that we have no oxidation, therefore the material can be considered thermally stable. The XRF analysis show the chemical composition of the slug material in the first table. The major compounds are aluminium, silicon, calcium, and iron in the form of oxides. This composition is in good agreement with the similar slug material reported by the literature from other industries. After thermal cycling of the slug material, we have a slight variation of the chemical composition, and thus due to the oxidation of wood state. We have measured also the specific heat capacity experimentally using DFC technique between room temperature and 400 degrees C, and we found a value of 0.85 kJ per kilogram Kelvin. For the raw material, this value increases a little bit after thermal cycling to reach a value of 0.89 kJ per kilogram Kelvin. And due to the limitation of DFC technique at 400 degrees C, the result was correlated. For high temperature, we have measured the bulk density and skeletal density using Archimedes method and the helium pycnometer method. We found a value of 3.3 grams centimeter cube for the bulk density and 3.9 for the skeletal density. Then the porosity were calculated using the following equation. We found a value of 15%. After the thermal cycling, the skeletal density increases, and that's due to the magnitude density is being higher than the state 1. Regarding the cracking issue, we have shown that the high heating rate leads to the cracking because of pressure increase. In this study, we have used low routine heat of 2 degrees C per minute followed by 3 degrees C per minute to ensure that all the gases escape without increasing the pressure. Therefore, no cracking was detected for the first 5 cycles. Then we have increased back the heating rate to 5 degrees C per minute for the remaining cycle, and also no cracking was detected. Thermal energy storage is a promising technique for the recovery of a huge quantity of waste heat generated by industries during their activity. And the electric arc furnace slag byproduct presents a good thermophysical property. Even the material shows some cracking behavior during the thermal cycling and the isothermal test. The only thing we recommend is slow heating rate during the first few cycles to ensure thermal stability of the material.
Okay, so thank you very much, Hamida Slimani, for this very interesting experimental work. And then the last presentation in this session will be given by Fadila Al-Quihan from Mohammed VI Polytechnic University. Fadila will talk us about the valorization of porcelainate, also for thermal energy storage application. Please go ahead, Fadila.
Hello everyone, my name is Fadila Al-Quihan, master student at Mohammed VI Polytechnic University. I'm very delighted to present you my work on valorization of porcelainate as mining industry byproduct for medium temperature packed bed thermal energy storage system, which is a collaboration between the Material Science, Energy and Nano Engineering department and the Green Energy Park. My plan for this presentation will be as follows. I will start by an introduction, then the characterization of porcelainite, and finally conclusion. Nowadays, the energy conversion and storage has become a growing global concern of research in both industry and academia. The energy storage research has continued to evolve and adapt in response to challenging energy issues and advances in technology to supply more flexibility and balancing. Thermal energy storage is one of the most promising techniques of energy storage. It has the ability to store a large amount of energy at a minimal cost. Three main categories of thermal energy storage exist. Sensible heat storage systems can commonly be achieved by a two-tank system or single-tank thermocline packed bed configuration. The second concept provides numerous benefits compared to using a two-tank system. As a result, several recent researchers are focusing on the development of appropriate thermal storage materials. Up to now, many natural rocks metals have been demonstrated their potential as relevant storage materials. However, the limited industrial availability and the high production costs makes their tendency to be used for large-scale development of thermocline storage to ensure a cost-efficient storage system. The silicious rock named porcelainite was used as a raw material in this experimental investigation. It is a mining byproduct collected from phosphate industry. Porcelainite rock was selected thanks to its large abundance. Valorization of this industrial waste as thermal energy storage material has a favorable environmental impact as well as a cost saving. It was characterized using different experimental characterization techniques to establish the thermophysical and chemical parameters and to assess its suitability as medium temperature thermal energy storage material. The chemical composition of the porcelainite material was determined using XRF analysis. The obtained results show that the silicon oxide is the main component, which represents around 52%. The investigation of the XRD pattern was conducted to the presence of two crystalline phases, quartz and chrysobalite. There are no amorphous phases in the examined material, which make it a strong thermal storage candidate. The structure of porcelainite was viewed using the scanning electron microscope technique. The micrographs indicate that the material has an uniform dispersion with homogeneous composition. This finding suggests a similar interaction and a continuous aspect of each part of the material with the temperature, which highlights its good thermal behavior, increasing its tendency to be a promising sensible heat storage material. The physical properties of the porcelainite material, namely skeletal density, bulk density, and porosity, are measured at room temperature using the helium pycnometer and Archimedes method. The final result shows its capability to be a promising candidate for thermal storage. The experimental results of specific heat capacity of porcelainite material reach a maximal value of 0.4 joule per gram Kelvin at 400 degrees C. By comparing the accurate results with literature, especially that of quartzite, porcelainite may be a competitive candidate as it possesses the comparative value of specific heat capacity. For the thermal capacity, the porcelainite recommends a greater thermal capacity value since the material can store thermal energy. For the thermal stability, a mass decrease of 4% was recorded, which is attributed to the moisture present on the porcelainite surface. In general, porcelainite seems to be stable up to 400 degrees C, and it can be proposed for thermal storage stability in the range of the targeted application. The thermal conductivity profile of porcelainite shows an initial value of around 5.5 watts per meter Kelvin. This high value is reported to the presence of quartz as the predominant content. The hardness and ineaxial compressive strength are also investigated during this work. The porcelainite shows an acceptable hardness and compressive strength, which is due to the presence of quartz that enhances the mechanical properties. So as a conclusion, porcelainite, a mining byproduct, has been selected as a storage material for this work. The finding results of thermophysical, structural and mechanical properties provided by the porcelainite might be considered one of the materials key benefit for thermal storage. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
Okay, so thank you very much, Fadila, for this very nice experimental work. And now the session is open for a question. So please feel free to ask if you have any questions. Okay. Yeah, Professor Messner, please go ahead.
Thank you very much for these interesting talks. My question concerns the last two talks, heat storage materials. I was wondering what really the criteria are to pick these materials. In my opinion, heat capacity and heat conductivity are the two properties which you want. And of course, cracking plays an important role because it changes the heat conductivity mainly. So I'm mostly wondering about the porous sludge material. Who would think that this is a good energy storage material? Because air bubbles, of course, have no heat capacity and have no heat conductivity. So this is definitely something to avoid, in my opinion, isn't it?
Okay, so thank you, Dieter, for the question. Please, can you answer Fadila or Hamida Slimani? So Fadila.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much for this nice question. So the criteria must be for the selected material storage must satisfy the criteria set by the International Energy Agency, including the high energy density, the chemical stability of the thermal energy storage material, also a good heat transfer, and also another criterion that must be taken into consideration, which is the capability between the heat transfer fluid and the selected thermal energy storage material. And both our materials, both the porcelainite or black slug, are satisfies their criteria.
Okay, so it's okay. Do you have any comment, Dieter?
Well, I have my doubts about it, of course, but yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Fadila. By the way, I have another question for you, Fadila. So about the composition of the porcelainite. It's a Ceres rock, that's right?
Yeah, it is the Ceres rock and the crystallite, two phases.
Okay, so my question maybe is a naive question. If we change the place, the nature and the country, so the composition of your material will stay the same, or the thermal property will stay the same, or will be changed?
Yeah, thank you, sir, for this question. Yeah, that's sure that the composition of the materials are reliable to the place where we got the material. For this porcelainite, it is selected. It is collected from the phosphate industry, especially Manganite. So this study just done for the porcelainite of Manganite.
Okay, Fadila. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so I will take some question for my question is to Fadila. Okay, I will take some question. So for Suhail Jamal.
Yes, sir.
So there is a question from. I will say okay. There is a question from Ayub Mazouzi. So thank you, Ayub, for your question. So he is asking about the U value. So so he say how you can determine the U value for the DFT calculation, and which value is used in your calculation.
So the value used in this calculation was 3.85 electron volt for V atoms and 5 electron volt for the rare earth element. I take it from the literature because we don't have the experimental value of the band gap of this material to compare it with our value. Then we can't did an optimization of U value in this kind of problem. We take value from the literature. So I took it from literature.
Okay, so thank you very much, Suhail. Another question from Imad Bil-Bukhari. I guess he is a mathematician because he's not very happy with the use of the word topological optimization by Madiha. Madiha, are you here?
Yes. Can you
Okay,
hear me?
so yeah. So Imad is asking you about the use of the word topological optimization, and he say, mathematically speaking, we must say geometrical optimization, not topological optimization, because he cannot notice any topological difference between the different geometries in your works. So do you have any comment about Imad comment? Madiha? So we cannot hear you.
Thank you for your question.
Okay.
Use of topological optimization. Hello?
Yeah, please go ahead. Go ahead, Madiha. Yeah, unfortunately, we have some Madiha, maybe
I'm here.
trouble with the connection. Yeah, you can answer. Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, so I was saying that topological optimization is a term that is used normally for conceive in civil engineering to conceive a bridge, etc. So what we use in this topological optimization is like we have a simple example is that we try to draw a cube and to put this cube under several stress and mechanical stress, and there are some algorithm that calculates what is the material and the shape of this cube that will be that can support not support maybe this amount of stress and applied to the structure. So the same idea was done, but to piezoelectric structures that are plates. I don't know if I'm
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much, Fadila, for the answer. I have, I don't know if there is any question from the audience. I have one question to Umayma. Where is Umayma? Umayma? Are you hearing me?
Yes.
So, yeah, briefly, just can you explain us how the secondary phases, copper oxide, the impact on the Curie temperature? So what really happened in the material to decrease the Curie temperature?
Okay, thank you, sir, for this question. So as I already said that there is a loss of ferromagnetic interaction due to the presence of the secondary phase at grain boundaries. The presence of this secondary phase modified the band angles So 3U4 leads to a weaker double exchange, because when we have small small distance or a decrease in the band angle between the Mn4 plus and the Mn3 plus, we block the electron, so the electrons doesn't move from Mn3 plus to Mn4 plus. So we have less ferromagnetic interaction. So 3U4 a reduction in the Curie temperature. For more explanation, as we saw that in the X-ray data, we have noted that the X-ray peaks are shifted to toward low theta. So as this shift from this shift of peaks, we can conclude that the secondary phase exerts a tensile force on the PRSR MnO3 sample or particle, which imply a unit cell expansion, and 3U4 a weaker double exchange.
Okay, that's great. Okay, thank you, Umayma, for your nice answer. Okay, yeah, thanks. I have a question to Hamida Slimani. Are you here?
Yes,
Hamida?
Yes.
Yeah, I have a quick question for you. I know that in your the material slide, you have some magnetic materials. That's right?
Excuse me?
Yeah.
Yeah, you have some. So when
yes.
when you increase the temperature, there is any change regarding regarding the phase of this magnetic material, or there is no change in the magnetic property of these materials? And if there is any impact on the thermal properties of your slide?
Yeah, unfortunately, we didn't look for the magnetic properties of the material. We look just for the thermal stability and the mechanical stability of the materials. And when we increase the temperature of the material, or we the thermal cycling of the material, in the first step, we detect a cracking of the material because of the gases inside the material. And we recommend to do a slow heating using low heating heat to ensure that all the gases escape without increasing the pressure of the materials for the first few cycles. And after that, we can return back to 5 degrees heating heat and without any problem for the rest of cycles.
Okay, thank you very much, Hamida. Professor Zaz, I don't know if we have time for maybe one quick question, or the session is over.
I think the session should close now.
Okay.
We have to.
Okay. I have just I need 10 seconds to answer Professor Komina. So for Professor Komina, I asked about the use technique to prepare thin films. So the thin films were prepared by using the pulsed laser deposition technique. So the session is over. Thank you very much for attending this session. Thank you very much, Daniel, Sophie, and many thanks to the PhD student. Also, I would like to thank the organizer, particularly Professor Zaz, for this wonderful conference. So thank you very much, and see you next year, I hope, in person. Really, we miss you.
Thank you very much. Stay with us during the closing ceremony.
Okay, okay.
In 2 or 3 minutes.
Okay, okay, good.
Professor Sedi? Mohammed Sedi?
Oui, si, Youssef, oui.
Yes, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Zaz. So we arrived to the closing ceremony after amazing keynote talks, sessions, workshops. We had nearly a week full of all kinds of activities, focusing on different aspects and topics related to renewable and sustainable energy. I would like, first of all, to thank all the colleagues from different parts of the world who contributed to the success of this very edition, again, which is organized in framework of this ongoing pandemic. This is the second time that we are having IRSEC in framework of this pandemic. Hopefully, as it was mentioned by several colleagues, we'll have an in-person edition next year in a normal conditions that will allow us to meet with the different friends that we really miss. We actually, there are more than 2 years that we have not met in person. I seize this opportunity again to address my most sincere thanks to all the committees members, the organizing committees, it's the International Steering Committee, organizing committee, but also the Technical Program Committee. More specifically to my colleague and friend, Professor Zaz, was really one of the amazing resources for this conference. I would not also forget my colleague and friend, Professor Hibawi from the Faculty of Science of the University of Organic Study in Tetuan. I look forward for very successful outcome of all the discussions that were exchanged in the framework of this edition of IRSEC, in framework of different sessions, especially for to develop future research work, joint research work, in framework of collaborative project with different partnership with from different universities and maybe also industries. I would like also to dedicate special words to the PhD students. We had many PhD students in this edition, and I'm really very happy to see the different research work they have presented in different sessions. And it's very, I would say, supporting in some way to their research, the fact they took part in the conferences, and more specifically in this conference, to benefit from the different workshops, tutorials, keynote talks, but also to network with other students. And I know that it's very important sometimes to exchange some information, some research work with other students from different parts of the world. And I think this is one of the objectives of this conference. We had also some connection with the industry through this conference. This is, I think, the second time, and this is also very important to to have speakers, but also other I would say sessions that are organized by people from industry that will bring some insight from the industrial perspective and background. I would not forget also to thank our strategic partner, Mazen, for the continued support to this conference, the support that Mazen provided to this conference since the very first edition. And I think this is a win-win partnership, because there are certainly lots of feedback or interesting feedback that Mazen can get from the conference regarding all the initiatives it's developing, but also an insight on different emerging technologies for different sustainable energies. Okay, I think that's all from my side, so thank you so much again. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Professor Saidi. We have a short presentation about what we do in this conference, in this edition. During the opening ceremony, we had the presentation of Dr. Leila Ben Ali, the Minister of Energy Transition and Sustainable Development in Morocco, followed by the presentation of Professor Saiful Rahman, IEEE President elected for 2022, and Director of Virginia Tech Advanced Research Institute in USA, and he's also advisory committee member of IRSEC. After that, the presentation of the Dr. Hisham Bouskri, R&D Director at Mazen, Moroccan Agency for Sustainable Energy, and the TPC Chair, the Technical Program Committee Chair, Professor Shahzad Ahmed from BC Materials Basque Center for Materials and Applications Nanostructures, Lewa, Spain. And the presentation of me and mine and Professor Saidi. This conference is composed by 6 workshops and 4 sessions and 4 tutorials, and extended on 2 days before the conference, 3 days before the conference, and 5 days of the conference. The first workshop was proposed and chaired by Dr. Amir Khalid from Algal National Lab. It was really very interesting. I think Professor Morad Debi is there. He can give a word about this workshop. Professor Morad?
Yes, thank you, Professor Zaz, and thank you to Professor Saidi for the organization of this IRSEC. So yeah, some word on behalf of Dr. Khalil Amin. So we enjoyed this workshop, even is virtually. So we had some presentation from industry, from UNO and from Microvast, and also from presentation from outstanding professors and scientists over the world in this battery technology. So an overview about the lithium-ion batteries and beyond lithium-ion batteries, like or solid-state sodium-ion batteries and so on, given by the speakers. Also rich discussion with the PhD students from Morocco, as given in the presentation. So hope to see you next year in person. And thank you very much for the organization and everything.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mohad Tebi. The second workshop was proposed by Professor Shahzad Ahmed. I think he's not there. No. It was really interesting. There are some famous and usual participants of IRSEC in this workshop. Especially Professor Nazardin Khaja from EPFL Switzerland, and other high scored professors from other universities. The third workshop was about the advances in renewable resources forecasting and their economic prospects. It was proposed by Mazen. The first part was shared by Gurken Teneler from Enercast Germany, and the second part was shared by Professor Dieter Messner. I think Professor Dieter is there. He can give a word.
Yeah, it's been a very interesting workshop, of course, with very good talks and, in my opinion, a very good discussion. So I enjoyed it very much and hope it will be continued. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. The fourth workshop is about sustainable energy for building and urban environment. It was proposed by Professor Zaid Romani, Najma Al-Arousi, and Professor Ibrahim bin Hammou and Professor Mohammed Garoum. I think Professor bin Hammou is with us. Professor bin Hammou?
Yeah. Yeah, do you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it was a great workshop on energy efficiency with three parts. with the presentation from Brazil, Professor Roland, from Ryanson from Canada, from the US, Professor Mosef Krarti, and from the UK, Professor Merzai, with a lot of discussions with many attendees. We had up to 200 attendees for each part of this of the workshop. So I would like to thank the organizer for the good organization, also for the panel or the panelists, Dr. Zaid Romani and Professor Najma Al-Arossi and Professor Mohammed Garrou. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The fifth workshop, it was digital technology in solar energy. It was proposed by Dr. Saad Mutahar from ENSA-FES and shared also by Professor Abdel Baghdadi and Professor Aziz. I don't know if Professor Baghdadi is there. It's not there. There was two interesting. Professor Baghdadi? Yes, Professor Baghdadi, the floor is yours. Please unmute your mic. Professor Saad Baghdadi. I think there is a technical issue. Professor Baghdadi, yes.
I am trying to switch on my mic, but is it there is some technical problem, and I am not able to fix it.
It's okay. It's okay now. It's okay now.
You hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, very good. So I would like just to say a few words about the organization of the fifth workshop on digital technologies energy. So it was very good opportunity to follow some very interesting presentation from many PhD students and also from some eminent panelists. I would like to mention the name of the Professor Abdelaziz Erzizel, which is a high-level scientist in this field, in this topic. And also the panelist, Dr. Saad Mutahar. And of course, most of the communications presented in the framework of this workshop were very interesting and very relevant. So I am very happy and I enjoyed following this workshop. And I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate all the organizers of this very successful conference. And I hope we'll have the opportunity to see you next year and maybe in the present conditions, best conditions. So I would like to say bye for everybody and all the best for the next editions.
Thank you very much, Professor Baghdadi. The next workshop is workshop 6, perspectives of green hydrogen development. It was proposed also by Mazen. It was chaired by the first part by Dr. Sonia Colin from ICCDP Germany, and second part by Dr. Abderrahim, Germany director at Mazen. It was a really successful workshop. The first special session, it was smart grid technologies and application. It was shared by Professor Mohammed Saidi, and with two high-level keynote speakers, Professor Safur Rahman and Professor Hassan Pravani. Professor Saidi, you have a word about this session.
Thank you, Professor Zaz. This was also one of the very, I would say, insightful sessions that were organized in framework of this edition that covered all kinds of technologies related to smart grid. So as you mentioned it, we have Professor Saifur Rahman, who presented a very interesting talk about smart grid and microgrids. And the other talk that was also insightful by Professor Birani that covered several technologies related to smart grid. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Saidi. Then the second session, it was magnetic materials and devices for energy. It was proposed and chaired by Professor Mohammed Bali from International University of Rabat. Professor Bali, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Cesar. So regarding the magnetic materials and device for energy session, I was more than happy with this special session that gathered both scientists and industrials. And by the way, I would like to thank Professor Daniel Bouchard and Dr. Sophie Ribiawar for attending this conference. Also, very nice and high quality presentation were given also by PhD students. So I am more than happy with this session, and I would like again to thank the organizer for this for the nice organization. I didn't attend all the session and workshops because I was very busy with the teaching, but I received very positive feedbacks, including feedbacks from my PhD students. So once again, thank you very much, and I hope to see you next year in person.
Thank you very much, Professor Mohammed Bali. The third one, the first session was proposed and chaired by Professor Hassan Bari from Faculty of Science, Kenitra. It was about biomass and biogas energy. It was really successful and attracted a huge number of attendees. The first session, the fourth session, it was about wind energy. It was moderated by Professor Abdelaziz Libawi. Professor Abdelaziz, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor Zaz. It gives me a great pleasure to work together on this edition of IRSEC conference. I hope that it was very fruitful for all participants. We learned from the keynote speakers and the video presentations, and we have enjoyed the quality of questions and answers. Many thanks for the keynote speakers and all authors. Really, this conference, it's for me a great occasion to meet new colleagues and renew contact with others. I wish to see you in person in the next edition.
Thank you very much, Professor Saidi. Before the conference, we organized 4 tutorials. The first one is the role of artificial intelligence in PV system design and control with hardware implementations. It was given by Dr. Ayman Maghroub Youssef from University of Limerick, Ireland. The second workshop, it was given by Dr. Murad Devi. The title, it was entitled Energy Storage, Introduction to Electrochemical Energy Storage Technologies. The third tutorial, it was predicting materials and devices structure by materials theory tools, computation and design. It was proposed by Professor Al-Mahdi Salmani from Faculty of Science, Rabat, Morocco. And for the tutorial, it was entitled General Introduction to Power to X. It was proposed and by Dr. Samir Rashidi from Irazen, Morocco. Thank you very much for all committee members, Professor Shirgi, Professor Adil Hadesh, Professor 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 Hisham and all committee members. I don't know. I think all committee members the photo are there. Thank you very much for helping us in this edition. Professor
Yes, it is about certificates. Just I will send a certificate for Keynote for the video presentation speakers, and the speakers for the certificates for attendees will be delivered as soon as possible once we get the report from a Zoom application. The floor is yours, Mr. Zas.
Thank you very much. Before giving the floor to all participants, some figures of this edition. A number of participants without including participants of today because we don't have access to today's statistics. We have a total participants of 1,632 participants from 60 countries, 708 from foreign countries, and 924 from Morocco. Other countries, the first country is 25% from France, 19% from Algeria, and Tunisia, United States, in India, and so on. It's about 60 countries participants in this are from 60 countries, without taking into consideration participants of today and participants and followers in social networks such as YouTube Live and Facebook. Thank you very much. The floor is yours. I think I give the floor to. I stop sharing my screen. If there is any panelists who want to give word. Or attendees, you can raise your hand if you are interested to give word. Yes, Ahmed Al-Hanashi. Yes.
Thank you very much, Professor Zara. Do you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Thank you very much for allowing us to attend this interesting conference. As the last year was a frank success, so congratulations and keep the good work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Professor Saidi, the floor is yours.
Well, actually, I would like once again to thank everybody, all the organizing committee members, the TPC members, the speaker for all kind of activities scheduled during the nearly week of activities of this edition. Other tutorials, workshops, special invited sessions. But I would like also to thank the Ministry of Energy Transition and Sustainable Development for the continued support. I think this is the third time that the conference is organized under the auspices of this ministry. And once again, I would like also to extend my most sincere thanks and gratitude to Her Excellency, the Minister, for the keynote talk and the remarks she shared during the opening ceremony. Without further ado, I leave the floor to Professor Zaz for any comment, probably regarding the next edition next year. What's the plan? Hopefully, we'll have an in-person edition, and in that case, probably what would be our destination? This is just a question that we can probably have your feedback or suggestions live, but also if you can just share with us any suggestion later offline by just sharing your suggestions by email. So back to you, Yusuf.
Thank you very much. Before closing this ceremony, I want to inform the participant that video presentation of students are already in YouTube, and we are preparing the video of keynote speakers to be available as soon as possible on YouTube to all participants. Thank you very much, and hope to see you in the next session in person.
Inshallah.
Bye bye.
Thank you. Stay.
Where, Cesars? Where? The next edition, where? In which city? In which Moroccan city they will be?
It depends. It depends. I hope that perhaps, I don't know, really good cities can host the next edition. And we will discuss with the organizing committee and sponsors and partners which the good with the favorite place to organize the next edition.
Okay.
In any case, in any case, I am suggesting to organize the next edition in the city of Fez.
Okay.
This is my wish. It was my wish last year. It was my wish last year. This year we are organizing it remotely, but next year I hope it will be in presence and it will be in
Fez.
I hope.
This is my hope. Yeah, hopefully with the, we're going back to normal. I think with the situation of the pandemic. So hopefully next year we can go to Fez. Thank you so much again, and stay healthy and safe, everybody. Thanks again, and wish to see you next year in person, as was mentioned by several colleagues in Fez, maybe, inshallah. Okay, thank you.
Okay, bye.
Inshallah.
Thank you.
Inshallah.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye. Take care. Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.